Bright Palace. A flash of killing intent appeared in the depths of the red-bearded elder's eyes. Good, good, good. A purple palace has emerged from the 100 nations. This is truly an excellent development. Within the jade-like palace, the eyes of 3 purple palace masters and dozens of nascent souls also flickered with killing intent. A mere region like the 100 nations managed to produce a purple palace, and now they don't know their place, declaring war on our bright palace. What a colossal joke. Black Rope, a purple palace master known for his volatile temper, exclaimed. This time, the 3 of them were presiding over the 100 nations blood war. Now, being provoked by a small nation cultivator who had barely broken through to the purple palace, how could they not be enraged? The bright palace boasted dozens of powerful purple palace cultivators and even possessed the damaged Yin God artifact, the Imperial Extreme Dragon Crown. It could be said that as long as the Yin God didn't appear, no one could rival them. And now, a mere purple palace dares to challenge the bright palace. They were courting death. This blood-clad sword god is truly arrogant. His clan should be in the Chen kingdom. Should we send someone to capture them and force him to reveal himself? Suggested a nascent soul cultivator, offering a strategy. This is unwise. After all, our bright palace is the leader of the righteous path in Qian continent. How could we stoop to such actions and lose face? More importantly, the relatives of that Earth Sword Marquis are long gone, another nascent soul cultivator replied. The nascent souls present fell silent. They had already torn the veil off and initiated the 100 nations blood war. Who cares about face? A mere purple palace isn't worth making a fuss over. If he dares to come, he won't return alive, said Qian Yuan, a mid-stage purple palace master, who held considerable status in the bright palace. Moreover, his disciple was extremely talented, ranking among the top prodigies of the eastern lands, with a high likelihood of entering the purple palace realm. This time, he was overseeing the 100 nations blood war to enhance his reputation. In the future, if the bright palace added another palace lord, his name would surely be on the list. Once he spoke, the others did not continue the discussion. The blood-clad sword god was a significant threat to these nascent souls. For the ordinary purple palace masters, he needed to be taken seriously. But for someone like Qian Yuan, he wasn't worth mentioning. I have a guest to meet. Everyone, attend to your duties. Qian Yuan waved his hand, and the purple palaces and nascent souls present left the hall. Outside the grand hall, an elderly man in a purple robe looked worried, his eyes filled with concern. The old man, named Shu Yeli, was the supreme elder of the Qian sect and the only purple palace master in the sect. To outsiders, a purple palace master might seem high and mighty, overlooking the world. But Shu Yeli felt particularly oppressed. Because of the bright palace. Senior Shu, Elder Qian Yuan is waiting for you in the hall. A nascent soul cultivator came out from the hall at that moment. Shu Yeli's expression changed, but he quickly forced a smile. I will meet Brother Qian Yuan right away, Shu Yeli said as he walked towards the palace. In a few breaths, Shu Yeli entered the hall. Looking at the imposing man seated above, he spoke with a hint of respect. May I ask why Brother Qian Yuan has summoned me? Qian Yuan, seated on a white jade chair, looked handsome, his eyes as deep as the stars. It's been some time since we last met, and I thought we should catch up. When Qian Yuan said, catch up, it was merely a decree that forced Shu Yeli out of his secluded cultivation and to travel thousands of miles to the bright palace. Is this what you call catching up? Shu Yeli felt discontent but dared not show it. It has indeed been some time. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qian Yuan got to the point. Do you know that the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle has been moved up? I've heard a little about it, Shu Yeli replied, a sense of foreboding growing inside him. The Qian sect was small, with only one purple palace. However, the sect's holy son, Shu Yeli's disciple Shu Tongchen, was ranked in the top 30 of the Eastern Lands Prodigy list. Shu Tongchen had exceptional talent. When he formed his golden core, he awakened the true solar fire. When he summoned his golden core, the true solar fire burned everything in its path, and no one could withstand it. Even the divine abilities of nascent souls couldn't resist the true solar fire. There was a saying that had spread throughout Qian continent. The Qian sect was holding Shu Tongchen back. If Shu Tongchen had been born in the Bright Palace, he would have been ranked in the top 10 of the Eastern Lands Prodigy list, not just the top 30. Once, a Bright Palace Lord personally visited the Qian sect, intending to take Shu Tongchen as a disciple. But Shu Tongchen, out of gratitude for his master, refused the offer. As a result, the Qian sect and the Bright Palace became enemies. Shu Tongchen's talent is truly enviable, Qian Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Xu Yeli's heart tightened, and he quickly said, Huang Tu is ranked 27th, while Tongchen is ranked 29th, still slightly behind your disciple. He feared that Qian Yuan was once again setting his sights on his disciple. Huang Tu was Qian Yuan's disciple and the highest-ranked prodigy from Qian continent on the Eastern Lands prodigy list. He's only ranked 27th, which doesn't compare to your disciple's terrifying talent, Qian Yuan said, his voice lowering. You should know that the advancement of the Eastern Lands prodigy list this time offers a great opportunity for those in the top 20. Xu Yeli's sense of foreboding grew stronger. Qian Yuan continued, the Qian sect and the Bright Palace both hail from Qian continent, and we should support each other. This time, we must ensure that the Bright Palace has a representative in the top 20. I must trouble you to tell your disciple, Shu Tongchen, to remember our shared roots in Qian continent and to support Huang Tu during the Eastern Lands prodigy battle. At this moment, Qian Yuan's true intentions were revealed. Xu Yeli's expression darkened. Support, that was just a polite term. Qian Yuan's meaning was clear. When the Eastern Lands prodigy battle began, his disciple shouldn't compete for a spot but should instead assist Huang Tu in making it into the top 20. Not assist, that would be considered a betrayal of their shared roots. Brother Xu, I know this is a bit unreasonable. But I, Qian Yuan, am not an unreasonable man. After we complete the 100 Nations Blood War, I will grant the 100 Nations region to your Qian sect. What do you think? Don't look down on the 100 Nations region, it's vast, and there might be a hidden abode left by some ancient master. Recently, the blood-clad sword god, who has reached the Purple Palace realm, emerged from the 100 Nations. The 100 Nations region is not so bad, Qian Yuan said, casually offering the 100 Nations region to Xu Yeli as a reward. Xu Yeli's face turned solemn, and he finally nodded in resignation, I will do as you say. Qian Yuan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Young people can sometimes be hot-headed and act on impulse. I hope you can advise your disciple well. Very well, Xu Yeli suppressed his inner fury, bid farewell to Qian Yuan, and left. Meanwhile, on Seven-Colored Peak, Zhang Lingsu finally sneaked out of her wooden cabin and knocked on the door of Qi Yuan's brick house. She looked guilty, as if she were sneaking around for an affair. Junior sister, why have you come to see me? Qi Yuan was busy perfecting his plan to destroy the Bright Palace. The blood-clad sword god had already made an appearance. It was time for the Mad Taoist, the Seven Desires Demon Lord, and his other personas to take action. Qi Yuan was playing the roles of several people, all while planning his strategy. Senior brother, is the blood-clad sword god one of your aliases? Zhang Lingsu whispered, lowering her voice. From what Sister Yaya had told her, she already knew that the blood-clad sword god had used his original divine power to slaughter a nascent soul cultivator from the Bright Palace. She had also seen the post made by the blood-clad sword god. The writing style and aura were identical to her senior brother's. Last time, her senior brother had even borrowed one of her aliases. No, Qi Yuan shook his head. This alias couldn't be exposed. I'm just a small golden core cultivator, how could I be a Purple Palace master? Qi Yuan replied. Zhang Lingsu looked at Qi Yuan with a strange expression. The thought that had crossed her mind had scared her. How could senior brother possibly be a Purple Palace master? Even if senior brother was the reincarnation of a yin god, he couldn't have returned to the Purple Palace so quickly. Seeing the skeptical look on Zhang Lingsu's face, Qi Yuan smiled and said, your wooden cabin is small and dilapidated, and it only has one room. Coincidentally, my brick house is finished, and I even have a few extra rooms. Your sister doesn't have a place to stay at night, so why not move into my brick house? Although it's small and lacks decorations, I have a few benches. If she needs to sleep, we can just tie a few ropes together. After becoming a golden core, Qi Yuan found that his thoughts had become more agile. On the surface, he seemed to be offering help. In reality, he was showing off his brick house to his junior sister. No, thank you, Zhang Lingsu's suspicions were completely dispelled. According to Sister Yaya, the high-ranking senior was a true demonic cultivator, who had slaughtered hundreds of thousands. How could her senior brother possibly be the blood-clad sword god? Could it be that the Mad Taoist was really one of her senior brother's aliases? It's a shame about my newly built house, Qi Yuan sighed. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked, is Zhang Ya really your sister? Of course, Zhang Lingsu was puzzled by her senior brother's question. Then why are you so different? One of you is skinny, while the other is so, well-rounded. She looks malnourished, and you seem to have an excess of nutrition. Qi Yuan voiced his confusion, glancing at the fullness hidden beneath Zhang Lingsu's loose robe. Quote, exclamation mark, quote. Zhang Lingsu glared at Qi Yuan, struggling to comprehend his thoughts. Are you calling me fat? Qi Yuan looked at the girl in front of him and seriously replied, no. His junior sister's figure was just perfect. Where there should be flesh, there was, where there shouldn't be, there wasn't. If it weren't for her loose robe, she could certainly attract a crowd in a hula hoop competition. Is your sister very poor? Zhang Lingsu glared at Qi Yuan again. Poor? She's much richer than me. Her master is none other than Wushan Elder, the master of the Ascending Heaven Pavilion. Does she have a lot of spirit stones? Spirit stones, what are those? Zhang Lingsu boasted, the Ascending Heaven Pavilion collects all the world's techniques. In the Eastern Land's 13 continents, any technique worth mentioning has been collected by the Ascending Heaven Pavilion. Even our Divine Light Sect's 7-colored fire refinement art has been collected by the Ascending Heaven Pavilion. You should know about the Ling Tian Pavilion. It's closely related to the Ascending Heaven Pavilion and has been helping them gather techniques from across the world. Qi Yuan's breathing quickened upon hearing this, his eyes shining with excitement. That rich? Yes, Zhang Lingsu replied, finding this familiar demeanor of her senior brother comforting. If I were to marry into her family, would they let me read those techniques? Senior brother, what are you thinking? Zhang Lingsu turned away. If you need techniques, you can ask me, I have some. Qi Yuan, hearing this, calmed down. He already had a brick house, and although he still lacked a car, it wasn't worth marrying into someone's family, right? Thank you, junior sister. But receiving help without giving anything in return doesn't sit well with me. Here are some techniques, take them and study them. Zhang Lingsu waved her hand, and a few jade slips landed in Qi Yuan's hand. I just got these from Sister Yaya, so keep it quiet. After saying this, Zhang Lingsu returned to her wooden cabin without looking back. Holding the jade slips, Qi Yuan felt deeply moved. He returned to his room and logged into one of his aliases. Recalling his junior sister's questions today, Qi Yuan sighed with relief. The blood-clad sword god alias suits my cold demeanor too well, and my junior sister almost suspected me. The mad Taoist, however, is a better fit since she won't connect it to me. He looked up at the two suns in the sky. Now, it's time for the mad Taoist and the 7 Desires Demon Lord to take the stage. In the 100 nations, there were still many bright palace strongholds. He needed to eliminate them one by one. Even if it's just a past infatuation, I'll send them to reunite with their ancestors. Outside Yunji Mountain, Fengnu True Monarch and Qianghong True Monarch arrived together. They looked at the formation within the mountain, and Fengnu True Monarch's eyes blazed with anger. This 6-string True Monarch is really enjoying himself, closing himself off to cultivate here. I bet he's not cultivating but rather frolicking with some female cultivators from the Great Sheng Kingdom. He was displeased. His disciple, the Broken Wolf, had possibly died at the hands of the Divine Light Sect. Yet the 6-string True Monarch wasn't suppressing the Divine Light Sect but was instead secluded in cultivation here. Naturally, Fengnu True Monarch was not happy. Perhaps 6-string True Monarch has reached a critical stage in his cultivation. Qianghong True Monarch tried to mediate. Suppressing his anger, Fengnu True Monarch shouted at the formation in front of him, 6-string True Monarch, come out and meet me. He was in the late nascent soul stage, and his father was a powerful Purple Palace master, giving him the right to be arrogant. But after shouting, the place remained eerily silent, with no response. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Could something have happened? However, at that moment, a burst of mad laughter echoed from the sky. The world laughs at me for being too crazy, but I laugh at the world for seeing too clearly. A middle-aged man with a crazed expression, wearing a tattered robe, appeared before Fengnu True Monarch and Qianghong True Monarch. Who are you? Fengnu True Monarch warily eyed the man in front of him. The man held a kitchen knife in his hand and looked at Fengnu True Monarch. I am, the Mad Taoist. The Mad Taoist. Fengnu True Monarch was stunned, and a sense of foreboding crept over him. The Divine Flower Gathering, the Mad Taoist. Why are you here? Qianghong True Monarch asked, baffled. But at that moment, the Mad Taoist, holding his kitchen knife, grinned mischievously. Why am I here? Shouldn't you be asking yourselves that? Instead of staying in your stronghold, you're wandering around, wasting my time. As he spoke, he charged at Fengnu True Monarch and Qianghong True Monarch like a madman wielding a kitchen knife. The two late-stage nascent souls had no intention of fighting back. The situation was too strange. They wanted to leave and rethink their strategy. But the mad Taoist's voice followed them. You can leave, but your bodies must stay. As his words fell, the kitchen knife slashed through the air, striking Fengnu True Monarch and Qianghong True Monarch. The two nascent souls used their divine abilities to protect themselves. But the kitchen knife seemed indestructible, cutting through their defenses effortlessly. You'll die for opposing the Bright Palace. Fengnu True Monarch roared. His body couldn't hold out any longer and was cut in half by the knife, his soul annihilated. Qianghong True Monarch met the same fate. In front of Qi Yuan, the late-stage nascent souls were as fragile as chicks. He didn't even need to use his original divine power. After slaughtering the two nascent souls, Qi Yuan waved his hand, collecting their storage bags. This Fengnu at least barely counts as a past infatuation, but this Qianghong True Monarch is too core, isn't he? And yet, he dares to come to the Great Shang. If only there was the internet here, I'd hang him out to dry online for sure, Qi Yuan muttered as his figure disappeared. His other aliases also needed to start acting. In the Wei Kingdom's imperial court, the harem had already become a garden for the Bright Palace. Several nascent soul cultivators spent the night in the emperor's bed, indulging in their pleasures. Suddenly, a wretched voice echoed in the sky. Where's my chicken? Where did my chicken go? Above the palace, a man in black robes, with disheveled hair, appeared, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Who are you? One of the nascent soul cultivators in the harem flew up. This is a Bright Palace stronghold, there's no chicken here. Chicken, so it was you who stole my chicken. The disheveled man's eyes filled with rage, his voice trembling. You bastards, that was my kin, and you stole it and ate it. Are you the Seven Desires Demon Lord? The nascent soul cultivator instantly understood that the man before him was likely the Seven Desires Demon Lord of the Divine Flower Gathering. You heartless wretches, even eating a cute chicken will get you struck by lightning. The disheveled man pointed at the nascent soul cultivator, as if accusing him. The nascent soul cultivator smirked, mad and seeking death. He didn't sense a strong aura from the man in front of him. At that moment, outside the palace, some of the Wei Kingdom's nascent souls looked at the figure in the sky, their eyes filled with helplessness. I hope this fellow Taoist can stay safe. Qi Yuan's eyes blazed with anger. Do too much evil, and you'll be struck by lightning. Since birth, I've been a do-gooder, never even killing a chicken or stepping on an ant. You, on the other hand, will be struck by divine retribution. Divine retribution? There hasn't been divine retribution in this world for ages. Where did this lunatic come from? The nascent soul cultivator, filled with fury, charged at Qi Yuan. But just then, Qi Yuan's hand suddenly formed a golden dumpling. As soon as the dumpling appeared, an overwhelming aura spread out. Qi Yuan threw the dumpling, and it landed in front of the nascent soul cultivator. The nascent soul cultivator barely had time to sense the rich metallic essence before a bolt of divine lightning tore through the sky, striking him down. He tried to resist, but it was futile. No, he screamed in confusion, unable to comprehend. Why did divine lightning suddenly appear? Why did it kill him? He didn't know that this was a secret technique Qi Yuan had once created. By condensing the essence of gold, he formed a sword. Wherever the sword was thrown, divine lightning would follow. Here come the dumplings. Chicken-filled dumplings. Qi Yuan stood like a lord of the skies. Countless dumplings rained down like hailstones. Over the entire Wei Kingdom's imperial palace, dark clouds gathered, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. Every cultivator in the imperial capital looked up at the sky in fear and awe. Countless bolts of divine lightning descended upon the Wei Kingdom's palace. Every nascent soul cultivator from the Bright Palace was helplessly stuffed with a dumpling and then struck by divine lightning. It was as if the nine heavens God had transformed into divine lightning, bringing down terrifying judgment, all triggered by dumplings. The supreme divine lightning descended into the harem, annihilating all the nascent soul cultivators of the Bright Palace. Qi Yuan recorded the scene using a memory stone. Unfortunately, the Divine Flower Gatherings forum doesn't allow images or videos. If the scene of the Bright Palace being struck by divine retribution were leaked, I could stand on the highest moral ground. If even divine lightning can't help but strike you, is the Bright Palace still any good? Though he couldn't post the video, Qi Yuan decided to record it anyway. Perhaps someday, it might come in handy. After finishing the recording, Qi Yuan prepared to leave the Wei Kingdom. After all, he still had many places to visit. There were many aliases he hadn't yet revealed. Although in some places he simply threw a blood-colored sword to serve as an alias, it still wasn't enough. He needed to create chaos everywhere to make it seem like there were many people involved, right? As he held the memory stone and stood amidst the divine lightning, ready to leave, he noticed many cultivators in the grand palace below, looking up at him with solemn respect. There were elders, strong young men, and even children. Thank you, Senior, for saving the Wei Kingdom. We will never forget the kindness of the Senior. During the 100 Nations Blood War, some countries wished to negotiate peace, while others resisted. However, in the face of the powerful Bright Palace, they had no ability to resist and could only become pawns. The more they resisted the Bright Palace, the more they would fall into the demonic camp and be completely consumed. Sensing the goodwill of many cultivators, Qi Yuan said aloud, "For those of us cultivators, those who commit many injustices will surely face divine retribution. From now on, do more good deeds." After spreading a bit of positive energy, Qi Yuan's figure disappeared. He left behind a group of excited yet bewildered cultivators. Bloodless City. The blood crystal mine stretched for dozens of miles, painting the landscape in a deep crimson hue. At that moment, Qi Yuan's gaze softened as he looked at the figure ahead. Xiao Jia was busy in the blood crystal mine, picking up countless blood crystals and stashing them away somewhere unknown. Qi Yuan smiled like an aunt watching her beloved niece. Feeding Xiao Jia always brought him joy. After about an hour, Xiao Jia emerged from the blood crystal mine and flew to Qi Yuan's side. She clung tightly to Qi Yuan's sleeve, and a small wooden plaque, showing her happiness, slipped from her cuff. "Feel free to eat. This mine is now my personal property," Qi Yuan said generously. The blood crystal mine of Bloodless City had already been secured by Withered Wood True Monarch on his behalf. Every day, numerous blood crystals were sent to Seven-Colored Peak. This time, Qi Yuan had sought the sect master's permission to come to Bloodless City and collect blood crystals. In reality, he wasn't spending most of his time in the mine. Instead, he was out causing havoc under various aliases, wreaking havoc everywhere. Of course, others believed he was in the mine. "Come, Xiao Jia, let's go home," Qi Yuan said, holding Xiao Jia's hand as they left the blood crystal mine. Outside the blood crystal mine, Lu Guan looked anxious, while his granddaughter Duan Qinru stood beside him, her mind filled with thoughts. Recently, Lu Guan had participated in the siege against the old black chicken demon, teaming up with a mysterious prodigy. In the end, his soul was injured, and he fell unconscious, only to be sent home by the mysterious prodigy. He had been curious about the prodigy's identity ever since. After all, that prodigy had slain a late-stage golden core cultivator while still in the foundation establishment stage. Grandfather, is he really that person? And if he isn't, Duan Qinru also recalled the young man her mother had encountered on the flying boat. Later, when she rode the cloud rabbit carriage, she encountered that young man again. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, but now it seemed likely that he was the one who destroyed the Black Mountain sect. Lu Guan looked resigned. "Let's hope he is." Duan Qinru's expression was complicated. This blood crystal mine was under her control. Previously, a true disciple of the Demon Desire sect had tried to exert pressure, demanding that the Duan family send a portion of their blood crystals to the Demon Desire sect regularly. Duan Qinru had no choice but to comply. But later, the Divine Light sect took over all the blood crystal mines in Bloodless City. Their blood crystals had to be given to the Divine Light sect. As for the true disciple of the Demon Desire sect, they had to stop. But recently, that disciple had come looking for her again. Duan Qinru had explained everything clearly, but the disciple didn't care, giving her a deadline to comply. They even threatened that if she didn't hand over the crystals, they would take them by force. Duan Qinru had reported the matter to the Divine Light sect, but unfortunately, the sect was far away, and the person handling the situation hadn't arrived yet. Now, they were pinning their hopes on Qi Yuan. The gate of the blood crystal mine opened, and Qi Yuan emerged, wearing a white robe that made him look exceptionally handsome. Xiao Jia, dressed in a bright red outfit, obediently followed behind him. To be honest, the scene was a bit unsettling for Duan Qinru. But she steeled herself and said, "Greetings, young Master Qi Yuan." Qi Yuan glanced at the two of them. "Why are you waiting for me? What's the matter?" "Young Master, it's about Ji Rushui of the Demon Desire sect." Duan Qinru explained the situation truthfully while observing Qi Yuan's reaction. After all, high-ranking disciples of sects like these were often arrogant. Instead of helping, they might even blame her for causing trouble. After hearing this, Qi Yuan looked at Duan Qinru. Is what you say true? Absolutely true. I wouldn't dare deceive you, young master. At this point, Duan Qinru was as humble as could be, a stark contrast to her previously proud demeanor towards Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan scanned her, and hidden information appeared, confirming she wasn't lying. He coldly said, I never expected someone to have the audacity to steal Xiaojia's snacks. They must have a death wish. Ever since Qi Yuan regarded the Bright Palace as his enemy, he rarely encountered low-level opponents. Now, a small fry was trying to steal Xiaojia's snacks, so of course, he would deal with it personally. Occasionally dealing with small fries was a nice change of pace. After all, constantly fighting nascent souls in purple palaces could become monotonous. Even old Biden became weary after too many battles. It's still better to mingle with the younger crowd to feel young again. Otherwise, why did the rich old men in his past life always fancy schoolgirls? Let's go. Let's see just how bold this Ji Rushui from the Demon Desire sect really is. Hearing this, Duan Qinru felt relieved and even a little pleased. As long as Qi Yuan was willing to take action, the problem could be solved. In Bloodless City, there was a remote yet grand manor. Ji Rushui, with snow-white hair, was even more captivating than her sister, Ji Baksu. At the moment, she was twirling a lock of her white hair between her fingers, smiling. I never expected to come here and encounter someone personally targeted by Fengnu True Monarch. The Demon Desire sect was divided into two factions, one with the surname Ji and the other with the surname Shen. The Shen faction was low-key, almost invisible. Nowadays, the Ji faction held power in the Demon Desire sect. Recently, the Demon Desire sect had colluded with the Bright Palace. Her sister, Ji Baksu, had even been sent to accompany Six-String True Monarch, that old man. At this moment, two nascent soul cultivators beside Ji Rushui were smiling. Ji Mingqiu grinned widely. Qi Yuan is truly audacious, daring to venture out alone. This time, we'll definitely capture him and present him to Withered Wood True Monarch. Unfortunately, Kong Fulu has become overly cautious and refuses to leave the sect. We can only capture this Qi Yuan. Sigh, his value is still too low. Even if we offer him to Fengnu True Monarch and get his approval to relocate the Demon Desire sect away from the 100 nations, he won't think much of us. True Monarch Ji Chu said, a hint of regret in his eyes. Better to have something to capture than nothing at all. Don't be so picky, Ji Mingqiu responded. The spies we sent out have already reported back. He's on his way here, saving us the trouble of going to him, Ji Rushui said smugly. The three in the room were confident of their victory. After all, with two nascent souls and one foundation establishment, how could Qi Yuan stand a chance? Even if Kong Fulu himself were here, it wouldn't make a difference. This kind of power was more than enough to deal with Qi Yuan. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense passed. Outside the manor, Qi Yuan, Xiao Jia, Lu Guan, and Duan Qinru arrived. Duan Qinru was about to knock on the door. Qi Yuan stopped her with a glance, took a step forward, and lazily said, those inside, come out. You've been surrounded by me. Duan Qinru and Lu Guan exchanged bewildered looks but said nothing. At that moment, a soft laugh came from the courtyard, and a woman with snow-white hair opened the door. Her eyes were filled with a relaxed smile. Senior brother Qi Yuan, have you come to discuss something important? Seeing Ji Rushui's relaxed demeanor, Duan Qinru's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of foreboding. Lu Guan frowned as well. Although Ji Rushui was Ji Baksu's younger sister, she was an illegitimate child with poor talent. In the Demon Desire sect, she was just an ordinary true disciple, nowhere near Qi Yuan's status as the top disciple of a peak. So where did she get such confidence? Qi Yuan seemed unaware of these details and bluntly said, I'm here to tell you that for stealing Xiaojia's snacks, you'll be going to hell to join your Ji ancestors. Qi Yuan's casual talk of killing left Ji Rushui stunned. She knew Qi Yuan was here to cause trouble. But how had things escalated to killing so quickly? Fortunately, Ji Rushui's face turned cold. You want to kill me? Better think about how to save your own life first. As Ji Rushui spoke, two immensely powerful auras suddenly filled the courtyard. Ji Mingqiu and Ji Chu, two nascent soul cultivators, appeared abruptly, their strong auras surging, causing the spiritual energy in the air to tremble. Ji Chu smiled. Nephew, long time no see. Nascent souls. The sudden appearance of two nascent souls instantly drained the color from Duan Qinru's face. Lu Guan was even more terrified, his eyes wide with disbelief. Were they caught in a major conflict? This was the end, they were all going to die here. Facing the two nascent souls, Qi Yuan remained calm. Sigh, I just wanted to deal with some small fry, but now some bigger ones are eager to die. Ji Chu and Ji Mingqiu were taken aback. Ji Mingqiu sneered, as expected from the rumors, completely insane. As he spoke, he struck out. The powerful mana of a nascent soul cultivator surged. This was not something a golden core could compare to. Lu Guan's back turned cold, his heart filled with both anxiety and despair. Not long ago, a mysterious figure had slain a late-stage golden core with one blow. If that person was indeed Qi Yuan, he was already an exceptional prodigy. But these were two nascent souls, one even in the mid-stage, on par with the sect master of the Divine Light sect. When such a powerful being makes a move, it's bound to be with overwhelming force, leaving no survivors. But at this moment, Qi Yuan yawned. As expected, the nascent souls from a small place still can't compare to those from a big place. He could clearly feel the difference between these nascent souls and the ones from the bright palace that he had slain at Lingfeng Crossing. The difference was significant, but they were equally weak. Qi Yuan lightly tapped his finger, and a broken sword formed in the void. As Ji Mingqiu's attack approached, the broken sword lazily thrust forward. To kill you, who needs divine powers? As soon as these words fell, the broken sword sliced through Ji Mingqiu's attack like it was nothing, breaking through his protective aura and stabbing directly into his nascent soul. The nascent soul shattered instantly, even more fragile than a balloon. Ji Mingqiu's eyes widened, he hadn't even had time to react before he died. A mid-stage nascent soul, one of the strongest in the Great Shang. Just like that, dead. Ji Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not Qi Yuan. The scene before him was too terrifying, too exaggerated. Without hesitation, he used a divine power to flee. However, his escape was like a snail's pace to Qi Yuan. Die, Qi Yuan said, and it was as if his words alone made it happen. Ji Chu, a proud nascent soul, suddenly exploded, dying instantly. The two nascent souls were both dead within a single breath. Ji Rushui's face was full of terror as she backed away. Suddenly, her neck twisted, and she too died on the spot. The three enemies were all dealt with in an instant. Everything had happened so quickly, so abruptly. It was as if the ones who died weren't nascent soul true monarchs, but Foundation establishment cultivators. Behind him, Lu Guan's eyes were wide, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Wasn't Qi Yuan a disciple of Seven-Colored Peak? How had he suddenly killed two nascent souls? Even the sect master of the Divine Light sect couldn't do that, could he? His body trembled, unable to comprehend what he had just seen. As for Duan Qinru, she was lying on the ground, seemingly knocked unconscious by the shockwaves of the battle. All right, the enemies are dead. Let's go. Stop pretending to be unconscious, Qi Yuan said, glancing at Duan Qinru. Her acting skills were terrible, after all. Only then did Duan Qinru get up. She looked at Qi Yuan, her eyes filled with fear. Yes, fear, senior, Duan Qinru's voice trembled. Don't call me senior. Do I look that old? Call me, young master Qi Yuan said calmly. Hearing this, Duan Qinru's gums trembled as she wondered what fate awaited her. After all, they had witnessed something terrifying, and it was very likely they'd be silenced. Qi Yuan glanced at Lu Guan. You're a decent person. Back when they were hunting the old black chicken demon, no one wanted to team up with a qi refining cultivator, except for Lu Guan. Hearing this, Lu Guan's heart filled with joy. Could it really be him? You don't need to worry. I'm not someone who kills for no reason, Qi Yuan said casually. You only need to swear on your inner demons that today's events will not be revealed in any way, and this matter will be over. For now, the Bright Palace had not been destroyed. Naturally, he had to keep his aliases hidden and not reveal his true strength. Senior, if I reveal any of today's events, may I die a terrible death. Lu Guan quickly swore. Duan Qinru followed suit and swore as well. Both felt as though they had narrowly escaped death. At the same time, their gazes towards Qi Yuan were filled with deep reverence. What had happened today felt like a dream. All right, the enemies are dead, so I'll head back to the peak. Qi Yuan said, preparing to leave with Xiao Jia. Before leaving, he glanced at Lu Guan. You're not as frail as before. If you had fainted today, I would have had to carry you away. After saying this, Qi Yuan and Xiao Jia's figures disappeared. Lu Guan and Duan Qinru were left behind, their hearts unable to calm down for a long time. Duan Qinru looked at Lu Guan. Grandfather, was it really him? Yes, absolutely. Lu Guan's eyes shone with intense light. Qi Yuan had slain a late-stage golden core while still in the foundation establishment stage, which was already astonishing. But what he witnessed today went far beyond his imagination. Could Qi Yuan actually be the reincarnation of some deity? That was the only explanation. What a tremendous stroke of luck. Lu Guan's heart was filled with awe. It took a long time for him to calm down. Qinru, don't mention moving away again. We must stand with the great Shang, come what may. Gather more blood crystals, and next time, I'll personally deliver them to the Divine Light sect. How could he not hold on to such an incredible opportunity? When Qi Yuan returned to Seven-Colored Peak, he received a summons from the sect master. Now, standing in the sect's grand hall, he looked at True Lord Kumu and slowly asked, Sect Master, what do you need from me? As he spoke, Qi Yuan glanced at Kong Fulu, who was standing beside the sect master. By now, Kong Fulu had entered the Golden Core stage. This surprised Qi Yuan. Do you remember the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle I mentioned some time ago? True Lord Kumu asked. Of course, the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle has suddenly been moved up and will begin in a month or two. This time, you and Kong Fulu will participate together, True Lord Kumu said. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was taken aback. So soon, how long does the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle usually last? Qi Yuan asked. He was in a hurry to destroy the Bright Palace and didn't have time to participate in any prodigy battles. It could be as short as half a month or as long as several years. There's no set time. Qi Yuan's face fell. Can I not go? True Lord Kumu was stunned, looking at Qi Yuan in silence, but his expression was extremely dark. Kong Fulu, however, spoke warmly. Junior brother Qi Yuan, if you're facing some trouble, feel free to tell us. We can help you solve it. I'm planning to destroy the Bright Palace, so I don't have time for the prodigy battle, Qi Yuan said casually. After all, no one believed what he said anyway, so he might as well be honest. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, the warm smile on Kong Fulu's face froze. Your trouble is quite something. You really dare to say that? True Lord Kumu looked at Qi Yuan and coldly said, the location of this Eastern Lands Prodigy battle is in Qian Continent, not far from the Bright Palace, so it won't interfere with your destruction of the Bright Palace. With the last 4 words, the sect master emphasized his tone, expressing his inner emotions. Qi Yuan's face lit up with joy. If that's the case, don't worry, sect master. While I'm destroying the Bright Palace, I'll definitely participate in the prodigy battle and get a good result. If it's on the way, it won't interfere with his plans to destroy the Bright Palace. True Lord Kumu looked at Qi Yuan with helplessness. I didn't expect the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle to be moved up either. You've only just entered the foundation establishment stage, and your cultivation hasn't advanced much. You don't need to achieve an outstanding result in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle, just do your best. Originally, the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle wasn't scheduled so soon. Given Qi Yuan's talent and the time he had to improve his cultivation, he would have been better prepared. Now, with the sudden advancement of the battle, Qi Yuan's strength hadn't improved much, making it even less likely for him to reach the top 100. True Lord Kumu could only pin his hopes on his son-in-law, Kong Fulu. Don't worry, sect master. The treasure you gave me last time was incredibly useful. This time, I'm determined to bring back the treasure from your family. Qi Yuan said confidently. True Lord Kumu gave a helpless smile. This time, as you head to the Eastern Lands, don't reveal your identities. It seems there's a nascent soul steward in the Bright Palace who's hostile towards you. Qi Yuan nodded. The sect master was talking about Fengnu True Lord, right? He's already dead. The news should spread in a few days. After leaving the sect hall, Kong Fulu and Qi Yuan walked side by side. Junior brother, you've never been far from home all these years, have you? This time, we're suddenly leaving the Great Shang and heading to Qian Continent. Who knows what lies ahead, and when we'll be able to return, Kong Fulu sighed, his expression pensive. With the 100 Nations blood war looming, the Great Shang was in turmoil. The sect master had sent the 2 of them to participate in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle, perhaps with the intention of helping them escape the vortex of chaos. By excelling in the Prodigy battle, they might catch the attention of a major sect and be taken in, freeing themselves from the confines of the 100 nations and Qian continent. The bright palace will be destroyed, and we'll be back as soon as the prodigy battle ends. It won't take long, Qi Yuan said casually, looking relaxed. Seeing Qi Yuan so calm, Kong Fulu couldn't help but sigh. Ah, it's better to be naive and carefree. Unlike himself, who, even after forming a top-grade golden core, remained constantly worried. Junior brother, just do your best in the prodigy battle, Kong Fulu said, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Don't be discouraged by my top-grade golden core. It might be unprecedented in the Great Shang, but it still falls short compared to the prodigies of the Eastern lands. Though Kong Fulu was being modest, he was actually showing off. The top 100 on the Eastern lands prodigy list have those who've formed profound, earth, and even heavenly-grade golden cores. It's unimaginable. Hearing this, Qi Yuan looked at Kong Fulu with a comforting expression. Senior brother Kong, don't lose heart. Sure, a top-grade golden core might be a bit weak, but, in our Divine Light sect, it's still in the top 10, right? Kong Fulu. He didn't want to talk. He had come to show off, not to seek comfort. He really wanted to tell Qi Yuan, do you have any idea how valuable a top-grade golden core is in a small place like the 100 Nations? Just then, Kong Fulu's eyes lit up. Ahead of them, the chief disciple of 10,000 Laws Peak, Shu Yi, was passing by. Kong Fulu ignored Qi Yuan and immediately flew over. Junior sister, I recently acquired a treasure. Want to see it? What treasure? My, top-grade golden core. A golden core? Senior brother, you've reached the golden core stage. Qi Yuan watched the scene from a distance and sighed. Thankfully, I aspire to reach the stars and the sea, starting from humble beginnings. A top-grade golden core. As if that could blind my eyes. Qi Yuan glanced at his own golden core. He sighed inwardly, wondering when his golden core could devour more planets, larger stars, or neutron stars. If that happened, the myriad stars in the sky, apart from those illuminated by the gods, would all be part of his golden core. Such a sight would be truly awe-inspiring, wouldn't it? He looked at the small sun in the sky and muttered, it's a pity my golden core is too far away. Otherwise, if I could show it off like senior brother Kong, I'd surely receive a lot of praise. Of course, it might not be just praise. If he displayed his golden core, those who saw it might all die. In the bright palace, Qian Yuan's face was particularly grim. Nearly 100 nascent souls were killed in the 100 nations. What a bunch of useless trash. In the past few days, nearly 100 nascent souls dispatched to the 100 nations were attacked and killed within 2 days. The loss of nearly 100 nascent souls was a significant blow to the bright palace. Mad Taoist, 7 Desires Demon Lord, Blood-clad Sword God, the people of the Divine Flower Gathering are ruthless. Black Rope, enveloped in spiritual energy, was like a powder keg ready to explode. The nascent souls present watched him, fearing he might lose his temper. When did our bright palace provoke so many, terrifying, enemies? Qian Yuan was furious. In the Divine Flower Gathering, several individuals from the 100 nations suddenly targeted them. They all appeared at once, and each was a prodigy. It was unbelievable. Do you think they could all be the same person, playing multiple roles to attack us? The red-bearded elder suggested. That's unlikely, Elder Black Rope's voice was gruff. The mad Taoist has a strange treasure resembling a kitchen knife, which he uses to kill nascent souls like slaughtering chickens. The 7 Desires Demon Lord practices some forbidden technique that can summon divine lightning to strike enemies. And the blood-clad sword god, needless to say, wields original divine powers as a Purple Palace master. Each of these individuals is extraordinary. They shouldn't be the same person. Everyone present agreed with Elder Black Rope's words. The ones who slaughtered the Bright Palace's nascent souls were as many as 10. Each had distinctive traits and exceptional abilities, with their own unique paths of cultivation. Such distinctiveness made each of them stand out as a prodigy in their own right. How could they all be the same person? How could a tiny place like the 100 Nations produce so many middle-aged prodigies? It's evident they're all from the Divine Flower Gathering, Qian Yuan concluded. The term, middle-aged prodigies, typically referred to those who were on the prodigy lists of the previous generation. The individuals who attacked the Bright Palace's nascent souls all had the strength of middle-aged prodigies. This was terrifying. It was clear they were all members of the Divine Flower Gathering. The Divine Flower Gathering. The mention of this organization made the stewards present exchange uneasy glances. It was a loose yet powerful organization. Its headquarters weren't even in the eastern lands. If the divine flower gathering decided to target them, it would be troublesome. Seeing the stewards' fear, Qian Yuan reassured them, "Don't worry, everyone. The divine flower gathering can't interfere with our affairs in the eastern lands. The Grand Palace Master has already gone to the Imperial Sacred Continent to meet with the Eastern Lands leader of the Divine Flower Gathering to seek an explanation." Hearing this, the stewards breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Yuan continued, "The Mad Taoist, 7 Desires Demon Lord, and others are already on the Bright Palace's wanted list. If they dare to step into Qian Continent, they will meet certain death. As for the blood-clad sword god, the 3 of us have already sent a challenge letter to the Divine Flower Gathering. If he dares to come, he will die. Until the blood-clad sword god is dealt with, there's no need to send any more stewards to the 100 nations." Understood. The stewards present were relieved. They were genuinely afraid of being sent to the 100 nations now. That would be suicide, When Qi Yuan logged into the Divine Flower Gathering's 4 Emperors chat group, he saw many messages of praise. "Origin Heavenly Lord, you're truly formidable, killing nearly 100 nascent souls just like that. A night raid across thousands of miles, truly impressive. This is how we should act." Seeing these compliments, Qi Yuan felt a little flattered but also somewhat embarrassed. Compared to the big shots in this group, who can speak things into reality, I'm still weak. Remembering what the Ice Empress had said about the heaven-grade foundation establishment that could make gods fall with a word, Qi Yuan felt quite ordinary by comparison. "You're too modest," Rogue Immortal Lord, who had now become Qi Yuan's top fan, responded. "Origin Heavenly Lord is already slaughtering left and right, killing nascent souls like they're nothing, while I still have to go participate in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle. Comparing myself to you, the gap is just too big. You're also participating in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle." Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. "What, Origin Heavenly Lord, do you have a junior participating too?" Rogue Immortal Lord asked. "I'm still young, haven't even gotten mar." Qi Yuan was about to say he wasn't even married yet. But then he remembered, wasn't Xiaojia his wife? "I don't even have a child." That's what he said. "I'm participating in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle. Rogue Immortal Lord, let's meet up when we get there. I haven't met any of the big shots in the group yet." Qi Yuan was excited. This left Rogue Immortal Lord a bit confused. "Origin Heavenly Lord, aren't you slaughtering nascent souls like they're nothing and wielding original divine powers? Why are you participating in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle? I'm just a little golden core cultivator. Isn't it reasonable for me to participate in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle?" Qi Yuan asked. "Well, it's reasonable, but what about the blood-clad sword god? Aren't you a Purple Palace Master? I'm a golden core, but you have original divine powers and kill nascent souls like they're nothing. Who says a golden core cultivator can't have original divine powers? Who says a golden core can't kill nascent souls? Number 1 says that. HMPH, I haven't even summoned my golden core yet. If I did, it would scare the Yin gods," Qi Yuan boasted. Rogue Immortal Lord was at a loss for words. Is it my mind that's messed up, or is it Origin Heavenly Lord's? But Origin Heavenly Lord is clearly a Purple Palace Master, and their minds can't be messed up. So, is it my mind that's messed up? Rogue Immortal Lord felt he needed to find a healer to soothe his fragile soul. "It's a pity I'm not in the Eastern Lands right now. Otherwise, I'd definitely go to see the meeting between Origin Heavenly Lord and Rogue Immortal Lord," Great Sun Flame Emperor said regretfully, clearly disappointed. "It's fine, the world is big, but we'll meet someday. After all, we all live in the same era. As long as we don't die, there'll be a chance to meet," Qi Yuan said. "Why does it sound so heavy when you say it's just a meeting?" Ice Empress chimed in. "Just a bit of melancholy." After exiting the Divine Flower Gathering's communication jade slip, Qi Yuan's consciousness entered the gaming jade slip once again. After a while, he looked disappointed. Still no new games. Since leaving the Flowing Wind realm, Qi Yuan had tried to enter the gaming jade slip to access a new game. Unfortunately, the jade slip remained empty, as if a new game hadn't been created yet. He scanned the jade slip with his divine sense but couldn't find any new games. Is the jade slip too large for my divine sense to fully explore, making it hard to find the new game? Or does it require a trigger? With no new games to play and no way to return to my golden core for now, at least I have the Bright Palace as a plaything. Otherwise, life would be too boring. Qi Yuan sighed. 3 days later. On a massive spirit boat, there were 4 people. They were Qi Yuan, Kong Fulu, Zhang Ya, and the elderly nascent soul woman. Zhang Ya was also participating in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle. Since they were heading the same way, Qi Yuan and Kong Fulu hitched a ride on Zhang Ya's spirit boat. It must be said that Zhang Ya's spirit boat flew much faster than an ordinary one. What would normally take half a month to reach Qian continent now only took 5 or 6 days. At that moment, on the large spirit boat, Qi Yuan looked down at the vast desert below, a curious expression on his face. The combination of desert and sea is really strange. Below the spirit boat, an endless desert stretched out, but occasionally there were glimpses of the sea. The strange sight of desert and sea merging was intriguing. Zhang Ya, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, opened them and slowly explained, this bizarre landscape was caused by a battle between yin gods. Whenever a force exceeds the Purple Palace level, the power unleashed in battle is so great that it enters the Void Realm. The Void Realm is a space of emptiness, where nothing exists and no mortals are harmed. But, every now and then, some remnants from the Void Realm fall into the world, creating these strange landscapes. What if a yin god fights a Purple Palace master? Would they also enter the Void Realm? Qi Yuan asked. A yin god wouldn't need to use their full power to deal with a Purple Palace master, Zhang Ya replied, her eyes filled with ambition. That realm was what her master pursued for a lifetime. Anyone who stepped into the yin god realm was no longer bound by the world's limitations. But what if the yin god wanted to unleash power beyond the Purple Palace level? Qi Yuan asked. Then that entire region would be passively drawn into the Void Realm, Zhang Ya patiently explained. Though it was a bit early for a golden core cultivator to be asking such questions. Passively, Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed. Is it being dragged in by the heavenly Tao? In that case, yin gods don't seem that strong either. Zhang Ya glanced at Qi Yuan, a bit surprised. Yin gods vary in strength, just as the heavenly Tao does. A powerful yin god might be able to break free from such constraints. Hearing this, Qi Yuan began to understand. Sigh, if only I had known when I formed my heaven-grade foundation establishment, I should have used the heavenly Tao of the Kanglan realm instead of the one from the Wangyu continent. What a mistake. The heavenly Tao of the Wangyu continent clearly seemed weaker than that of the Kanglan realm. Zhang Ya glanced at Qi Yuan but said nothing. She had already learned from Zhang Lingsu that Qi Yuan was a cultivator on the path of madness, and his mind seemed somewhat troubled. The spirit boat flew swiftly, and Zhang Ya didn't speak to Qi Yuan again. She was entirely focused on a jade slip. Frowning, she was deep in thought. The master of the Ascending Heaven Pavilion, Wushan Elder, who was also her mentor, had given each of his direct disciples a challenge. Zhang Ya's challenge was a heaven-grade technique called the Heartless Sutra. Her master had mentioned that this technique contained several flaws. If she could identify these flaws and then successfully revise the technique, she would qualify to enter the Ascending Heaven Tower and join her master in accomplishing a significant task. Currently, out of Wushan Elder's 5 direct disciples, only one had passed the test and entered the Ascending Heaven Tower. Zhang Ya had been studying the Heartless Sutra daily, but her progress was minimal. So far, she had only discovered 3 flaws. As for revising the technique, that was still out of reach. After all, this was a heaven-grade technique, and it was specially given by Wushan Elder, not just an ordinary heaven-grade technique. Qi Yuan noticed Zhang Ya's troubled expression and couldn't help but ask, Senior Sister Zhang, are you facing a difficult problem? Why not share it? According to what his junior sister had told him, Zhang Ya was the direct disciple of the Ascending Heaven Pavilion master. The Ascending Heaven Pavilion collected countless techniques. And Qi Yuan was most in need of techniques. With Zhang Ya carrying such wealth, it was hard not to be interested. So Qi Yuan decided to be a helpful sycophant. Even though a sycophant usually doesn't have a house, as long as he doesn't flatter just one person but flatters all the rich women, he becomes a sea lion. Naturally, Qi Yuan was much more enthusiastic about Zhang Ya. Zhang Ya opened her eyes again, her expression gentle, but Qi Yuan still noticed a hint of rejection in her eyes. It's just a small matter, no need to trouble you, junior brother. The challenge set by her master was something that even a Purple Palace master might not be able to pass. Qi Yuan, being from the 100 Nations, probably hadn't seen many Earth-grade techniques, let alone this Heartless Sutra. His shallow foundation might not even allow him to understand the technique. As for her sister Zhang Lingsu's claim that Qi Yuan was skilled at revising techniques, the content of those revisions was dubious. Naturally, she wouldn't seek his help. Hearing this, Qi Yuan felt a bit disappointed. If only all rich women were as easy to please as his junior sister Zhongling Su. For several days, Qi Yuan was incredibly bored. He spent his time either secretly studying the techniques his junior sister Zhongling Su had given him or tirelessly criticizing the Bright Palace on the Divine Flower Gathering forum. Now, his alias as the blood-clad sword god had become a star on the forum. Whenever he posted, dozens of people would rush to praise him. This made Qi Yuan feel so proud that he even considered abandoning his main identity to become the blood-clad sword god full-time. Of course, that was just a thought. Rogue Immortal Lord, in a few days, I'll be arriving in Cloud City. When will you get there? Let's meet up, Qi Yuan asked in the group chat. I'll probably be a bit late. I'm coming with my senior brother, Rogue Immortal Lord replied in the chat. He wasn't in Qian continent, so it would take him longer to get there. Who's your senior brother? Which great figure or Immortal Lord? Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask. He's not. It seems even Rogue Immortal Lord is no match for you. Rogue Immortal Lord had praised Qi Yuan so many times that Qi Yuan felt he had to return the favor. This is called reciprocity. Otherwise, when he shows off in the group in the future, if no one praises him, it would be awkward. At that moment, in the eastern lands, Thunderwalk continent, Rogue Immortal Lord sat on a spirit boat. Looking at Origin Heavenly Lord's compliment, he felt a bit helpless. I'm just a small fry, and my senior brother is ranked in the top 300 of the Eastern Lands prodigy list. I can't compare. Top 300? That's too weak. It's nothing compared to you, Rogue Immortal Lord. With Zhang Ya, who was ranked 17th on the Eastern Lands prodigy list, by his side, Qi Yuan felt like he was ranked 17th too. He spoke boldly, looking down on anyone ranked lower than 17. Cough, cough, Rogue Immortal Lord replied awkwardly. Just then, a tall man walked over. The man wore a green robe and had slanted eyes, not particularly handsome. Junior brother, we'll arrive in Qian continent in 10 days. Remember to set aside your personal grievances. We'll go together to visit Huang Tu, the prodigy of the Bright Palace. Rogue Immortal Lord hesitated upon hearing this. Senior brother, I'm a member of the Divine Flower Gathering, and the Divine Flower Gathering is currently in conflict with the Bright Palace. I'd better not go. Right now, Origin Heavenly Lord was at war with the Bright Palace. As one of the Divine Flower Gathering's 4 emperors, he might not be able to help in battle, but he should at least maintain solidarity, right? HMPH. The man with slanted eyes snorted coldly. Junior brother, the Qian continent is the Bright Palace's stronghold. How can we not meet the prodigy there? This is a great opportunity to make connections. How can you miss it? Besides, has there really been a major conflict between the Divine Flower Gathering and the Bright Palace? That blood-clad sword god is just a purple palace master provoking the Bright Palace. He's courting death. Hearing this, Rogue Immortal Lord was quite frustrated. Senior brother, I've already arranged to meet a friend. The man with slanted eyes raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, your friend hasn't even made it onto the main Eastern Lands prodigy list. His strength is enough. Rogue Immortal Lord defended Origin Heavenly Lord. How about this, let's bring him along when we meet Huang Tu. The man with slanted eyes generously suggested. Hearing this, Rogue Immortal Lord quickly replied, no. Origin Heavenly Lord and the Bright Palace were like fire and water. If they brought him to meet Huang Tu, who knows what would happen. The man with the slanted eyes frowned and said sternly, Junior brother, you're not a child anymore. You should prioritize the sect's interests. The sect's current situation isn't great. We need to form good relations. The Bright Palace is the overlord of Qian continent and is incredibly powerful. We should befriend prodigies like Huang Tu. Who knows, they might become an asset to our sect someday. Rogue Immortal Lord felt helpless after hearing this but could only say, understood, senior brother. Yunjiang City, located in the southwestern region of Qian continent. This city was once remote and didn't belong to any major power. Within the city, the most famous places were a courtyard and a pavilion, Yunjiang Courtyard and Lingtian Pavilion. One dealt in high-end entertainment, while the other collected information from across the world. But now, Yunjiang City was far more crowded than before. The Eastern Lands prodigy battle was being held in Yunjiang City. The city had become a gathering place for all the prodigies from the Eastern Lands. More prodigies were still arriving. This once remote city had suddenly become the most prosperous place in Qian continent. Following behind Zhang Ya, Qi Yuan casually glanced around and spotted a nascent soul cultivator. In the 100 nations, nascent soul cultivators were rare. In some small cities, even foundation establishment cultivators could dominate. But in Yunjiang City, not to mention foundation establishment, even some golden core cultivators might be serving as greeters in certain elixir pavilions. If Yunjiang Courtyard is famous for anything, it's the dragon and fish golden core dance. 300 charming golden core female cultivators, dressed in sheer veils, dance gracefully in a misty pavilion. At night, they don't need lamps. They simply summon their 300 golden cores. That scene, sigh, it's a pity I won't get to see it, Kong Fulu spoke in Qi Yuan's ear, eyes gleaming as he vividly described the scene. Hearing this, Qi Yuan wasn't particularly moved. During his time in Wugui City, after his last lecture, the Supreme Lord Yonghun had specially arranged a grand feast with music and dance. At that time, 1,600 stunning female supremes, dressed in red skirts, performed a mesmerizing dance. The scene was magnificent, though slightly less impressive than a 3,000-member Suono orchestra. Later, 300 alluring female supremes performed a private dance, the content of which even Yonghun didn't know, as the dance was choreographed by the women themselves. Their movements were more seductive and bold. The only audience members were Qi Yuan and Xiao Jia, with Xiao Jia thoroughly enjoying the show. After watching, Qi Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how ancient emperors on Blue Star were so easily swayed by sycophants. Which leader, which high official, could resist such temptation? Compared to golden cores, Qi Yuan found watching Supremes dance far more interesting. Just then, a loud sound like a dragon's roar echoed through the air. Many in Yunjiang City looked up at the sky. There, a rabbit carriage appeared, flying over the city. This immortal chariot was drawn by 18 cloud rabbits with ancient dragon bloodlines. Its momentum was like a tidal wave. Looking closer, there were 54 heads and 144 feet. Wherever it passed, immortal light spread, and divine sounds descended. It was a symbol of immense prestige. That's Huang Tu's carriage. It's actually Huang Tu. He's ranked 27th on the Eastern Lands prodigy list. He's the strongest prodigy of our Qian continent's younger generation. This time, he might make it into the top 20. The leading rabbit is a nascent soul demon beast. That's terrifying. Many cultivators below exclaimed in awe and envy. Meanwhile, in the rabbit carriage, Shu Tongchen's eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he noticed something. Tongchen, what's wrong? Huang Tu opened his eyes and looked at Shu Tongchen. Although his gaze was somewhat restrained, his overbearing aura couldn't be hidden. And nothing, Shu Tongchen quickly replied. Huang Tu glanced at him and said, focus on your cultivation. The Eastern Lands prodigy battle will require your help. Huang Tu spoke more directly than his master. While his master, Qian Yuan, pressured Shu Yeli with soft words, Huang Tu didn't bother with pleasantries. After all, he came from a noble background and possessed immense talent. To him, it was only natural for the peers of Qian continent to serve him. With Shu Tongchen, he was straightforward. He even felt that inviting Shu Tongchen to ride in the same carriage was a great favor. As expected, Shu Tongchen felt a heavy weight in his heart upon hearing Huang Tu's words, though his expression didn't change. All right. He had long harbored resentment toward Huang Tu. But for the sake of his master and the seven-word sect, he had no choice but to endure it. At that moment, however, he recalled the strange feeling he had earlier. As the rabbit carriage passed, the solar true fire within him suddenly flared up. It felt like he had seen the real sun. Was it an illusion? Remembering that man's face, Shu Tongchen was filled with suspicion and doubt. He couldn't understand why he had felt that way. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan watched the rabbit carriage fly away and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder people from big cities travel in such style. Sigh, I may be stronger than him in the game, but in real life, he completely outshines me. Zhang Ya, standing beside him, remained as calm as ever. The rabbit carriage in the sky meant nothing to her. Kong Fulu, on the other hand, patted Qi Yuan's shoulder and said, Junior brother, what's so special about a rabbit carriage? It's nothing compared to the dragon and fish golden core dance. Mentioning this, Kong Fulu's eyes lit up with excitement. Qi Yuan initially wanted to use his Taoist powers to project the dance of the 3,000 female supremes for Kong Fulu to see, to show him what true taste and class were. But he thought better of it, realizing that someone like Kong Fulu wouldn't appreciate it, so he gave up. Just then, a man with a small mustache approached them. Are you folks new to Yunjiang City? Yes, Kong Fulu replied cautiously, eyeing the man with suspicion. I just overheard you two talking about the dragon and fish golden core dance. Hey. The mustached man chuckled lewdly. Why don't you add me on your messaging jade slip? I've got more than just the dragon and fish golden core dance. I've got all kinds of private collections, passionate recordings, Saintess exclusives, forbidden techniques, beast girls, fox girls, master-disciple fantasies, and even some featuring promising young talents. The prices are fair, no scams, and there's a discount for bulk purchases. Kung Fulu was momentarily stunned, his eyes lighting up, but he quickly looked at Qi Yuan and Zhang Ya and then suppressed his excitement. I'm not interested. Qi Yuan, on the other hand, appeared thoughtful. Is this a black market dealer? Is it real? Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask. Absolutely. The mustached man, seeing potential business, became even more enthusiastic. If you're interested, we can talk in an alley. It's not appropriate to discuss this in public. All right, Qi Yuan agreed, then glanced at Kung Fulu and Zhang Ya. I'm going to discuss some business. I'll be back shortly. With that, Qi Yuan followed the mustached man away. Kung Fulu gave an awkward smile. We still have righteous gentlemen in our divine light sect. Zhang Ya, however, glanced at Qi Yuan's departing figure with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. Qi Yuan followed the mustached man into an alley. The man lifted his clothes to reveal an array of jade slips densely packed together. Various texts floated above the jade slips, along with images that seemed to be hidden in the clouds. The scene immediately became quite lewd and chaotic. No wonder the transaction had to be done in an alley. If these images were displayed on the street, some righteous warrior might step in and destroy them. Brother, which ones do you want? The mustached man proudly patted his storage bag. There was even more stock inside. Do you also do consignment sales? Qi Yuan wasn't interested in the products, he had a different purpose. Consignment. The man's enthusiasm waned. You didn't secretly record something spicy and want me to sell it, did you? We don't accept just any material. It's definitely spicy. Qi Yuan pulled out the memory stone he had prepared earlier. I've already titled it. Shocking. 17 nascent souls from the Bright Palace caught in an orgy, struck down by divine retribution, exclusive footage leaked. The Bright Palace. The mustached man was taken aback. He took the memory stone from Qi Yuan and watched it carefully. Afterward, he swallowed hard. Divine lightning. Damn, the divine lightning actually struck the nascent souls of the Bright Palace. The Bright Palace has committed countless atrocities. Isn't it normal for them to be struck by divine retribution? This is undeniable evidence of the Bright Palace's evil deeds. Qi Yuan said solemnly. He had edited the video carefully. Anyone who watched it would believe that the Bright Palace's cultivators had committed heinous acts, leading to divine punishment. As for himself, the instigator, he was completely in the clear. Releasing this video would undoubtedly provide strong justification for the blood-clad sword god's campaign to destroy the Bright Palace. As the saying goes, a just cause attracts support. The slogan must be loud and clear. What, are you scared? Qi Yuan asked casually when the mustached man remained silent. HMPH, since when has Ling Tian Pavilion been afraid of anything? I'll take the deal, but as for the profit split, I don't want a cut. All the income is yours. The mustached man's eyes lit up. How could I accept that? This deal was risky, but the potential profit was enormous. The Bright Palace's nascent souls and the rare divine lightning, either one would attract a lot of attention. Moreover, this was genuine footage. Among his inventory, this would definitely stand out and attract many buyers. Of course, some might feel deceived by the title, but that wasn't his concern. As long as the title was accurate, that was all that mattered. Regardless, this would be a huge moneymaker. I'm just a good person who likes to help others. If you feel bad about it, just take a look at the little sun in the sky. The little sun? The mustached man was puzzled but looked up anyway. When he looked back down, his eyes were blank. The alley was empty, with only him standing there. Who was I just talking to? Oh, right, selling, Bright Palace. His face lit up with excitement. Junior brother, sigh. When Qi Yuan returned, Kung Fulu sighed deeply. Zhang Ya, however, remained calm. All right, let's head to the inn. It was as if nothing had happened. The four of them arrived at the inn Zhang Ya had booked in advance. The inn was actually a celestial mountain, with numerous pavilions and palaces, as well as immortal caves. Zhang Ya, Kung Fulu, and Qi Yuan's caves were adjacent to each other. After bidding farewell to the others, Zhang Ya and the elderly woman headed to their quarters. Kung Fulu looked at Qi Yuan and couldn't help but say, Junior brother, what you did earlier really tarnished our divine light sex image. For things like that, you should secretly transmit sound and add him to your jade slip contacts first. Kung Fulu rambled on, seeming disappointed in Chi Yuan. Finally, he changed the subject. Oh, by the way, did you buy the dragon and fish golden core dance? Senior brother has just reached the golden core stage and wants to observe how powerful the golden core cultivators of Qian continent really are. The price was too high, so I didn't buy it, Chi Yuan replied seriously. Hearing this, Kung Fulu looked disappointed. But then Chi Yuan extended his hand, and a jade slip fell into Kung Fulu's hand. I managed to sneak one out while he wasn't looking. Of course, Chi Yuan had actually paid for it. Kung Fulu's eyes lit up as he stared at the jade slip. Junior brother, if I perfect my golden core, I'll have you to thank. Chi Yuan smiled and returned to his cave. Once inside, Chi Yuan took a casual glance around. Sigh, there's no place like the city. The cave was lavishly decorated. It had everything, from jade pillows and gold thread quilts to osmanthus incense. Chi Yuan opened the Divine Flower Gatherings jade slip to contact Rogue Immortal Lord. But then he paused. Someone with the ID, Linganu, had sent him some messages. It was his junior sister, Zhang Lingsu. Senior brother, as cultivators, we should focus on cultivating and achieving great things, not getting lost in desires. Especially those jade slip images. Many of them are illusions and fake. Watching too much of that stuff isn't good for your health. Chi Yuan was momentarily stunned. Did Zhang Ya tell his junior sister? His junior sister sure knew a lot. What was she trying to say? Was she implying that many of the things that mustached guy sold were fake? Was she warning him? His junior sister was really kind. Junior sister, why don't you show me something real? Meanwhile, on 7-colored peak, Zhang Lingsu's jade slip flashed briefly at her waist. She quickly took it out. When she saw the message, her face flushed, and she gritted her teeth. Chi Yuan, of course, had no idea about Zhang Lingsu's reaction. He said in the group chat, Rogue Immortal Lord, I've arrived in Yunjiang City. No wonder it's such a big city, it's bustling and lively. At that moment, Rogue Immortal Lord saw Chi Yuan's message and felt anxious and hesitant. Origin Heavenly Lord, I won't arrive for a few more days. No problem, we'll meet then. Chi Yuan was enthusiastic. Origin Heavenly Lord, would you like to join me at a banquet when you arrive? Rogue Immortal Lord asked cautiously. He was aware of the sect's predicament and remembered his senior brother's warning. But since Origin Heavenly Lord was his friend, he couldn't just abandon him. A banquet? What kind of banquet? Chi Yuan asked. It's Huang Tu's banquet. He's inviting some prodigies. Origin Heavenly Lord, don't get the wrong idea. When you attend, you can just eat some spiritual fruits and ignore everyone else. Rogue Immortal Lord was conflicted. Wow, it's him, I know him, he's the top prodigy of Qian continent. Today, he was driving that rabbit carriage, looking so majestic. Rogue Immortal Lord, you really are a big shot to get me an invitation to such a high-level banquet. Don't worry, I'll go to give you face. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't be too harsh. After all, I have no personal grudge against him, right? Chi Yuan said casually, his gaze deepening. Rogue Immortal Lord was moved. Origin Heavenly Lord considered him a friend. To the point of temporarily setting aside his grudge with Huang Tu. By the way, now that I'm in Yunjiang City, I should continue my 100-day plan, Chi Yuan said in the city. Rogue Immortal Lord was feeling more and more confused. Origin Heavenly Lord's words were really baffling him. Is he a foundation establishment, a golden core, or a purple palace master? I've come up with a grand plan today. I'll brew it for 2 days and then strike the bright palace again. After saying this, Chi Yuan left the group chat. The next morning, as dawn broke, he seemed to notice something and logged into the blood-clad sword god's account to post on the forum. Title: The Bright Palace ravages the 100 nations, and faces divine retribution. I, the blood-clad sword god, represent justice in destroying it. The title was simple, but the content was rich. The Bright Palace has committed countless atrocities. Upon arriving in Qian continent, I purchased some jade slips from Lingtian Pavilion, which documented the evil deeds of the Bright Palace. They ravaged the 100 nations, ultimately attracting divine retribution. Divine lightning killed over a dozen nascent souls. This is karma, divine retribution for their evil deeds. The Bright Palace's luck has run out, it must be destroyed. After posting, Qi Yuan logged out of the jade slip and continued refining the techniques his junior sister had sent him. The path of the golden core, and continuing the Qi Yuan Sutra, was becoming increasingly difficult. After all, Qi Yuan's ambitions were immense. He wanted to refine the other stars in that universe into his golden core. The day quickly passed. As night fell, Qi Yuan felt drained. It's too difficult. The techniques for the golden core stage are on a completely different level than those for foundation establishment. He stopped refining techniques and instead entered the Divine Flower Gathering Forum. When he checked, he was pleasantly surprised to see nearly 1,000 comments. It seems justice is on my side. Qi Yuan now felt he could stand on the moral high ground and sweep away the bright palace. He began reading the comments seriously. Didn't expect the blood-clad sword god would, heh. Don't get me started. My brother begged me to buy the latest jade slip early this morning. So I did, and after watching it, well, I'll just say that it's popular in our imperial sacred continent. Fellow Taoist above, aren't you from Qian continent? Give us a keyword. Bright Palace Nascent Souls, Ling Tian Pavilion's Dark Branch has it. Don't go to their main branch. Dark Branch, they sell that. The comments were frantic, with people begging for more. Of course, there were also some serious comments. It's really divine lightning. What exactly did the Bright Palace's nascent soul cultivators do to attract divine retribution? Did anyone notice that something seemed to fall from the sky, and then they were struck by divine retribution? I couldn't see clearly. There was some kind of Taoist spell that made it blurry, but it looked big and round. Based on my years of experience, it's probably an eye. Quote ? Something like that falling from the sky and then the Bright Palace getting struck by divine retribution. How much evil did the Bright Palace do? No wonder they added a Taoist spell to blur it out. It's just too cruel and bloody. Qi Yuan was stunned by what he read. He opened his backup video and watched it. After watching, he was even more bewildered. A video that was supposed to be inspiring and satisfying, why did adding a mosaic suddenly make it feel so lewd? Qi Yuan was at a loss. The scene clearly showed buns falling, followed by the Bright Palace's nascent souls being struck by divine retribution. He didn't want to reveal the buns, so he added a mosaic. But now, no matter how you looked at it, it resembled an eye. Forget it. The point is, justice is on my side, and I should now attend the banquet and meet those Purple Palace masters from the Bright Palace. The Bright Palace had laid down the gauntlet, challenging him. Qi Yuan wasn't one to back down. With justice on his side and a righteous cause, it was time to meet those old white moonlight masters from the Bright Palace. No wonder young guys like rich women in their 80s or 90s. Once those old masters kick the bucket, their techniques will all be mine, won't they? That's what makes for a proper white moonlight. A young pup like young Master Wolf, the one who died in the dragon seizing struggle, doesn't count as white moonlight. I'm revoking his white moonlight status. Yunjiang Pavilion. Prodigies gathered, banquets were in full swing, with exquisite food and fine wines flowing freely. Huang Tu stood at the center of the crowd, full of spirit and confidence. Shu Tongchen stood by his side, holding a cup of wine, but his mind was elsewhere. He was still pondering the strange sensation he had felt that day. The solar true fire was his greatest stroke of fortune and his most prized possession. With it, he could have easily ranked in the top 10 of the Eastern Lands prodigy list. However, to keep a low profile and not overshadow Huang Tu, he chose to rank just behind him. The solar true fire was incredibly powerful and highly sensitive to treasures related to the sun. Yet when he saw that man, he felt as if the man himself was like a blazing sun. His solar true fire kept jumping, almost as if it recognized its father. Huang Tu's mastery of the Tao has deepened. This time, he might break into the top 15, maybe even the top 10, in the Eastern Lands prodigy battle. Someone at the banquet praised Huang Tu. Huang Tu accepted the praise with an arrogant expression. At this point, someone else added, it's a pity though. If Huang Tu had Shu Tongchen's solar true fire, he would surely be ranked in the top 3. Hearing this, Shu Tongchen's expression subtly changed. The speaker was Zheng Fangxing, a cultivator ranked 700th on the Eastern Lands prodigy list. His sect had a long-standing grudge with Shu Tongchen's 7-word sect. Now, he was blatantly trying to sow discord. Despite this, the haughty Huang Tu didn't bother hiding his true thoughts and glanced at Shu Tongchen. It is indeed a pity. Shu Tongchen felt stifled and angry, but he couldn't retaliate, so he could only force an awkward smile. The Bright Palace's arrogance was ingrained, and they acted with impunity. Zheng Fengxing continued, that blood-clad sword god from the divine flower gathering has been relentlessly provoking the bright palace. My master, Mo Ku, has long been disgusted by his arrogance and has gone to the Ming King Palace to join Elder Qian Yuan in facing off against him. But, some people, despite being from Qian continent, fail to unite with us against the blood-clad sword god. Their relationship with him is rather ambiguous. Zheng Fengxing was clearly targeting the seven-word sect. A few days ago, Elder Qian Yuan had challenged the blood-clad sword god. The surrounding forces near the Ming King Palace were all summoned to witness the battle. Of course, it wasn't just to witness, it was to support. Zheng Fengxing's master, Mo Ku, had gone early upon hearing the news. Shu Tongchen's master, Shu Yeli, however, had made excuses not to go. Some people are just cowards, too afraid of the blood-clad sword god. Zheng Fengxing kept egging on the situation. HMPH, a mere cultivator from the 100 Nations, who just happened to break through to the Purple Palace realm, dares to challenge the Bright Palace. He's courting death. At Ming King Palace, Elder Qian Yuan has set the stage. I bet that blood-clad sword god won't even dare to show up and will just hide in the 100 Nations. The young prodigies in the palace were full of praise for the Bright Palace and full of mockery for the blood-clad sword god. Their sects might have had Purple Palace cultivators, but in front of the Bright Palace, they could only play the dog. The idea of a blood-clad sword god challenging the Bright Palace seemed absurd to them. After the prodigy battle, we'll probably hear about the blood-clad sword god's defeat, a young cultivator said. Huang Tu nodded in agreement. The blood-clad sword god is nothing to fear. He's just using underhanded methods. For the past few days, jade slips of the Bright Palace's nascent soul elders being struck by divine lightning had been circulating widely. In the cultivation world, many secretly criticized the Bright Palace. After all, the Bright Palace's overbearing nature had long bred resentment among lower-level cultivators. But criticism aside, it didn't really harm the Bright Palace. With dozens of Purple Palace cultivators and a powerful incomplete Yin God artifact, no coalition of lower-level cultivators could shake the Bright Palace's position. The prodigies at the banquet, all of noble birth, didn't even register the voices of the common cultivators. The banquet continued, and as Zheng Fengxing's provocations persisted, most attendees subtly or openly shunned Shu Tongchen. Shu Tongchen sat alone in a corner, drinking gloomily. His thoughts kept returning to the man he had seen that day. He had secretly sent someone to investigate. The results should be coming soon. In his cave, Qi Yuan was still digesting some of the techniques his junior sister had obtained from Zhang Ya. Unfortunately, his progress was slow. Rubbing his forehead, Qi Yuan glanced at Xiao Jia, who was sleeping on the table beside him, his eyes softening. I think it's about time. I'll head to Ming King Palace soon and meet my alluring white moonlight, Qi Yuan mused. At that moment, a sound echoed outside the cave. It was like a doorbell from Blue Star. Qi Yuan looked through the array and saw a young man. The cave door opened, and Qi Yuan looked at the young man calmly. What brings you here? I am Shu Tongchen of the Seven-Word Sect. 3 days ago, I saw you briefly. I apologize for this sudden visit. I hope you won't take offense, Shu Tongchen spoke with utmost humility. He was eager to understand why his solar true fire reacted so strongly. As he drew closer to this young man, the solar true fire within him became more agitated. His entire body began to heat up, and he couldn't help but look at Qi Yuan with growing intensity. Qi Yuan frowned. Get to the point. When I formed my golden core, I was fortunate enough to condense a wisp of solar true fire. Solar true fire? Qi Yuan was surprised. That was a valuable treasure. With solar true fire, a golden core cultivator could resist even the divine powers of a nascent soul. It was truly a city-level rarity, a random golden core cultivator with the power to kill a nascent soul. Ever since I saw you, my solar true fire has been jumping, almost as if. Shu Tongchen hesitated to continue. Qi Yuan looked at him thoughtfully. This is an ordinary cultivator, but with the solar true fire, he's somewhat extraordinary. The solar true fire sees you as its father. Is that all? Qi Yuan looked at the sky. I'm busy right now, off to kill someone. We'll talk after I'm done. With that, Qi Yuan vanished, leaving a dumbfounded Shu Tongchen behind. Taoist. He wanted to call out to Qi Yuan, but he was already gone. Torn with indecision, Shu Tongchen finally decided to wait. Not understanding the reason behind this was like having ants crawling inside him. An hour later, In the sky, a figure clad in a blood-red robe streaked like a blood-red rainbow across the heavens. A loud voice echoed down from above. The bright palace has committed countless evils and has been struck by divine retribution. I, the blood-clad sword god, will stand up for all those who suffer injustice and vow to destroy the bright palace. The voice was powerful, echoing across the world. Countless cultivators looked up. Unfortunately, the blood-red streak was too fast for them to see clearly. They could only hear the invigorating shout. Some were excited, others anxious, while some felt helpless. Qi Yuan sped toward Mingqing Palace, his pace as fast as if he were rushing to meet a lover. But this time, he wasn't meeting a lover, he was meeting his white moonlight. Suddenly, an elderly voice called out, "Blood-clad sword god, please wait." Qi Yuan paused, landing on a hill. "What's the matter?" Qi Yuan asked, seeing the purple palace cultivator wrapped in a black robe. He didn't sense any hostility or killing intent. "Blood-clad sword god, the bright palace has set a trap at Mingqing Palace. Besides the 3 purple palace cultivators, 2 more nearby have also gone there. Elder Qian Yuan is in the middle stage of the purple palace realm, and he has a treasure bestowed by the grand palace master. If you go this time, it will be certain death. Why not retreat for now? They have too many purple palace cultivators. Targeting their nascent soul elders would be a better strategy." The black-robed cultivator spoke quickly, his tone tinged with concern. Qi Yuan glanced at the black-robed cultivator. "What, do you have a grudge against the bright palace?" The black-robed cultivator hesitated, his expression melancholy. This was Xu Yeli. Recently, Qian Yuan had pressured his disciple to serve Huang Tu. That was bad enough. Then he learned that the Grand Palace Master of the Bright Palace was not only dealing with the blood-clad sword god but also borrowing a treasure, the divine shape confining fire cover. After the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle, the Grand Palace Master intended to use this treasure to transfer the solar true fire from his disciple Shu Tongchen to Huang Tu. He knew his 7-word sect was facing its greatest crisis. "Yes, a blood feud." Xu Yeli nodded vigorously. "Why don't you and I form an alliance, roaming together, forcing the Bright Palace into a dilemma? We are too weak to confront the Bright Palace head-on." Xu Yeli earnestly tried to persuade Qi Yuan. He valued the blood-clad sword god as an ally, believing that together they could pose a serious threat to the Bright Palace. Perhaps the Bright Palace would hesitate to act against his disciple Shu Tongchen. Qi Yuan looked at Xu Yeli, deep in thought. An alliance could work. Really, Xu Yeli was excited. An alliance, though still like an egg against a rock, was better than fighting alone. "This time I'm heading to Mingqing Palace, and I could use someone to play the Suona. While I battle the Bright Palace's Purple Palace cultivators, you can play music for me. It'll make killing them more enjoyable," Qi Yuan said calmly. He was starting to miss the band from the Flowing Wind realm. Quote. Xu Yeli was utterly bewildered. He understood each word the blood-clad sword god said, but together they made no sense. Killing, playing music, what was this? "You're still going to Mingqing Palace?" Xu Yeli asked. "Of course, I'm carrying the mandate of heaven, and destiny is on my side. Right now, I'm the great magician Lu Shu. Anyone who opposes me is courting death." Qi Yuan was full of confidence. Xu Yeli was speechless. He felt as if it was difficult to communicate with this Purple Palace cultivator. It was almost as if there was something wrong with his mind. "Sigh, it seems all geniuses are lonely," Qi Yuan lamented. "But time will prove everything. How about this, if I wipe out Mingqing Palace today, how about you play music for me every time I go on a mission against the Bright Palace?" Although one Purple Palace playing music was no match for 300 or 3,000, the situation was special, wasn't it? Xu Yeli remained silent, unsure of what to say. He had come to warn him that Mingqing Palace was dangerous and to avoid it. How had it turned into a bet, to play music for him? He looked at the blood-clad sword god, then gritted his teeth. "If you can kill Qian Yuan, I'll play music for you." Qi Yuan glanced at Xu Yeli, then smiled. "Wait for my good news." Qi Yuan vanished. Xu Yeli, shrouded in his black robe, stood silently for a long time. Either he's a madman, or he has something up his sleeve. But he couldn't understand what the blood-clad sword god's trump card was. The Bright Palace's 100 Nations blood battle had been tacitly approved by those powerful figures. Mingqing Palace, the air was filled with killing intent. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and a storm was brewing. Qian Yuan looked at the image in his jade slip, his eyes serious. Divine lightning. Divine lightning was always associated with taboos. Now, divine lightning had struck, and nascent souls had fallen. The scene was particularly shocking. That 7 Desires demon lord must have some secret. The red-bearded elder's eyes gleamed. Heh, once we kill the blood-clad sword god, I'll personally go to the 100 nations and uncover the secret. He Sheng said, as if the secret was already his. These divine flower gathering members are truly detestable. Many are secretly supporting that blood-clad sword god. Mo Ku said, holding a jade slip from the divine flower gathering. He was also a member of the divine flower gathering. Once we kill the blood-clad sword god, I'll trouble you, Mo Ku, to announce it in the divine flower gathering's discussion area, to clear the bright palace's name, Elder Qian Yuan said calmly. He didn't care about the opinions of ordinary members of the divine flower gathering. What mattered was the opinion of the Eastern Land's leader of the divine flower gathering. The Grand Palace Master had already gone to meet them, and the matter would soon be resolved. To cultivate to this level and still be so unwise, this blood-clad sword god, a Purple Palace Master sighed. HMPH, hasn't Shu Yeli lived for thousands of years and is still just as unwise? The Bright Palace has done so much for him, and now when we're in trouble, he's making excuses to avoid helping. It's despicable, Mo Ku said. Qian Yuan's eyes darkened. Shu Yeli, he's had it too easy. Mo Ku felt a hint of joy at this. This was the outcome he wanted. Just then, the 5 Purple Palace cultivators present all looked up. In the sky above, a blazing blood-red rainbow was flying toward Ming King Palace. The terrifying aura it emitted made everyone's hearts tremble. The blood-clad sword god, he's really coming. He dares to come. The 5 Purple Palace cultivators were surprised but quickly regained their composure. Outnumbered, why would they fear a newly advanced Purple Palace cultivator? The blood-red rainbow stopped in the sky, revealing a figure clad in blood-red robes, with a sword on his back, and an incredibly handsome face. A terrifying aura of blood pervaded the air as Qi Yuan spoke coldly, "Is everyone here?" Looking at the 5 Purple Palace cultivators below, he was a bit disappointed. Only 5, that's too few, and none of them were late-stage Purple Palace. This generation's white moonlight wasn't very impressive. Qian Yuan looked at Qi Yuan, his voice booming. Blood-clad sword god, you've got some guts. I actually admire you for that. If it weren't for your constant slander and provocation in the divine flower gathering, I would have considered recruiting you as a guardian beast of the palace. The bright palace sure is a joke. You're all old, but still playing the fool. The blood-red sword on Qi Yuan's back let out a sharp cry. Today, I'm here to carry out heavenly justice. Since they had agreed to a duel, it was time for a massacre. Why waste words? The blood sword was drawn. In that moment, Qi Yuan seemed to have emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His blood-red robe seemed to be dripping with blood. He was enveloped in a kingdom of blood. The 5 Purple Palace cultivators were momentarily stunned. The man before them didn't look like a righteous cultivator at all. He looked like a powerful demon. The dense aura of blood was so thick that if someone said he had killed tens of billions, they would believe it. And this guy claimed to be upholding justice. You, upholding justice. What a joke. Today, for the sake of the world, the Bright Palace will rid it of you, this demon. Qian Yuan was in the middle stage of the Purple Palace realm, second only to the 3 Palace Masters of the Bright Palace. In all of Qian continent, he was among the top cultivators. His strength gave him confidence. The 5 Purple Palace cultivators looked at Qi Yuan with both fear and disdain. At that moment, Qi Yuan, holding his sword, his blood-red robes fluttering, said, "Once, with this sword, I slew 1,700 Purple Palace cultivators. Today, sending you all on your way as a favor." The Purple Palace cultivators were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Mad as a hatter, no wonder he dares to come to Ming King Palace. How many Purple Palace cultivators were there in all of Qian continent? Claiming to have slain 1,700 Purple Palace cultivators with one sword, who was he trying to fool? Not even a Yin god would claim to have killed 2,000 Purple Palace cultivators. Qi Yuan didn't bother responding. With white moonlight, sweet talk was useless, they needed to be thoroughly beaten until they wept bitter tears. Master of the Void Realm, Heart Demon Invocation. Qi Yuan unleashed his source divine power. The sun and moon were thrown into disorder. Souls were twisted, heart demons were born. In an instant, the Purple Palace cultivators' expressions changed drastically. When an expert made a move, it was obvious. Their previous arrogance and disdain vanished entirely. Only by facing him directly did they realize what a formidable opponent they had encountered. Engraved, "You're a late-stage purple palace." Qian Yuan's face was grim, tinged with fear. Engraved level source divine power. Late-stage purple palace, the bright palace only had 3, and they were the palace masters. The blood-clad sword god was a late-stage purple palace cultivator, something they had never considered. The 100 nations producing even one purple palace cultivator was already terrifying. But a late-stage purple palace? Every late-stage purple palace cultivator in the eastern lands was a long-established figure. How could one suddenly appear out of nowhere? He was bewildered, desperate, struggling to resist Qi Yuan's source divine power. His micro-level source divine power was fragile against the master of the Void Realm's heart demon invocation. Qi Yuan didn't bother with dead men. The red-bearded elder, meanwhile, had fallen into madness. He seemed to see a giant city, with thousands of purple palace cultivators gathered. A man in blood-red robes stepped forward, and with one swing of his sword, 1,700 purple palace cultivators were trapped in a demonic realm, gradually falling to their deaths. It's real. How is this possible? How could anyone kill thousands of purple palace cultivators with a single sword? His mind shattered at that moment. The other 3 purple palace cultivators were just as powerless. When Qi Yuan unleashed his source divine power, they fell into madness. Though they were not supreme beings from the flowing wind realm, Qi Yuan's source divine power was of a very high level and at the engraved stage. To him, these 5 purple palace cultivators were indeed nothing more than a matter of a single sword strike. Qi Yuan stood in the void, looking at the 5 purple palace cultivators with a sense of regret. They're dying too slowly. I'm in a hurry to get back. These weren't supreme beings from the flowing wind realm, so even after falling under his source divine power, they didn't immediately die from heart demon possession. As he thought about this, Qi Yuan's sword stabbed forward once more. It was like stabbing pigs. Qi Yuan systematically dealt with the 5 purple palace cultivators one by one. Luckily, they don't have a tyrant body that's immune to control, otherwise, killing them would have been more troublesome. Effortlessly, he slew all 5 purple palace cultivators. Qi Yuan found that slaughtering weaker opponents was indeed satisfying. By now, the entire Ming King Palace was in shock, with all the nascent soul cultivators paralyzed with fear. Qi Yuan smiled wickedly. Die. With just a word, those nascent soul cultivators fell into a boundless hell. Ming King Palace was reduced to ruins in an instant. Standing amid the devastation of Ming King Palace, Qi Yuan's smile widened. These 5 white moonlights weren't too bad. With a wave of his hand, he skillfully collected all the storage bags. Then he glanced at the fallen nascent souls. Even though they're not white moonlights, they traveled all this way to deliver gifts. A light gift still carries deep affection. A gift from an elder must not be refused. Like a dragon with an insatiable hoard of treasures, Qi Yuan collected those storage bags as well. Then, standing amidst the ruins of the Ming King Palace, he glanced around with satisfaction. After a moment, he decided it was time to leave, having accomplished his goal and more. Why are they all profound level techniques? There's actually a heaven level technique. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. This was the first time he'd ever seen a heaven level technique. This heaven level technique had been obtained from Qian Yuan's storage bag. Its name was 7 Dark God Technique. Qi Yuan was very excited. His Qi Yuan Sutra had been stagnant for some time, and obtaining a heaven level technique might just be the breakthrough he needed to push the progress of the Qi Yuan Sutra forward. I kind of want to go back and build a tomb for him. Forget it. When the people from the Bright Palace return, they'll probably take care of it. I'll just consider it as if I did it myself. What a windfall. It seems like the old ones really do drop more loot. In the future, when I select my white moonlight, I need to establish some strict criteria. Otherwise, any random stray cat or dog, like that worthless wolf, could become my white moonlight, and that's too low class. First, they must be old. The older, the better. Second, they must have high cultivation. The higher, the better. Third, they must have little remaining lifespan. Old men are easier to kill. Qi Yuan quickly scanned through the technique and then flew towards Cloud City. Night gradually fell, and Shu Tongchen quietly waited outside the cave dwelling. I wonder how strong the person that fellow cultivator wanted to kill is, and whether he needs my help. What if he dies out there? The enemy shouldn't be too difficult to kill, right? Many thoughts flashed through Shu Tongchen's mind. He couldn't stay outside for too long, Huang Tu wouldn't allow it. Moreover, Huang Tu had secretly planted spies to keep an eye on him. Shu Tongchen loathed Huang Tu and the Bright Palace, but he was powerless to do anything about them. "You're still here." Just then, a crisp voice sounded. Shu Tongchen quickly looked over and saw that familiar figure. Inside him, the sunfire began to burn hotter. "Did you finish killing the person?" Shu Tongchen asked. He glanced at Qi Yuan and saw that Qi Yuan's clothes were neat and his aura stable. He guessed that the enemy must have been weak. "Yeah, finished. They were all old men, easy to kill," Qi Yuan said casually, looking at Shu Tongchen. "Come inside the cave with me for a chat." Qi Yuan was quite interested in sunfire. Shu Tongchen hesitated but then followed Qi Yuan into the cave. "My fellow cultivator, could you lend me your sunfire to examine?" Qi Yuan went straight to the point. This threw Shu Tongchen off. Wasn't he the one supposed to clarify things with this person? But remembering that he needed something from this man, he decided not to conceal anything. After all, summoning it wasn't a big deal for him. He paused briefly and said, "Be careful, don't get burned by the sunfire." Shu Tongchen began to perform his Dao technique. In the cave, a small, round golden core appeared. The golden core emitted a powerful aura. "Your golden core is a bit too small. It can't withstand much," Qi Yuan couldn't help but remark. Shu Tongchen was momentarily stunned. His golden core was at least of high-grade earth rank. In the entire Green Cloud continent, there were hardly any cores of a higher grade than his. And yet, it was being dismissed as too small. Suppressing his thoughts, Shu Tongchen continued, and a wisp of flame jumped out from the golden core. The flame was small, about the size of a candle flame, but its aura was terrifying. Qi Yuan felt that even a nascent soul might not survive if touched by this fire. The sunfire was bright on the inside and dark on the outside, emitting a strong golden light. It danced continuously in front of Qi Yuan, seemingly eager to leap from Shu Tongchen's golden core onto Qi Yuan. Shu Tongchen could sense the sunfire's eagerness and its strange affinity for the person before him. This made Shu Tongchen also feel a sense of warmth and admiration towards Qi Yuan. Sunfire, the divine fire, can be comprehended by those with destiny. This fire can devour all other flames in the world. The sun, which possesses sunfire, can devour all the stars. When he read the last sentence, Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. Is this the legendary flame of a certain fire deity? Has my big break finally arrived? If I comprehend the sunfire and fuse it with my stellar golden core, doesn't that mean my core could devour everything in that universe? He looked at Shu Tongchen, eyes gleaming. "Why don't you just give me that fire?" Shu Tongchen was taken aback. Isn't this a bit too blunt? He grew wary. "This fire cannot be given away. Give it to me, and you can name your price. Do you have any enemies? I'll kill them for you. Do you have a white moonlight? I'm the best at pursuing people." Qi Yuan quickly offered. He considered himself a beacon of justice, refusing to seize by force or kill without cause to rob others of their treasures. Shu Tongchen gave Qi Yuan a strange look. This fire really cannot be given away. The sunfire was the foundation of his life, so naturally, he couldn't give it away. Moreover, it was something he had comprehended, akin to a divine power. How could it be given to someone else? "Look at your sunfire, it's almost treating me like its father," Qi Yuan said, his eyes full of longing as he gazed at the sunfire. Shu Tongchen sighed and dropped the subject. "Fellow cultivator. Do you know why this is happening?" He too was puzzled. He didn't understand why, when near this person, he could feel the sunfire burning more vigorously within him. His sunfire was continually growing stronger. "Because I am the sun," Qi Yuan answered matter-of-factly. Quote. "If I meditate on your sunfire every day, do you think I could comprehend my own sunfire?" Since he couldn't take it by force, Qi Yuan sought another way to possess sunfire. "In theory, yes. It took me 20 years to comprehend sunfire. If I let you meditate on it for half an hour each day, and if your talent is high, you might be able to comprehend it in about 20 years, Shu Tongchen replied earnestly. Qi Yuan's suggestion was outrageous, but Shu Tongchen answered him with patience. "All right then, how about this? Each day I'll meditate on your sunfire, and in return, I'll help you kill people. How does that sound? I'm really good at killing. If they deserve it, I won't let any of them get away." Hearing this, Shu Tongchen found the man before him truly odd. Killing people, the ones he wanted dead but couldn't kill were probably beyond Qi Yuan's reach. The ones he could kill, Shu Tongchen had already taken care of. "There's no need to be so formal, fellow cultivator. If my sunfire strengthens in your presence, it benefits me as well. For the next while, I'll visit you daily. Shu Tongchen ultimately chose not to take advantage of Qi Yuan. First, that was simply his nature. Second, due to the sunfire, he felt a strange sense of closeness to Qi Yuan. In that case, it's settled. You'll visit me for half an hour each day. Until I comprehend sunfire, I'll watch over you, Qi Yuan said. Shu Tongchen chuckled, then I hope it takes you a bit longer to comprehend it so you can watch over me for a longer time. Of course, he was just joking. When it came to facing the Bright Palace, even a Zifu realm powerhouse couldn't protect him. Let alone this peculiar cultivator in front of him. Don't worry, my talent is already on par with the top students of a prestigious high school. Comprehending a mere sunfire should be no problem. His stellar core was still in the golden core stage. Comprehending sunfire should be a piece of cake, right? Let me see what this thing really is. Qi Yuan stared at the sunfire before him and studied it intently. About half an hour later, Qi Yuan looked deflated. This is too hard. After meditating for half an hour, he hadn't comprehended anything. Shu Tongchen smiled, fellow cultivator, this is normal. His sunfire had grown a bit stronger. He felt a bit embarrassed. No worries, I'll try again tomorrow. The next day. Bright Palace Main Hall. Over 10 Zifu realm experts were gathered, with the Third Palace Lord at the head. Third Palace Lord Zilan's phoenix-like eyes were calm, revealing nothing of her thoughts. Qian Yuan died in Bright Palace. What do you all think? The Zifu experts present showed varied expressions at her words. Qian Yuan's strength ranked among the top 10 in the Bright Palace. He was also one of the most likely to reach the later stage of the Zifu realm. Yet he had died in the Ming King Palace, killed by the blood-clad sword god. A total of 5 Zifu realm experts. This blood-clad sword god's strength. He must have stepped into the later stage of the Zifu realm, a Zifu elder mentioned, his eyes full of concern. In the entire Bright Palace, only the 3 palace lords had reached the later stage of the Zifu realm. Elder Qian Yuan had immense potential, and to think he was killed just like that, this blood-clad sword god truly doesn't respect our Bright Palace. If he dares to come here, we should unite against him. With the 3 palace lords leading us, we will ensure he doesn't leave alive. One of the elders said angrily. The Bright Palace had always been revered, and this was the first time its members had felt such a direct threat to their lives. The Zifu elders present were seething with anger. To kill Elder Qian Yuan and leave no survivors, this blood-clad sword god has clearly torn all ties with us. It's either his death or our annihilation. The over 10 Zifu experts in the room had reached a consensus. Bright Palace was the dominant power in the Green Cloud continent. The upcoming East Earth Genius battle was about to take place in the Green Cloud continent. If the Bright Palace's reputation were to be tarnished by a single late-stage Zifu expert, how could it maintain its standing in the Eastern lands? The Third Palace Lord, Zilan, finally spoke. All Zifu experts, be cautious during this time. Do not venture out alone. If you find any trace of the blood-clad sword god, report back to the palace immediately. I will personally deal with him. Understood. The Zifu experts responded in unison. The Bright Palace had over 60 Zifu experts in total. How could one late-stage Zifu expert, the blood-clad sword god, stand against 60? It had been a difficult battle for him to kill Elder Qian Yuan and the other 4 Zifu experts. The blood-clad sword god was surely not in a good condition now. Of course, they were thinking in conventional terms, which wasn't entirely wrong. The only mistake they made was that Qi Yuan was no ordinary person. As if recalling something, the Third Palace Lord, Zilan, added, send a message to Huang Tu, he must prioritize the East Earth Genius battle. There's no need for him to return for his master's funeral. The East Earth Genius battle was crucial, with the top 20 positions being of utmost importance. It was second only to the 100 Nations Blood War. In fact, it was even more important than slaying the blood-clad sword god. The next day, Shu Tongchen arrived outside Qi Yuan's cave dwelling, feeling deeply uneasy. Huang Tu's master had fallen, and today, Huang Tu was furious. Because of this, Shu Tongchen had been extra cautious when he left, trying to avoid any unnecessary trouble. The blood-clad sword god's massacre of the 5 Zifu experts from the Ming King Palace had filled Shu Tongchen with admiration. He was curious to know what kind of powerful cultivator would dare challenge such a formidable force as the Bright Palace. However, he did not hold much hope for the blood-clad sword god's future. After all, the Bright Palace was simply too strong. A single late-stage Zifu expert couldn't shake the foundation of the Bright Palace. If the blood-clad sword god insisted on confronting them, the Bright Palace might suffer some losses, but the blood-clad sword god would undoubtedly perish. "Fellow cultivator, I'm here," Shu Tongchen called out as he stood outside the cave dwelling. "Oh, you're here, come in." The cave dwelling opened, and Shu Tongchen entered, seeing a fatigued Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan put down the jade slip containing his cultivation technique, looked at Shu Tongchen, and said slowly, "Fellow Tongchen, I may need you to wait here for a bit. I need to go out and kill someone." "Oh no, I mean, meet my white moonlight." Shu Tongchen was taken aback. He found Qi Yuan to be truly strange. The first time they met, he had killed someone. And now he was going out to kill someone again. "This time, the target isn't far away, I'll be back quickly. Feel free to make yourself at home in the cave dwelling." With that, Qi Yuan left the cave, leaving Shu Tongchen behind, looking rather helpless. He found Qi Yuan to be even more mysterious. He couldn't figure out how many enemies this Qi Yuan had. Every time they met, he was off to kill someone. In the forest, Qi Yuan, dressed in a blood-red robe with flowing hair, looked both handsome and demonic. He stood beneath a massive tree, and no one would have guessed that he was a Zifu realm powerhouse. "Did you bring the Suona?" Qi Yuan asked the person behind him, Shu Yili, calmly. "I brought it," Shu Yili replied nervously, looking at Qi Yuan's overly youthful face. He hadn't expected that yesterday, the blood-clad sword god had indeed killed all 5 Zifu experts from the Ming King Palace. Such terrifying strength ranked among the top 5 in the Green Cloud continent. In the eastern lands, he would probably be in the top 100, a truly famous figure. However, the blood-clad sword god had appeared suddenly out of the 100 nations, with no traceable information about him. All that was known was that he was born from the Divine Flower Society and had a grudge against the Bright Palace. "You learned to play it, right?" Qi Yuan asked, looking at Shu Yili. "Yes, senior, I practiced all night. I can play it now," Shu Yili answered seriously. "In that case, when I go to slay the Bright Palace's Zifu expert later, you can play music for me," Qi Yuan said casually. After all, as a Taoist foundation established under the Heavenly Way, with a stellar golden core, it was only fitting that there be music played by a Zifu expert during battle to match his status and rank. "Senior, shouldn't we think this through?" Shu Yili couldn't help but suggest, "Senior, you just killed 5 Zifu experts yesterday, why not take some time to rest before making another move? If you act now, you might expose your whereabouts. If the Bright Palace surrounds you, it'll be hard to escape." "What, are you going back on your word?" Qi Yuan glanced at Shu Yili, a light smile playing in his eyes. Shu Yili's heart skipped a beat, sensing that he was facing a terrifying demon. "No, everything will be done according to your orders, senior," Shu Yili replied quickly, not daring to say anything more. In truth, he was also very curious about how this senior had managed to kill the Zifu experts. After all, Zifu cultivators were notoriously hard to kill. Unless the difference in the quality of their original divine powers was too great, or unless their abilities happened to counter each other, most battles would devolve into a prolonged struggle to deplete the Zifu cultivator's original divine power. "Let's go. This time, my white moonlight is Mei Yong, who's alone," Qi Yuan said, transforming into a streak of rainbow light. Shu Yili followed closely behind. At this point, he had already resigned himself to his fate. After all, the Bright Palace was planning to betray him. He might as well follow the blood-clad sword god and do something significant. A quarter of an hour later, Fengdalan City, Mei Yong of the Bright Palace read the message from the palace and a cold expression appeared on his face, "So it's a late-stage Zifu expert. This blood-clad sword god is quite troublesome." However, when he thought of the 3 palace lords and the Bright Palace's protective treasures, his worries completely disappeared. It's just the last stand of a cornered beast. "Elder, should we return to the palace now?" a cautious nascent soul officer asked. "We haven't collected all 300 yin-born virgin boys' hearts yet, so there's no need to rush back to the palace." "Are you worried about the blood-clad sword god? He just destroyed the Ming King Palace. He's probably still recovering somewhere, healing his wounds. He won't show up, and even if he does, it'll only expose his hidden location," Mei Yong analyzed logically. Hearing this, the nascent soul officer didn't press the matter further. But at that moment, a mournful and heroic Suona sound suddenly echoed throughout Fengdalan City. Mei Yong frowned. "A Zifu expert? Which fellow Taoist has come to Fenglan City? I am Mei Yong of the Bright Palace. Mei Yong ascended into the sky, heading toward the source of the sound. His pupils shrank. He saw a Zifu expert dressed in black playing the suona, and he also saw a man in a blood-red robe. The blood-clad sword god. Upon seeing the man, a powerful sense of danger overwhelmed him. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Even though he had just reasoned that the blood-clad sword god wouldn't strike again so soon, that he must still be recuperating, the sight of him made Mei Yong realize that the only option was to run. Qi Yuan frowned as he watched. Why does it feel like this is more like a police siren, scaring people off? Without any further hesitation, Qi Yuan drew the sword from his back. The Bright Palace has committed countless atrocities, and they must be punished. I, the blood-clad sword god, shall act on behalf of heaven. He unleashed his original divine power, the heart demon guidance of the Void Realm Dominator. The fleeing Mei Yong suddenly froze. It was as if he had fallen into a demonic realm. All sorts of negative emotions flooded his spirit. No, the Bright Palace is the true leader of the righteous path. They all deserve to die, deserve to die. Don't come for me. Mei Yong lost his mind, going mad in an instant. The suona's sound suddenly grew more intense. Shu Yili watched Mei Yong, his eyes filled with fear. This blood-clad sword god's original divine power was terrifying. It was the most horrifying divine power he had ever seen. This wasn't a divine power, it was clearly a demon's temptation. Sigh, I still have to finish him off with a sword. How dull, Qi Yuan remarked as he observed the dazed Mei Yong. His original divine power could only cause Mei Yong to suffer from inner demons for a while, it couldn't actually kill him. He still needed to deliver the final blow. With a light push of his sword, Mei Yong, a Zifu expert, met a tragic end. The whole affair happened incredibly fast, within just 3 breaths. Shu Yili's legs trembled uncontrollably beneath his black robe as he witnessed the scene. Is there really such a way to kill a Zifu expert? Isn't it supposed to be a slow struggle, gradually depleting the Zifu expert's original divine power? He looked at the blood-clad sword god, his fear deepening. Alright, the person is dead, and I've taken his storage bag. We'll meet again next time. Qi Yuan glanced at Shu Yili and then disappeared without a trace. Shu Yili hurriedly fled as well. There was no way he would dare stay here any longer. Night had deepened, and after seeing Shu Tongchen off from the cave dwelling, Qi Yuan sighed. Sunfire is really hard to comprehend, I still don't have any clues. But Qi Yuan wasn't discouraged. Good things take time. As long as he came up with a thorough plan, he could eventually comprehend Sunfire. He stopped thinking about Sunfire for the moment and instead opened the jade slip from the Divine Flower Society. He had received many friend requests, but he didn't accept any of them. Instead, he posted another message on the forum. Just for fun, I killed a Zifu expert. Let's all have some fun. After posting, he switched to his main account. Rogue Immortal, how much longer until you arrive? I'm still on the way, ran into some trouble. Should be there in less than 10 days. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you to introduce me to some geniuses so I can gain some knowledge. Do you think anyone at the Genius Banquet will look down on me because I come from a poor place and humiliate me? Origin Heavenly Lord, just don't reveal your identity, Rogue Immortal replied, clearly afraid that Qi Yuan might expose himself. If that happened, Huang Tu would definitely capture Qi Yuan. You make a good point, Qi Yuan thought for a moment and agreed with Rogue Immortal's suggestion. He couldn't help but sigh. If I, a poor guy, pretend to be rich and meet some female geniuses at the banquet, what if they find out I'm actually from a poor background? There's something happening on the spirit boat, Origin Heavenly Sovereign. Let's talk when we get there. The Rogue Immortal quickly logged off after saying this. The group chat immediately became quiet. Aside from the Rogue Immortal, who was always online, the Great Sun Flame Emperor and Ice Queen were usually only online occasionally. Qi Yuan clicked on the forum and immediately saw the post made by his alternate account, the blood-clad sword god. There were now a lot more comments underneath it. Senior, you really did it. The Bright Palace has done so much evil, they deserve to be killed. Still, try to avoid taking too many risks. If the Zifu experts from the Bright Palace surround you, it could be dangerous. The Bright Palace is powerful, and the Green Cloud Continent is their stronghold. Senior blood-clad sword god, you should be cautious. I also have a grudge against the Bright Palace. Blood-clad sword god, would you like to meet up and discuss taking down the Bright Palace together? There were all sorts of comments below the post. Some were just praising him, while others were advising the blood-clad sword god to be careful. It's a pity that the blood-clad sword god is just my alternate account. Otherwise, I could boldly say, I, Origin Heavenly Sovereign, have a heavenly Tao foundation and a stellar golden core. Why would I fear the bright palace? After thinking it over, Qi Yuan used his main account to reply to the post. I, Origin Heavenly Sovereign, with a heavenly Tao foundation and a stellar golden core, fully support the blood-clad sword god. If needed, I can lend my stellar golden core to the blood-clad sword god. After replying, Qi Yuan was very pleased with himself. The people from the Bright Palace must be trembling in fear after seeing my reply. After all, with a stellar golden core supporting the blood-clad sword god, how could the Bright Palace possibly stand against him? However, after a while, Qi Yuan was stunned. There were several more replies under the post. My immortal pill golden core fully supports the blood-clad sword god. My million golden cores fully support the blood-clad sword god. My 9-turn golden core fully supports the blood-clad sword god. Qi Yuan looked at these and was dumbfounded. Can a 9-turn intestine even form a golden core? Then, his eyes narrowed. Those who have the Tao receive much help. Those who lose the Tao receive little help. The blood-clad sword god is sure to succeed. With so many terrifying golden cores, and possibly even a calculus golden core or quantum golden core, all supporting the blood-clad sword god, victory was certain. Qi Yuan switched to his blood-clad sword god account. With so much support, I, the blood-clad sword god, will go kill more Zifu experts from the Bright Palace to celebrate. He made sure to reply specifically to the 9-turn golden core user. At that moment, in a cave dwelling, a female cultivator widened her eyes, her face showing signs of panic. Senior, please don't reply to me. She had just been mimicking the comments of others, but she ended up getting a response. Now, it looked like she had incited the blood-clad sword god to go kill more Zifu experts from the Bright Palace. The Bright Palace was a top-tier force in the entire Eastern lands. Naturally, this female cultivator didn't want to truly provoke them. The Bright Palace won't come after me, right? I'm not even in the Eastern lands right now, so it should be fine. Thinking this, the female cultivator breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days passed. Qi Yuan was once again clad in his blood-red robe. Xu Yeli followed behind him, his expression numb. Just before, he had followed the blood-clad sword god to yet another Bright Palace stronghold. When the Suona began to play, a Zifu expert went to their grave. That particular stronghold had 5 Zifu experts. It was one of the larger Bright Palace outposts. In the end, the blood-clad sword god easily slaughtered them. For the blood-clad sword god, killing Zifu experts was as easy as killing infants. Xu Yeli's body trembled uncontrollably now. He had reached the point of no return, completely unable to distance himself from the blood-clad sword god. Senior, do you have any strategies for dealing with the Bright Palace? Xu Yeli now had to think about his future. A powerhouse like the blood-clad sword god, even if he completely offended the Bright Palace, could just walk away in the end. Xu Yeli understood that even if the 3 palace lords of the Bright Palace acted together, they wouldn't be able to capture the blood-clad sword god. And with the blood-clad sword god continuously slaughtering the Bright Palace's Zifu experts, those who remained would start to retreat to the Bright Palace headquarters. Dozens of Zifu experts, along with the 3 palace lords, would retreat to defend the Bright Palace. If the blood-clad sword god dared to go there, it would surely be his end. So Xu Yeli realized that the blood-clad sword god's feud with the Bright Palace was nearing its conclusion. But he himself didn't have the blood-clad sword god's strength. Deal with the Bright Palace? Qi Yuan replied casually, I've already made a plan to destroy the Bright Palace within 100 days, and it's about to succeed. Currently, he was wiping out the Zifu experts outside. The remaining Zifu experts from the Bright Palace would undoubtedly retreat to the headquarters. That would be Qi Yuan's opportunity. If they didn't gather together, honestly, they would be hard to kill. After all, if a Zifu expert wanted to hide, even Qi Yuan would have trouble finding them. Xu Yeli coughed when he heard Qi Yuan's words, I look forward to hearing good news from you, senior. Destroying the Bright Palace? Xu Yeli didn't believe it. Without divine intervention, who could destroy the Bright Palace? He was deeply worried, feeling uncertain about the future. Qi Yuan was unaware of Xu Yeli's thoughts, and even if he knew, it wouldn't have mattered much to him. Having killed 5 old and charming, white moonlights, Qi Yuan felt his harvest was bountiful this time. After returning to his cave dwelling, he quickly logged into his alternate account and returned to the Divine Flower Society forum to post again. 5 Zifu experts killed to celebrate for fellow Taoists. I, the blood-clad sword god, abhor evil and have slain the Zifu experts of the Bright Palace. I never expected that after posting the other day, I would receive so much support from my fellow Taoists. I want to thank Ling Shan Wenfeng, Fox Den Little Li, Dragon Tiger Taoist, Origin Heavenly Sovereign for their support. Qi Yuan listed all the ids of those who had commented in support of him on the forum. The only downside was that he couldn't at them. Thanks to the support of these Taoists, I believe that justice will prevail over darkness. I have been losing sleep, constantly thinking of the encouragement from these Taoists, so I went out at night and killed 5 more Zifu experts from the Bright Palace. These Zifu experts didn't die by my hand, but by the hands of the righteous people who support me, and by the cause of justice in the world. After posting, Qi Yuan felt proud of himself. He thought the last part of his message was quite eloquent, no self-praise, but a deepening of the theme. It was a conclusion worthy of a top-grade essay. He was feeling very pleased with himself. Soon, a comment appeared. Fox Den Little Li, Senior, it wasn't me, I didn't do it. In her cave dwelling, the female cultivator was panicking as she read the post, feeling both shocked and terrified. Did the senior really kill 5 more Zifu experts? Why did he have to mention me? Please don't let the Bright Palace come after me. I remember your 9-turn intestine golden core very clearly, I wouldn't mistake it. The destruction of the Bright Palace will have your contribution. Qi Yuan quickly replied. He needed to take good care of his loyal fans. Fox Den Little Li was utterly overwhelmed, wanting nothing more than to play dead. Time passed quickly, and more people began replying to the post. Senior is truly powerful. With such strength, he could probably rank in the top 20 of the Eastern lands. No wonder Senior is so carefree, he clearly doesn't see the Bright Palace as a threat. Senior, as long as you avoid direct confrontation with the Bright Palace, they won't be able to do anything to you. The replies to Qi Yuan's post became more and more enthusiastic. Many even started offering advice on how to destroy the Bright Palace. Senior, I have a plan that can help you destroy the Bright Palace. All you need to do is leave the Eastern lands and find a place to cultivate in seclusion for 10,000 years. When you emerge, you'll be able to destroy the Bright Palace for sure. The 3rd Palace Lord of the Bright Palace is said to be an unparalleled beauty. If I were you, Senior, I would make peace with the Bright Palace and then convince the 3rd Palace Lord to become my Tao companion. With the Bright Palace as your harem, they would naturally offer you more Tao companions. All you have to do is keep having children, and after a few thousand years, wouldn't the Bright Palace be your back garden? As Qi Yuan read these comments, he found them enlightening. At times, his eyes lit up, feeling he had gained a lot. Who says other realms don't have hidden talents? These people are geniuses. Especially the plan involving having children and taking over, it seemed highly feasible. And it was quite exciting to think about. However, when he remembered that Ice Queen and his junior sister were still burdened by the Bright Palace's high-interest loans, he had to ignore these ingenious suggestions. The Bright Palace must be destroyed within 100 days. A plan that had been set could not be easily altered. He wasn't the boss or a client. Qi Yuan thought this over, then switched back to his main account to bump the thread. Blood-clad sword god, if you run into trouble destroying the Bright Palace, come to the 4 emperors of the Divine Flower Society. You can borrow my stellar golden core. He couldn't resist showing off his golden core again. At that moment, Qi Yuan noticed a notification flashing in his contact list. Ling Nu had sent him a message. Qi Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that junior sister is finally going to show me the real thing? Excited, he quickly opened the message from his junior sister. Senior brother, I heard that you've been dual cultivating with a man for half an hour every day lately. Senior brother, there's nothing wrong with being obsessed with games, but don't be obsessed with anything else. Sigh, senior brother, what's so good about men? Qi Yuan stared at the messages, speechless. That Zhang Ya, she looks so quiet and dignified, like an aloof fairy, how can she be such a tattletale? It was obvious that Zhang Ya had told Zhang Lingsu about this. Junior sister, don't misunderstand. Although I've been dual cultivating with Shu Tongchen, it's all legitimate dual cultivation. He has awakened the sunfire, and I observe it every day to learn it. How could your senior brother, a man with a family, possibly be interested in men? Qi Yuan responded. If it were any other misunderstanding, he wouldn't even bother to explain. But this misunderstanding needed to be cleared up. After leaving the main hall, Shu Tongchen appeared to be grieving, as if he had lost someone dear. In truth, he was very happy inside. Recently, a lot had happened in the Bright Palace. Zifu experts had fallen one after another. Now, almost 10 had died. In just a few days, 10 Zifu experts had died. That was more than had died in the past century. And they were all from the Bright Palace. You could imagine how grim Huang Tu's expression must be. Originally, they had casually talked about the blood-clad sword god, but now he had become a towering threat. Even the Zifu master of Zheng Fengxing had perished, so naturally, Shu Tongchen felt smug. Of course, he had to pretend to be very sad. In just a few days, my sunfire has grown by 10%. This Qi Yuan truly is my lucky star. Thinking of Qi Yuan made Shu Tongchen even more joyful. It was truly double the happiness. Suddenly, a voice transmission reached Shu Tongchen's ears. Shu Tongchen's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the seemingly distracted spies trailing him. He ducked into a small alley. "Master, why are you here?" Shu Tongchen asked, his eyes lighting up with surprise. He hadn't expected to see his master here. Shu Yeli looked at his disciple and said slowly, "Why have you been going out so often lately?" Disciple has encountered a genius. He's very strange, Shu Tongchen replied, telling his master about what had been happening with Qi Yuan. When Shu Yeli heard this, he frowned. Is there really such a person in the world? He must have had some fortunate encounter. Shu Yeli naturally wouldn't be overly concerned with a young man participating in the Eastern Lands genius battle. Especially considering how precarious his own situation was. "Tongchen, you must be ready at all times to flee with your master," Shu Yeli said gravely. Shu Tongchen's face changed slightly at these words. "Master, what's happened? Is the Bright Palace going to make a move against us? Sunfire is too conspicuous. The Bright Palace won't let you keep it forever," Shu Yeli said darkly. The Bright Palace had always been overbearing, but they had at least maintained some semblance of propriety. But lately, whether it was initiating the 100 Nations blood war or anything else, they had been very direct. Shu Yeli vaguely sensed that something big might be happening. Unfortunately, his level was too low to know exactly what. "Master, with the Bright Palace currently dealing with the blood-clad sword god, do they still have time to come after my sunfire?" Shu Tongchen spoke first with frustration, then with excitement. Shu Yeli remained silent. Shu Tongchen continued, "The blood-clad sword god is truly a peerless powerhouse. With just one man and one sword, he has killed nearly 10 Zifu experts from the Bright Palace. Including their lackeys, he's killed more than 10. A peerless powerhouse like that should be the rightful leader of the righteous path in the Green Cloud continent. But I'm confused, why is there always a black-robed Zifu expert playing the Suona behind the blood-clad sword god during battles? Why doesn't he help the blood-clad sword god? Is he not strong enough?" Shu Tongchen finally voiced his confusion. The black-robed Suona player seemed like someone who was just there to watch, completely useless. Sigh, why would the blood-clad sword god keep such a worthless old servant? Shu Yeli's expression grew darker and darker. Shu Tongchen noticed and quickly asked, "Master, what's wrong? Has the Bright Palace insulted you again?" Shu Yeli glared at Shu Tongchen. "Your master is the worthless old servant you're talking about." Quote. Shu Tongchen was dumbfounded and instantly felt guilty. After a long pause, he became excited again. "Master, you've met the blood-clad sword god. What's he like? Is he as noble as the legends say, like a sage?" "A sage?" Shu Yeli snorted coldly. "He's a killing god. Where would you find a sage like that?" When Shu Tongchen next arrived outside Qi Yuan's cave dwelling, he was still in a daze. His master was actually the blood-clad sword god's follower. The blood-clad sword god could offend the Bright Palace and then simply leave. But his master couldn't. If they were discovered, the fate of the Qian sect would be dire. He was somewhat distracted as he entered Qi Yuan's cave dwelling. "You're here. Quickly, summon the sunfire so I can observe it," Qi Yuan urged. All right, Shu Tongchen summoned the sunfire. For him, it was better to focus on improving his strength rather than worrying about useless things. Qi Yuan's gaze once again fell on the sunfire. He squinted his eyes, carefully examining it. At the same time, the small sun in the sky seemed to flicker with a tiny flame. After half an hour, Qi Yuan showed a satisfied expression. Not bad, I've made some progress." Shu Tongchen could feel the growing strength of the sunfire and couldn't help but ask, "Did fellow Taoist Qi Yuan gain some insight?" "I've gained a little insight," Qi Yuan replied seriously. Indeed, it was just a little, like how a tricycle can only carry a little. Shu Tongchen was stunned. It had taken him decades to gain insight into the sunfire. And Qi Yuan had done it in just a few days. Was he lying? At this rate, I should be able to fully comprehend it in 10 to 15 days. All right, Shu Tongchen hesitated, unsure whether Qi Yuan was telling the truth, but he still said, if you manage to comprehend the sunfire before the Eastern Lands Genius Battle, you'll surely sweep through the competition and rank in the top 20. Sigh, to be honest, ranking in the top 20 is a bit stressful for me. After all, these geniuses come from noble backgrounds, while I come from humble beginnings. I feel very inferior when I see them, Qi Yuan said. Shu Tongchen was speechless. Not long ago, he was criticizing his golden core for being small, and now he's feeling inferior. Fortunately, heaven rewards hard work. I worked tirelessly and finally made it out of the mountains, achieving a heavenly Tao foundation. I've finally distanced myself from these geniuses. So all that talk before was just nonsense. Feeling inferior with a heavenly Tao foundation. Shu Tongchen was now certain that Qi Yuan had some mental issues. He spoke like a madman. However, when he heard Heavenly Tao Foundation, he couldn't help but marvel. In this genius battle, there's indeed a Heavenly Tao Foundation cultivator named Jiyu Xiaoyao. A Heavenly Tao Foundation? Qi Yuan's expression grew serious. Is it a perfect Heavenly Tao Foundation or a flawed one? According to Ice Queen, a perfect Heavenly Tao Foundation could speak with the authority of the Tao, causing gods to fall. But Qi Yuan, with insufficient talent, only had a flawed Heavenly Tao Foundation. This meant that even after achieving a Heavenly Tao Foundation, his strength was pathetically weak. At the Foundation establishment stage, he could only kill nascent souls. So whenever he encountered a nascent soul, he would shout, I have a Heavenly Tao Foundation, what's wrong with killing a nascent soul? He wasn't bragging, he was expressing his frustration. He, a Heavenly Tao Foundation cultivator, could only kill nascent souls like dogs. Shu Tongchen was puzzled by Qi Yuan's words. Since when were there perfect and flawed Heavenly Tao Foundations? Of course, it's a perfect Heavenly Tao Foundation, Shu Tongchen replied. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression grew even more solemn. This time, in the Eastern Lands Genius Battle, he would finally face a terrifying opponent. The legendary Heavenly Tao Foundation. Tell me, with my Heavenly Tao Foundation and a stellar golden core, can I defeat this Jiyu Xiaoyao? Qi Yuan asked quietly. Shu Tongchen shook his head. Fellow Taoist Qi Yuan, even if you comprehend the sunfire, you won't be able to defeat that Heavenly Tao Foundation cultivator. Qi Yuan fell silent. He was still too weak. Should he avoid participating in this Eastern Lands Genius Battle? Otherwise, if he encountered that Heavenly Tao Foundation cultivator and couldn't win, it would be very embarrassing. But when he remembered the promise he made to the sect master, he became conflicted. He needed to find a way to avoid running into that Heavenly Tao Foundation cultivator. Fellow Taoist, in 2 days, Huang Tu will be hosting a fish dragon banquet, and I need to accompany him. I won't be able to come and cultivate with you, so please bear with me, Shu Tongchen said softly before leaving. Qi Yuan was stunned for a moment. All right. The fish dragon banquet is starting. Isn't the rogue Immortal arriving soon? Inside the bright palace, the atmosphere was heavy. Last time, there were only about a dozen Purple Mansion experts present. Now, there were over 30 Purple Mansion experts gathered, more than half of the Bright Palace's total number. The expressions on these Purple Mansion experts were grim. Third Palace Lord Zilan spoke, her voice lacking its usual calmness. All Purple Mansion experts outside the headquarters return immediately. Previously, when the blood-clad sword god had demonstrated late-stage Purple Mansion strength, Zilan hadn't taken it too seriously. Purple Mansion cultivators had already comprehended the essence of spiritual energy and awakened their original divine powers. Killing them would be difficult. Last time, when the blood-clad sword god killed 5 Purple Mansion experts, they assumed he had exhausted his strength and was resting somewhere. But then, 6 more Purple Mansion experts from the Bright Palace fell one after another. The situation had escalated far beyond their expectations. Until our confrontation with the blood-clad sword god is over, all Purple Mansion experts are to remain at the headquarters, Third Palace Lord Zilan ordered. The Purple Mansion experts exchanged uneasy glances. How should we deal with this blood-clad sword god? One Purple Mansion cautiously asked. The First Palace Lord is currently negotiating with the Eastern Lands leader of the Divine Flower Society. Until the negotiations are complete, We just need to hold our position at the headquarters, Zealand said, a trace of helplessness in her tone. As the leading righteous sect of the Green Cloud continent, the Bright Palace had never been forced into such a humiliating situation. But the blood-clad sword god was no ordinary late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. He slaughtered Purple Mansion experts with ease. If we make peace with him, it would be an utter humiliation for our Bright Palace. One Purple Mansion cultivator remarked, already anticipating the outcome. After all, the blood-clad sword god's original divine powers were powerful, and as long as he remained elusive, it would be difficult for the Bright Palace to capture him. HMPH, if he dares to come to our headquarters, we will make sure he has no burial place, another elder declared. They were used to being arrogant and found it hard to accept making concessions for the first time. The blood-clad sword god isn't foolish enough to come here and throw his life away, a Purple Mansion elder commented. Anyone who has reached this level of cultivation is a cunning old fox. It seems we'll have to swallow our pride this time. It's his lucky day, a woman in yellow added. The meeting in the Bright Palace quietly came to an end. From that day on, no one in the Bright Palace mentioned attacking the blood-clad sword god again, nor did anyone dare to bring up his name. All the elders and deacons simply waited for the first palace lord to return. As for the blood-clad sword god, who was still active on the Divine Flower Society forum, they could only ignore him. Outside the cave dwelling, Zhang Ya's brow still held a trace of worry. The heaven-level technique that Elder Wushan had taught her had shown no progress in recent times. She glanced at Qi Yuan and Kong Fulu, then waved her hand. Are you two interested in attending the Fish Dragon Banquet? In Zhang Ya's hand was an invitation to the Fish Dragon Banquet. Anyone who had been on the Eastern Lands Genius ranking would receive this invitation to the Fish Dragon Banquet. Kong Fulu's eyes lit up. I'm interested. The Fish Dragon Banquet would feature a live performance of the Fish Dragon Golden Core Dance, which was much better than a recording. Qi Yuan, however, shook his head. A friend of mine is arriving in Cloud City soon. I need to meet him. He'll be taking me to the Fish Dragon Banquet, so I won't be going with you two. Zhang Ya looked at Qi Yuan, a bit surprised. Kong Fulu was also surprised. Junior brother, you actually have a friend here. We met online. Kong Fulu was puzzled by the term, online. Did he mean a spider web? Be careful and don't get scammed, Kong Fulu advised. As the senior brother of the Divine Radiance sect, he felt responsible for looking out for Qi Yuan. Don't worry, Qi Yuan replied, glancing at the Divine Flower Society's jade slip. He felt uneasy. Why did a simple meetup have to be so complicated? The rogue Immortal hadn't replied to his messages for 2 days now. Could something have happened to him again? On the spirit boat. The rogue Immortal looked at the man with upturned eyes, concern showing in his gaze. Senior brother, are you feeling better? Cough, much better, the man with upturned eyes replied, his face pale and looking quite weak. Seeing this, the rogue Immortal felt exasperated. This senior brother of his loved making new friends. As someone ranked on the Eastern Lands Genius list, he was a big deal even on this small flying boat. A few days ago, this senior brother had made friends with a female cultivator from the lower Eastern Lands Genius list. They quickly ended up in bed together. If the rogue Immortal hadn't found him, this senior brother would have been drained dry. The female cultivator from the lower Eastern Lands Genius list practiced a technique that absorbed yang energy to nourish yin energy, and the man with upturned eyes had fallen victim to it. During this time, the rogue Immortal had to use his own vitality to restore his senior brother's weakened body. After all, this senior brother was their sect's hope. He was also the only cultivator in the sect who had made it onto the main Eastern Lands Genius list. Senior brother, from now on, stay away from those demonesses, the rogue Immortal advised earnestly. The man with upturned eyes, still a bit shaken, couldn't help but reminisce. But those demonesses, they're so tempting. Junior brother, I've learned my lesson this time. I won't make the same mistake again. The rogue Immortal didn't believe him at all. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened with his senior brother. And the sect master never scolded him, which left the rogue Immortal puzzled. At that moment, he decided not to dwell on these troublesome thoughts. We're almost at Cloud City. My friend said he'd meet me down below. The rogue Immortal thought of Origin Heavenly Sovereign and grew excited. Bring him along. We'll go to the Fish Dragon Banquet together. Sigh, this journey has been full of twists and turns, but at least we're going to make it to the banquet, the man with upturned eyes said with a sigh. It had indeed been a turbulent journey. Just then, a voice, half intentional, half accidental, reached their ears. To think that a figure from the Eastern Land's genius list would be bewitched by a demoness. Gao Jian, when we reach Cloud City, don't tell anyone you're from Lei Xingzhou. An exceptionally handsome man with long hair down to his waist appeared, his eyes gleaming sharply. Gao Jian looked at the handsome man, his expression sour. HMPH, Luo Cha, let's talk when your ranking on the Eastern Land's genius list surpasses mine. The handsome man was named Luo Cha, and his sect had a long-standing feud with Gao Jian's sect. The two of them had always been at odds. Gao Jian's ranking on the Eastern Land's genius list was exactly 10 spots higher than Luo Cha's. This time, when the Eastern Land's genius list is finalized, I'll definitely surpass you, Luo Cha declared, his handsome face showing a determined expression. At that moment, the spirit boat finally stopped. Luo Cha's face lit up with excitement as he looked at Gao Jian, boasting, "Do you see that golden-robed man up ahead? He's Lei Chong, ranked 89th on the Eastern Land's genius list, and he's my sworn brother. With his help, I'll definitely surpass you this time." Hearing this, Gao Jian looked at Lei Chong with a wary expression. Being in the top 300 of the Eastern Land's genius list was indeed impressive. But the top 100, those were the real geniuses. The rogue immortal wasn't interested in Lei Chong at all. Standing beside Gao Jian, he was busy looking for something but found nothing. Just then, a voice filled with surprise called out, "Are you the rogue immortal?" The rogue immortal quickly turned to see a man in a blood-red robe standing in front of him. The man was extraordinarily handsome, exuding a cold and fierce aura. He stood in the middle of the crowd, yet if you didn't pay close attention, you might subconsciously overlook his presence. Origin Heavenly Lord. The rogue immortal's face lit up with joy as he looked at Qi Yuan. "You really came, and you're so handsome." Gao Jian also glanced at Qi Yuan and remarked, "So, you're a friend of my junior brother. You're indeed impressive." In front of others, Gao Jian would still give his junior brother face. "I never rely on my looks, I rely on my strength," Qi Yuan said modestly, though he was pleased with the compliment. Knowing he was going to the fish dragon banquet, Qi Yuan decided not to attend under his usual identity. After all, he was from a small country, and what if people looked down on him? Besides, there was a Heavenly Dao Foundation cultivator at the fish dragon banquet. He needed to go under a more impressive alias, like the blood-clad sword god, to attend the banquet. That way, he wouldn't be underestimated. Hearing Qi Yuan's shameless comment, the rogue immortal was convinced, this was definitely Origin Heavenly Lord. "Alright, we'd better hurry to the fish dragon banquet. If we're late, we might miss it," Gao Jian urged. The fish dragon banquet was very important for geniuses like them. It was a great opportunity to expand their networks. At that moment, a voice whispered in Qi Yuan's ear. "Fellow Taoist, walking with someone like that is embarrassing." On the spirit boat, that Gao Jian was drained of his essence by a demoness, how hilarious, haha. Luo Cha sneered as he spoke to Qi Yuan, then laughed as he walked away, leaving behind a sullen Gao Jian. Qi Yuan glanced at Gao Jian and couldn't help but comment, who would have thought that someone so unassuming would catch the eye of a demoness? Your talent must be really high. Gao Jian was left speechless. Was this a compliment about his talent? Or an insult about his looks? "Senior brother, Origin Heavenly Lord is very straightforward, don't take it to heart," the rogue immortal quickly intervened. No, let's just go," Gao Jian said, his mouth twitching. The three of them then headed to the fish dragon banquet. On the way, Gao Jian couldn't stop talking. But all he did was badmouth Luo Cha. This made Qi Yuan sigh. Gao Jian sure could hold a grudge. This was the kind of person you shouldn't offend. If you did, you'd better kill them quickly. Otherwise, they might curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Beside him, the rogue immortal kept glancing at Qi Yuan. During this time, while restoring his senior brother's vitality, he hadn't been online and was unaware of what had been happening on the forum. Looking at Qi Yuan, he couldn't help but ask, "Origin Heavenly Lord, are you really going to participate in the Eastern Land's genius list?" Ice Queen had mentioned that Origin Heavenly Lord was a big shot. But what big shot would participate in the Eastern Land's genius list? "Of course, I'm going to participate. My senior brother is also participating. We're even attending the fish dragon banquet together," Qi Yuan replied. The rogue immortal wanted to ask, "Aren't you a purple mansion cultivator?" But then he realized that with Origin Heavenly Lord's odd way of thinking, he wouldn't get a sensible answer. He would probably say something like, I have a heavenly Tao foundation and an immortal grade golden core. The rogue Immortal decided not to ask further and just treated Qi Yuan as a friend of one of the 4 emperors of the Divine Flower Society. It's a pity the Great Sun Flame Emperor and Ice Queen aren't here. Otherwise, with the Heavenly Tao Foundation of Ice Queen, the 4 emperors of the Divine Flower Society would definitely make a name for themselves at the Fish Dragon Banquet. Qi Yuan sighed. Under his blood-red robe, the aura of slaughter and demonic energy was well concealed. The rogue Immortal glanced at Qi Yuan and asked quietly, where is the blood-clad sword god? The rogue Immortal only knew that the blood-clad sword god had slaughtered nascent souls but wasn't aware of what had happened since the blood-clad sword god arrived in the Green Cloud continent. Isn't that me? Qi Yuan pointed to himself. Hearing this, the rogue Immortal was left speechless. He decided not to dwell on it. After about half an hour, Qi Yuan, the rogue Immortal, and Gao Jian finally arrived at the entrance to the Fish Dragon Banquet. The banquet was being held at Yunjiang Pavilion. Yunjiang Pavilion was located in the middle of a 300-li cloud lake. The 3 of them boarded a celestial boat and crossed the 300 li of the cloud lake, eventually reaching a lavish island. On the island stood a grand palace. Various decorated boats were moored on the lake, with songs occasionally drifting from them. This made Qi Yuan, standing on the boat, exclaim, as expected of a big city, so large, so prosperous. Although he had become the ruler of Lufeng realm, he had mostly stayed in Wugui City and hadn't visited other places. Gao Jian raised his head and said, compared to our Zalei City and Lei Xingzhou, this is far inferior. However, the environment is quite elegant, suitable for seclusion. Cloud City wasn't considered a particularly prosperous place even within the Green Cloud continent. Naturally, it couldn't compare to the most prosperous Zalei City and Lei Xingzhou. Qi Yuan looked at Gao Jian with admiration. As expected of someone from a big place, you have great knowledge. Hearing this flattery, Gao Jian couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. This Origin Heavenly Lord was much more agreeable than Luo Cha. This made Gao Jian think that if it weren't for networking, it might be better to spend more time with low-status people. In the future, he would receive more praise that way. Unlike Luo Cha, who always verbally attacked him. The celestial boat docked, and the 3 disembarked, heading towards the grand hall of Yunjiang Pavilion. Qi Yuan looked around, curious about everything he saw. Unfortunately, the crowd was full of young people, with no old men or his white moonlight. Led by a servant girl, the 3 entered the palace. The grand hall was filled with thousands of people. Origin Heavenly Lord, let's find a quiet place to sit, the rogue Immortal suggested. Although he was talkative in the Divine Flower Society group, in reality, he was somewhat socially anxious and didn't like interacting with too many people. Gao Jian glanced at his junior brother and smiled wryly. Don't cause any trouble, I'm going to meet some friends. He didn't insist on bringing his junior brother along to meet people. He would let him and his friend catch up instead. Qi Yuan sat in a corner and casually picked up a piece of fruit from the table to eat. The rogue Immortal, now relaxed, realized that Origin Heavenly Lord wasn't much different from him, just another newbie. Sigh, I wonder when I'll be able to make it onto the Eastern Lands Genius list, the rogue Immortal sighed as he looked at the geniuses in the hall. Isn't that easy? Qi Yuan glanced around and replied casually. Oh, the rogue Immortal was intrigued. All I have to do is kill all the geniuses in this hall, and there will be vacancies on the Eastern Lands Genius list. You'll definitely make it then. Of course, I might not be able to kill the Heavenly Tao Foundation cultivator, but as for the others, they won't be able to stop me, Qi Yuan said confidently, genuinely wanting to help the rogue Immortal. The rogue Immortal's expression changed. Origin Heavenly Lord, don't say such things out loud, transmit them directly. If others hear you, they might misunderstand. This Origin Heavenly Lord was just like in the group, always speaking recklessly. It's a pity that I have no grudge against them. Otherwise, I'd really want to kill them all. That way, I wouldn't even have to participate in the Eastern Lands Genius battle to make it onto the list, Qi Yuan sighed. Participating in the Eastern Lands Genius battle could take 10 to 15 days, or even years. Qi Yuan really didn't feel like joining. The rogue Immortal wanted to cover Qi Yuan's mouth or, better yet, move farther away from him. He was genuinely worried that some of the geniuses might get annoyed with Origin Heavenly Sovereign and decide to deal with him. Half an hour passed. Qi Yuan and the rogue Immortal had eaten quite a few spiritual fruits by now. There were now a few more people at their table. These people seemed to be just as uninterested in socializing and had casually found a place to sit. Origin Heavenly Lord, where's your senior brother? The rogue immortal asked out of boredom. He should be inside, Qi Yuan guessed. Kung Fulu was probably being introduced to some geniuses by Zhang Ya. Qi Yuan wasn't interested in that. How could geniuses compare to white moonlight? Inside, the rogue immortal was surprised. The hall is divided into the inner hall and the outer hall. Only those ranked in the top 100 on the genius list can enter the inner hall. The others at the table now looked at Qi Yuan with surprise. After all, being in the top 100 on the Eastern Lands genius list almost guaranteed that one would reach the Zifu realm. Such people were true geniuses wherever they went. Yes, the one who took my senior brother inside is in the top 100. Qi Yuan remembered that Zhang Lingsu had told him her sister, Zhang Ya, was ranked 17th on the Eastern Lands genius list. At that moment, a woman at the table spoke up. Why don't you ask your friend to take us into the inner hall as well? The others also looked at Qi Yuan, their expressions varied. Qi Yuan glanced at them but didn't respond. He had no relationship with these people. If the rogue immortal had asked, he might have agreed. Seeing that Qi Yuan didn't respond, the woman felt awkward, and the others looked at him with a hint of mockery in their eyes. The group secretly transmitted messages, discussing something among themselves. Qi Yuan didn't pay them any mind, happily continuing to eat spiritual fruits with the rogue immortal. Just then, a phoenix cry suddenly echoed through the hall. A group of dozens of geniuses emerged from the inner hall. At the forefront was Huang Tu, whose ranking wasn't the highest, but as the host from the Green Cloud continent, the others gave him face. Huang Tu's face was beaming with a smile, looking as if he was on top of the world, with no sign of the grief from his master's recent death. He strode forward, his expression full of respect. Heavenly Soul Fairy, it's an honor to have you here. Please, come inside. The Phoenix Cry signaled the arrival of a top 10 figure from the genius list. Heavenly Soul Fairy, dressed in a black combat outfit that accentuated her curves, caught the gaze of nearly every genius in the outer hall. Heavenly Soul Fairy was ranked 8th on the Eastern Lands genius list. She was someone to be admired. The rogue immortal looked at Heavenly Soul Fairy with admiration. Heavenly Soul Fairy has an immortal grade foundation. If her family had a yin god, she might have achieved a heavenly Tao foundation. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's gaze toward Heavenly Soul Fairy grew more serious. It seems that talent alone isn't enough, you also need the right background. The others at the table also watched Heavenly Soul Fairy with admiration. The woman who had spoken earlier sighed, now, this is a true genius, someone who could shape the future of the Eastern Lands. Given 10,000 years, she might become someone like the blood-clad sword god. Shish, we're in the Green Cloud continent, don't mention the blood-clad sword god here, someone quickly reminded her. The rogue immortal was taken aback. Even these geniuses knew about the blood-clad sword god. When the blood-robed sword god was mentioned, the expressions of those present changed subtly. A Taoist technique was employed, temporarily isolating the communication here. Fellow Taoist, how dare you wear a blood robe? Aren't you afraid that the host, Huang Tu, will see it and cause trouble for you? The Radiant Palace can't trouble the blood-robed sword god, but they can trouble you, a male cultivator named Zhao Buyu, who was sitting at the same table, said softly. He was also the only one at this table who was on the Eastern Lands genius list, and therefore, received the most attention from those present. The others also looked towards Qi Yuan. Currently, there were two matters in Qian continent that attracted the most attention. The first was the Eastern Land genius battle. The second was the feud between the blood-robed sword god and the Radiant Palace. However, because the second event happened so quickly, many of the geniuses who had just arrived in Qian continent were not aware of it. Qi Yuan was a bit dazed when he heard this. Just because he was afraid that he would be looked down upon at the banquet, he decided not to attend as himself. But now, even after donning the identity of the blood-robed sword god, he was still being targeted. Isn't this too much? Beside him, the rogue immortal Venerable murmured, you guys also know about the blood-robed sword god. His knowledge of the blood-robed sword god was limited to what he had heard earlier. We're not from the Sacred Flower Society. The 5 people present shook their heads. The woman at the table looked puzzled. What does this have to do with the Sacred Flower Society? The blood-robed sword god has recently arrived in Qian continent. Wherever he goes, gods and Buddhas fall. I've heard he's already killed dozens of Radiant Palace Purple Mansion cultivators. Unfortunately, we have never had the chance to witness the blood-robed sword god's glory, and there's no recording stone that has captured his appearance. She spoke excitedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Whenever the blood-robed sword god appears, the Suona horn blows, and purple mansions fall. However, those who have seen the true appearance of the blood-robed sword god are very few. But when those people are asked to describe the blood-robed sword god's appearance, they find it impossible. Beside her, the rogue Immortal Venerable was utterly stunned, and he transmitted his voice, "Origin Celestial Sovereign, what are they talking about?" "They're exaggerating," Qi Yuan replied sincerely. The rogue Immortal Venerable sighed in relief upon hearing this, but then Qi Yuan continued. "I haven't killed dozens of Purple Mansion cultivators from the Radiant Palace. I've only killed 9, Qi Yuan transmitted back. The rogue Immortal Venerable. Now, he was completely bewildered. The blood-robed sword god had killed 9 Purple Mansion cultivators. In his sect on the Thunderwalking continent, there were only 5 Purple Mansion cultivators in total. The blood-robed sword god. At this moment, his mind was in turmoil, unable to think clearly. The woman who had spoken earlier looked at Qi Yuan and said, "Fellow Taoist, you should heed Brother Baiyu's advice and change your attire to avoid causing trouble." The rogue Immortal Venerable glanced at Qi Yuan, looking conflicted. "Maybe we should just leave." His mind was still in disarray. Everything before him seemed like a hallucination, unreal. Qi Yuan replied, "The Fish Dragon Golden Elixir dance hasn't started yet. I'm not leaving." He was still waiting to see the Fish Dragon Golden Elixir dance and record it for Little Jia to see. The woman looked at Qi Yuan, seeing that her advice was futile, and decided not to say anything more. After all, they had just met by chance. At the table, Qi Yuan continued eating spirit fruits. At this moment, not far away, dozens of geniuses were welcoming the celestial maiden of heavenly soul. Huang Tu's face was full of smiles. But behind him, Shu Tongchen's thoughts were elsewhere. Just now, the true solar flame within him suddenly flared up. It felt as if Qi Yuan was nearby. However, after a quick scan, he did not find any trace of Qi Yuan. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a figure in a blood-red robe. A peculiar expression appeared in his eyes. Qi Yuan. Although that person looked nothing like Qi Yuan. However, the feeling he got from the true solar flame was identical to what he had felt from Qi Yuan before. He was almost certain that it was Qi Yuan. Why is he dressed like that? Shu Tongchen was puzzled. At the same time, he quickly averted his gaze. He was afraid that Huang Tu would see Qi Yuan dressed like that. Of course, Shu Tongchen had no idea that at this moment, Qi Yuan was unintentionally using the Great Forgetfulness Heart Sutra. Unless someone intentionally looked at him, they would unconsciously ignore him. It was as if he didn't exist. Meanwhile, on the high tower, 2 nascent soul cultivators sneakily glanced at the figure in the blood-red robe and quickly averted their gaze. Is it him? The 2 nascent soul cultivators were as nervous as eavesdropping shrimp heads. They were from the Cloud Court and were responsible for maintaining order at this fish dragon banquet. They paid close attention to all the geniuses at the banquet. While observing, the figure in the blood-red robe caught their eye. Both of them were startled. "I don't know, I've never seen the blood-robed sword god. But him, I can't see through him," said the taller nascent soul cultivator, a look of apprehension on his face. Nowadays, in Qian continent, any high-level cultivator who wasn't in seclusion knew of the blood-robed sword god's fearsome reputation. More than 10 purple mansions, killed just like that. Such strength made him a terror even in the eastern lands. "Tishu will be here soon. He's seen the blood-robed sword god once and might be able to recognize him," said the shorter nascent soul cultivator. The idea of the blood-robed sword god attending the fish dragon banquet was beyond belief. Currently, many forces in Qian continent had their eyes on the blood-robed sword god. In secret, countless purple mansion cultivators wished to establish a connection with him. After all, the Radiant Palace was extremely tyrannical, and many forces in Qian continent would love to see it fall. Of course, they knew the blood-robed sword god could not destroy the Radiant Palace. But any damage he could inflict on the Radiant Palace would be welcome. The 2 nascent soul cultivators occasionally glanced at Qi Yuan, silently hoping that Tishu would arrive soon. They didn't dare to face the blood-robed sword god, a notorious killer, on their own. If it really was him, and he lost control and slaughtered all the geniuses at the banquet, it would be a disaster. More and more geniuses arrived at the banquet. 3 of the top 10 geniuses had already arrived. Both the outer and inner halls were bustling with activity. At this moment, Gao Jin, with a fawning smile, said, "Friend Zheng, you're as handsome as ever. You'll surely advance in the Eastern Lands genius list this time." Although Gao Jin ranked higher than Zheng Fangxing on the Eastern Lands genius list, he still flattered him. After all, Zheng Fangxing was a genius of Qian continent and had close ties with Huang Tu. Building a good relationship with Zheng Fangxing would help Gao Jin connect with Huang Tu, Qian continent's top genius. This time, the Eastern Land genius battle is crucial. More geniuses are participating than ever before, and it's tough. Zheng Fangxing was not in a good mood. His master had fallen. He had lost his only support. He felt that those around Huang Tu were now looking at him with disdain, unlike before. The world was cold. He had a bellyful of anger with no place to vent it. I have a junior disciple who also has lightning attribute spiritual roots like you, friend Zheng. Would you like to meet him and offer some guidance? Gao Jin suggested to Zheng Fangxing. Typically, most people enjoy teaching others, so Gao Jin used this opportunity to bring them closer. Zheng Fangxing raised an eyebrow at the suggestion. Sure, let's meet him. At this time, he was surrounded by Qian continent's geniuses. Those geniuses seemed to be excluding him now, so he wanted to leave the area. Under Gao Jin's guidance, Zheng Fangxing arrived at a secluded corner where the rogue Immortal Venerable and Origin Celestial Sovereign were seated. Friend Zheng, this is my junior disciple. Gao Jin began to introduce. But suddenly, Zheng Fangxing's body exuded a strong killing intent. He stared at Qi Yuan with a gloomy expression. So, you're all against me too. An adult's breakdown can happen in an instant, without warning. When he learned of his master's death, Zheng Fangxing did not fly into a rage. When he was quietly ostracized by Qian continent's geniuses, he endured it without complaint, gritting his teeth. But when he saw Qi Yuan in his blood-red robe, he couldn't hold back anymore. Is everyone in this world trying to bully me? Beside him, Gao Jin was confused. Friend Zheng, what's wrong? The few people at Qi Yuan's table instantly understood. The woman looked at Qi Yuan with a look that said, "You're getting what you deserve for not changing your clothes earlier. My master was killed by the blood-robed sword god, and he's imitating the blood-robed sword god's outfit. He's deliberately antagonizing me," Zheng Fangxing shouted. If the other party were a well-known genius, Zheng Fangxing might have endured it, even if it meant swallowing his anger. But on the way here, Gao Jin had already introduced the red-robed man as neither a renowned genius nor someone with a prestigious background. So he naturally would not tolerate it. Take off your clothes, Zheng Fangxing demanded, his voice filled with killing intent. Gao Jin was still bewildered. He had just arrived in Qian continent and knew nothing about the blood-robed sword god. Not far away, Luo Cha watched the scene with schadenfreude in his eyes. Lei Chong glanced at Qi Yuan and commented, "This guy has guts, wearing a blood-red robe to the fish dragon banquet. Is he here to embarrass Huang Tu? It's odd, though, Huang Tu should have noticed such a conspicuous outfit." Qi Yuan looked at Zheng Fangxing, feigning innocence. He had deliberately dressed as the blood-robed sword god to avoid being looked down upon. But now, had he attracted a male admirer because he looked too good? Don't you understand the freedom to dress as you please? Qi Yuan held up the banner of freedom of dress. Did my outfit cost you anything? Zheng Fangxing's anger flared even more. A nobody like him dares talk to me this way. You're lucky. Since this is the fish dragon banquet, I can't fight you here. But after it ends, you'll pay for this. Zheng Fangxing said, his voice dripping with menace. Everyone present could sense the thick killing intent in Zheng Fangxing's words. At this point, Gao Jin, still confused, sighed with relief. It seemed the situation had calmed down. Unexpectedly, Qi Yuan spoke up, "Your luck is running out. You won't even survive the fish dragon banquet." Everyone at the table was shocked. Even Zhao Buyu, who had just spoken up for Qi Yuan, was bewildered. The situation was already resolved, so why escalate it again? The woman looked at Qi Yuan, her eyes full of disappointment. How could someone be so reckless? Fine, Zheng Fangxing was thoroughly enraged. However, at that moment, Qi Yuan casually waved his hand. "Time to reunite you with your master in the underworld." It was a simple wave, with no flashy techniques or profound Taoist methods. In the eyes of those present, Zheng Fangxing's body suddenly froze. The expression on his face was frozen in that moment. Then, with a soft thud, his body shattered instantly. Shattered into 7 or 8 pieces. Zheng Fangxing had died at the fish dragon banquet. Killed effortlessly by Qi Yuan. The crowd's expressions changed drastically. Everything had happened so suddenly. Zheng Fangxing, a figure on the genius list, was killed by Qi Yuan so easily. This was going to cause big trouble. Everyone sensed that a major event was about to unfold. At this moment, Qi Yuan looked at the rogue Immortal Venerable. By killing a genius list figure, your ranking on the genius list has just moved up one spot. The rogue Immortal Venerable was dumbfounded. Brother, you're still thinking about the genius list ranking at a time like this? He didn't know whether to feel touched or something else. As expected, Qi Yuan had killed someone, and it was a genius at that. The scene was quickly noticed by those in the main hall. After all, it was rare for bloodshed to occur at such a banquet. Almost everyone's gaze turned to Qi Yuan, many with a hint of surprise in their eyes. To these geniuses, once they entered the main hall, they would usually scan the entire venue. Why hadn't they noticed this blood-robed figure before? Could he have arrived late? This guy has guts, killing someone at the fish dragon banquet. And he's dressed like the blood-robed sword god. Is he trying to humiliate Huang too? This guy's guts are as big as the blood-robed sword god's. Do you think he could actually be the blood-robed sword god? Impossible. A high-ranking expert like the blood-robed sword god wouldn't waste time coming to our fish dragon banquet to watch a golden elixir dance, right? If he wanted to, any core formation female cultivator would go to his room and dance. The geniuses whispered among themselves. Many were watching Qi Yuan with a mindset of enjoying the spectacle. At this moment, Huang too, clad in a yellow robe, stepped out from the inner hall, surrounded by dozens of geniuses, his face dark with anger. He looked at Zheng Fengxing's shattered body on the ground, then at Qi Yuan, and said hoarsely, "Fellow Taoist, you've gone too far." Beside Zheng Fengxing, Shu Tongchen was filled with anxiety. Qi Yuan was too fierce. Killing someone at the fish dragon banquet. He was racking his brains, trying to figure out how to save Qi Yuan's life. How have I gone too far? He wanted to kill me, so I killed him first, Qi Yuan said lazily, always advocating for revenge without delay. What about you? Are you here to avenge him? As he spoke, he glanced at the numerous geniuses behind Huang too. Are you all here to avenge him? The geniuses looked at each other, clearly not expecting this blood-robed man to be so bold. Was he challenging them all? At this moment, Gao Jin wore a long face, looking more dejected than anyone else. When he had arrived, his junior disciple had mentioned that his friend was a bit crazy, different from others. This wasn't just a bit crazy, this was madness beyond belief. A single man dared to provoke dozens of geniuses. If you're all here to avenge him, then, that makes you my enemies. And I'll have to kill you all. Qi Yuan said this nonchalantly and even glanced at the rogue Immortal Venerable. If I kill them all, do you think you could get on the Eastern Lands genius list? The rogue Immortal Venerable was speechless, unable to find words. Zhao Buyu, who was sitting at the table, discreetly moved further away from Qi Yuan. After all, this person clearly had issues and was likely a disciple of the obsession sect. Huang Tu's face was now terrifyingly dark. Beside him, Shu Tongchen hurriedly said, "Do you know who he is? He's ranked 27th on the Eastern Lands genius list, someone you cannot afford to offend." He frantically gave Qi Yuan a look, hoping Qi Yuan wouldn't be too arrogant and provoke everyone's wrath. Qi Yuan lazily replied, "Right now, it's not me offending him, but him offending me. Of course, I'm not one to kill the innocent. You can leave now and pretend none of this happened. I'll take care of the corpse, so it won't bother you. Don't worry, I'm very experienced at handling corpses." As he spoke, Qi Yuan took out a bottle of corpse-dissolving water and casually poured it over Zheng Fengxing's body in front of everyone. As he poured, Qi Yuan sighed. Indeed, power is a man's greatest beauty and confidence. Back then, when he used corpse-dissolving water on Yu Linglong, he had to do it secretly. Now, he could do it openly in front of everyone. The expressions of the crowd grew even more peculiar. Huang Tu's face was now dark as night. If you can walk out of the fish dragon banquet today, I, Huang Tu, don't deserve to be on the genius list. And then, as soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yuan suddenly disappeared from the table. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. Where did he go? Did he run away? The geniuses were astonished, surprised by Qi Yuan's speed. To vanish from everyone's sight like that, his strength was definitely not that of an unknown figure on the genius list. Even if you're in the top 20 of the genius list, I, Huang Tu, will not let you go. Huang Tu looked at the empty seat, his gaze sweeping over the rogue Immortal Venerable and Gao Jin, his eyes brimming with killing intent. At that moment, a lazy voice called out, I already walked out of the fish dragon banquet, and now I've walked back in. Shouldn't you take yourself off the genius list? Could you be removed from the list? If so, maybe my brother could make it onto the official genius list. Qi Yuan appeared again, his words shocking everyone as he glanced at the rogue Immortal Venerable. Quote. 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 The scene fell into silence. Many people looked at Qi Yuan, finding it unbelievable. This guy was quite a character, wasn't he? The rogue Immortal Venerable was on the verge of tears, deeply moved this time. Huang Tu's face turned ashen. Today, you will die. At that moment, Huang Tu suddenly attacked Qi Yuan. The other geniuses stood by, watching as if it were a spectacle. However, just as Huang Tu made his move, a hurried voice rang out. Stop! A sharp aura spread throughout the fish dragon banquet, causing all the geniuses present to suddenly feel unstable in their cultivation. They sensed that their spiritual energy circulation had become sluggish, as if they had been reduced from geniuses to mere mortals. Purple Mansion. The geniuses were astonished. Why would a Purple Mansion cultivator appear at the fish dragon banquet? A figure descended into the hall, and with a casual wave, stopped Huang Tu in his tracks. The geniuses in the room looked at the new arrival with a mix of confusion and awe. It's the Lord of the Cloud Court, a senior in the mid-stage Purple Mansion. The gazes of the geniuses towards the Purple Mansion cultivator changed instantly. Although they were geniuses, and the top 100 on the genius list were guaranteed to progress on the path of cultivation without major obstacles, eventually reaching the Purple Mansion stage, they were not there yet. For now, a Purple Mansion cultivator was still a figure far above them, someone immensely powerful and out of reach. The Lord of the Cloud Court entered the hall, casting a respectful glance at Qi Yuan. Senior Blood-Robed Sword God, there's no need to engage with these juniors. The words sent a collective gasp through the room. This blood-robed man was the blood-robed sword god. The woman who had been sitting at Qi Yuan's table was utterly shocked. Gao Jin was also dumbfounded, feeling as though his mind was in chaos. Shu Tongchen was equally stunned. Qi Yuan was the blood-robed sword god. He felt completely disoriented. Is my master actually the old servant of my friend? The relationship suddenly seemed very confusing. At that moment, Qi Yuan looked around at the many eyes filled with respect and shock, his emotions swelling with pride. He turned to the Lord of the Cloud Court, smiling. Quickly say it, the Dragon King invites the crooked mouth. Quote. Quote. The Master of Cloud Court remained silent. He didn't quite understand. The Dragon King with a crooked mouth. What does that mean? Sigh, there's definitely a generation gap between us and you old folks, Qi Yuan sighed upon seeing the Master of Cloud Court remain reticent. He had come to understand something. No wonder the white moonlight always remained white moonlight and could never be elevated. It's because of the generation gap due to old age. The Master of Cloud Court's mouth twitched. Senior, you sure know how to joke. As he spoke, he looked toward Huang Tu beside him. Could Senior perhaps spare this young man's life as a favor to me? At this moment, Huang Tu's eyes were filled with intense fear. How could the blood-robed man before him possibly be the blood-robed sword god? The blood-robed sword god, who was like a nightmare, someone he wished to tear apart and devour, was standing right next to him, yet he didn't dare to harbor any resentment, his body was trembling uncontrollably. This was because the blood-robed sword god was truly a fearsome killer. Why should I do you this favor? He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. That's only natural, Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly, glancing at Huang Tu. The geniuses around Huang Tu felt as if they were plunged into an icy pit. They quickly distanced themselves from him, viewing him as a plague. If Senior kills Huang Tu, then, it will be difficult to reconcile with the Bright Palace, the Master of Cloud Court warned. This battle of geniuses is crucial, and Huang Tu is the only hope for the Bright Palace to make it into the top 20. Oh, he's from the Bright Palace. And he's that important to them? Qi Yuan was surprised. No wonder Huang Tu looked familiar, it turned out he was a junior from the White Moonlight. More important than a Purple Mansion cultivator, even comparable to a palace master, the Master of Cloud Court emphasized Huang Tu's significance. It seemed that he genuinely wanted to save Huang Tu, hoping that the blood-robed sword god would spare his life for this reason. Qi Yuan was speechless. So the people of the Bright Palace couldn't survive without Huang Tu. Can't they just watch a video? A cold smile appeared on Qi Yuan's face. All the more reason to kill him. With a flick of his finger, a spell flew toward Huang Tu. The master of Cloud Court's face changed, and he tried to intervene. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between him and the blood-robed sword god was too great, he couldn't stop Qi Yuan's attack. Even if he tried, he would be injured. The spell struck, and Huang Tu's gaze froze. His body went limp, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The master of Cloud Court's face grew particularly grim. The geniuses present were all terrified. This blood-robed sword god was beyond reason. He truly killed this genius. He didn't care at all about being criticized for bullying the weak. With Huang Tu dead, the master of Cloud Court sighed. Senior, was it necessary to strain relations with the Bright Palace like this? Qi Yuan didn't respond to the master of Cloud Court but instead clapped his hands and looked at Rogue Immortal Sovereign. Another one bites the dust. Your rank on the genius list just went up a notch. How far are you from the main list now? Want me to kill a few more? Upon hearing this, the other geniuses turned pale with fear, retreating several steps. Was this blood-robed sword god insane? Rogue Immortal Sovereign was completely stunned. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. No need. Beside him, Gao Jian stood frozen, not daring to move. If it weren't for the presence of two Purple Mansion cultivators, he would have already rushed over to ask his junior brother what the deal was with this blood-robed sword god. The master of Cloud Court looked at Qi Yuan and slowly spoke, actually, there's another message from the Bright Palace that they asked me to convey to Senior. Are you a lackey of the Bright Palace? A wave of killing intent swept over Qi Yuan. After all, it was the white moonlight, very valuable. No, sweat formed on the master of Cloud Court's forehead as he sensed a crisis. I have no affiliation with the Bright Palace. Hearing this, the killing intent around Qi Yuan faded. Senior, could we speak privately? The master of Cloud Court suggested. Some things are best not transmitted in public. All right, we can even take 2 steps, Qi Yuan nodded, then looked at Rogue Immortal Sovereign. Rogue Immortal Sovereign, when the Fish Dragon Gold Pill dance begins, make sure to record it for me. Thanks. After speaking, Qi Yuan and the master of Cloud Court disappeared, leaving behind a crowd of awestruck and terrified geniuses. Rogue Immortal Sovereign sat there dazed, his mind a mess. The other geniuses looked at him with envy. Gao Jian quickly transmitted a message, asking, Junior brother, what's going on with this blood-robed sword god in the Bright Palace? Should we make a run for it and head back to Thunder Realm continent? Senior brother, I'm not really sure either, Rogue Immortal Sovereign replied, still feeling confused. Meanwhile, in the cavern, a faint incense burned, giving the entire residence a touch of immortal aura. Qi Yuan, clad in a blood-red robe, blood energy emanating from him, looked at the master of Cloud Court. Speak, what is it? Sigh, Senior should not have killed Huang Tu. This has completely offended the Bright Palace, the master of Cloud Court began. I've already offended them, Qi Yuan said indifferently. He was planning to destroy the Bright Palace anyway, why would he care about offending them? What's the point of fearing dead enemies? Even in this world of cultivation, if he destroyed his enemies' bodies and souls, they couldn't come back as ghosts. Senior may not know how important it is for the Bright Palace to have someone enter the top 20 in this Eastern Continent Geniuses battle. Isn't it just to gain entry into a new world? Qi Yuan asked, surprised. The master of Cloud Court was taken aback. If Senior knows that, then shouldn't you know what it implies? Oh, what does it imply? Qi Yuan asked, confused. Don't give me riddles, just explain. The master of Cloud Court's heart skipped a beat. It seemed the blood-robed sword god truly didn't know. But, shouldn't every top power in each continent, or at least the legitimate major forces, be aware of this? Could it be, the blood-robed sword god is just a rogue cultivator? Thinking this, the master of Cloud Court grew even more respectful. He hesitated. Senior, this matter involves the secrets of heaven. I really can't say. If I did, I might die on the spot. I can only tell you 8 words. The great calamity approaches, prepare early. A great calamity? Qi Yuan was surprised, but he didn't press further. Judging by the master of Cloud Court's expression, there was no point in asking. This time, the Eastern Continent has discovered a new world. The 3 Yin gods of the Eastern Continent have decided that any sect or force with a genius in the top 20 will have the opportunity to enter this new world and expand their territory, the master of Cloud Court continued. The Eastern Continent has 3 Yin gods? Qi Yuan asked. That was what interested him. Such a secret is beyond my knowledge, the master of Cloud Court shook his head, not expecting the blood-robed sword god to ask that. How powerful are yin gods? Can 10,000 of you kill one yin god? Qi Yuan asked again. Ahem, the master of Cloud Court was embarrassed. Senior, please don't put me on the spot. Yin gods are practically like deities in this world. I can't even begin to fathom such a realm, let alone make any comparison. What if I pulled the sun out of the sky and smashed it on a yin god? Could that kill them? Qi Yuan asked again. The master of Cloud Court was sweating profusely. Why was this blood-robed sword god so obsessed with challenging yin gods? The first thing he wanted to do was attack a yin god. He had to admit, the blood-robed sword god's strength was formidable, perhaps nearly on par with the master of Ascension Pavilion. However, yin gods and Purple Mansion cultivators were entirely different levels. One was still cultivating to become an immortal, while the other was already akin to a celestial being. It should be able to smash them to death, the master of Cloud Court awkwardly replied. Hearing this, Qi Yuan felt reassured. By the way, what is this new world? How strong are its inhabitants? The Moonwatch continent, its strength is weak. The strongest there are comparable to the infant soul stage in our Kanglan realm. So, the top 20 geniuses of the eastern continent could easily sweep through the Moonwatch continent. Moonwatch continent, Qi Yuan's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect to hear the name of that world. Wasn't that the world from the game he had played? The place where he had formed his heavenly Tao foundation? Jinli, was it the same name or the same place? His heart was in turmoil, though he appeared calm. Do I have the qualifications to go to the Moonwatch continent? Senior, the matter decided by the 3 yin gods is unchangeable. You must be in the top 20 of the eastern continent geniuses battle to have a chance to enter the Moonwatch continent. Understood, Qi Yuan said, still feeling a bit unsettled. I'm leaving. With a flash, he disappeared, leaving behind the master of Cloud Court with a wry smile. Sigh, it seems the grudge between the blood-robed sword god and the Bright Palace is irreconcilable now. The Bright Palace. The third palace master, Zizhu, stood with a respectful expression, though her eyes held a trace of killing intent. First palace master, Huang Tu, was killed by the blood-robed sword god. The first palace master was enveloped in light, making it impossible to see his face. All that could be known was that this was a towering figure of a man. I know, the first palace master responded calmly. I've already arranged a meeting with the blood-robed sword god through the Eastern Continent branch master of the Divine Flower Society. We'll sit down and have a proper talk. Still talking, the third palace master was perplexed, her face twisted with anger. He killed Huang Tu, cutting off one of our escape routes. The great calamity approaches, everything must be done according to plan. We can't afford to be bogged down by such trivial matters. If we need to retreat, we retreat. It's just a matter of losing some face, the first palace master stated calmly. Unless the blood-robed sword god walks into our headquarters, there's no point in wasting manpower trying to surround and kill him. Why do something so futile? This matter should end here. He, too, wanted to kill the blood-robed sword god. If the blood-robed sword god were to come to the Bright Palace headquarters, with the help of multiple Purple Mansion cultivators and the Emperor's extreme dragon crown, he could easily ensure the blood-robed sword god had no way out. However, the blood-robed sword god was no fool. Why would he walk into a trap? So, the first palace master could only consider shaking hands with the blood-robed sword god for now. Before returning, I personally visited that one. He said that our Bright Palace could take in another disciple. Shu Tongchen's talent far surpasses Huang Tu's. He will definitely make it into the top 20, maybe even the top 10. We'll take 7 Words Sect spot, the first palace master declared decisively, sealing the fate of the 7 Words Sect with a single sentence. As for whether the 7 Words Sect would agree, that wasn't his concern. The next day, with a nervous heart, Shu Tongchen arrived once more outside Qi Yuan's cavern. This time, unlike before, it seemed that Qi Yuan and his 2 friends were playing chess. At this moment, Qi Yuan held a black piece, contemplating his next move. Qi Yuan, Taoist, long time no see. Shu Tongchen looked at Qi Yuan, his legs trembling involuntarily. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary man, with whom he had cultivated daily, was now the infamous blood-robed sword god of Kanglan continent? His odd behavior caught Zhang Ya's attention. She glanced at Shu Tongchen, then back at Qi Yuan, pondering something. Qi Yuan gave Shu Tongchen a glance. Come and sit, I'll go cultivate with you once this game is over. Hearing this, Shu Tongchen sat down beside Qi Yuan. Opposite Qi Yuan was Kong Fulu, who now placed his black piece and looked at Qi Yuan with satisfaction. Junior brother, you've lost this game. Qi Yuan looked at the board and could only shake his head. Seems I'm only good at playing Gomoku. Zhang Ya, sitting nearby, smiled softly. Qi Yuan and Kong Fulu were both quite poor at chess. Kong Fulu looked even more pleased with himself, but then something occurred to him, and he asked, Junior brother, you didn't attend the fish dragon banquet yesterday, did you? I didn't see you there. I did attend, Qi Yuan replied. You were with senior sister Zhang Ya at the time, and Shu Tongchen was also there. Strange, why didn't I see you? Kong Fulu wondered. He turned to Shu Tongchen. Taoist Shu, did you see my junior brother? Yesterday, he had attended the fish dragon banquet with Zhang Ya and Shu Tongchen, with whom he had a passing acquaintance. I did see him, Shu Tongchen replied, sneaking a glance at Qi Yuan. He didn't know how to answer. Should he say, your junior brother is the terrifying blood-robed sword god? Oh dear, Taoist Shu, you saw my junior brother and didn't tell me. Were you too intimidated by the killing intent of the blood-robed sword god? Kong Fulu's expression grew serious. This blood-robed sword god, he and I both hail from the 100 nations. His strength is truly terrifying. I wonder where he slaughtered so many people to cultivate such blood energy. Such a peerless killer is probably quite reclusive. Most people wouldn't dare stay near him for long. Who knows when the blood-robed sword god might kill them? Shu Tongchen remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Qi Yuan looked at Kong Fulu. Senior brother, the blood-robed sword god is actually a nice person. He's not interested in killing young people, he only likes killing old folks. Kong Fulu rolled his eyes at Qi Yuan. He had seen the blood-robed sword god kill geniuses as if they were nothing. What would a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Qi Yuan know about the blood-robed sword god? Alright, you two should go cultivate, he said, too lazy to argue with Qi Yuan. Okay, Qi Yuan agreed. Last time, he had felt a resonance with the true sun fire. This time, he intended to fully grasp the true sun fire. Following Qi Yuan, Shu Tongchen entered the cavern. This time, his mindset was completely different from before. Previously, he had treated Qi Yuan as an equal, but as a genius ranked in the top 30, his pride occasionally surfaced. But now, all that pride was gone, replaced entirely by reverence and fear. Bring out the true sun fire. This time, I must comprehend it, Qi Yuan ordered. Hearing the senior's command, Shu Tongchen immediately summoned the true sun fire. Qi Yuan's expression became serious and focused as he entered the zone. Before him, the true sun fire, dark within and bright on the outside, emitted a golden glow. Qi Yuan stared at the true sun fire as if he were standing within a sun itself. Inside the sun, powerful flames burned furiously, as if they could incinerate everything. The flames seemed to notice Qi Yuan's presence, burning even more fiercely, looking more excited. Almost as if a daughter had met her sugar daddy. True sun fire, you are my true sun fire, Qi Yuan murmured, repeating the phrase. Suddenly, a spark of the true sun fire leapt out, flying into Qi Yuan's hand. Qi Yuan's eyes brightened, a flicker of flame dancing in his pupils. A look of joy appeared on his face. I've comprehended the true sun fire. Hearing this, Shu Tongchen was shocked, but remembering that this was the blood-robed sword god, his surprise diminished somewhat. Congratulations, senior, congratulations. In truth, Shu Tongchen was also curious. Why would a Purple Mansion powerhouse who had already comprehended his primordial divine ability still be interested in learning his true sun fire? Even if he mastered it, it would only be a powerful ordinary divine ability, useful only for killing infant souls, and would be useless against a fellow Purple Mansion cultivator. Of course, these thoughts stayed in his mind, he would never voice them. It's been tough for you, but it's a win-win, Qi Yuan said casually. He was well aware that standing next to him had nourished the true sun fire for Shu Tongchen. The other guy must have thought of him as an old man. But Qi Yuan didn't care. Senior, then I'll take my leave, Shu Tongchen hesitated before testing the waters. Qi Yuan nodded. He knew Shu Tongchen had recognized his identity but didn't mind. After all, Shu Tongchen's teacher was a member of his music band. When he went to take down the Bright Palace, he'd have to bring him along. After Shu Tongchen left, Qi Yuan entered the Divine Flower Society's Jade Slip once more. During this period, he had been posting on the Divine Flower Society forum, live streaming his plans to destroy the Bright Palace. Many people had supported him. This time, he logged in with his main account and entered the Divine Flower Society 4 Emperors chat group. As soon as he joined, he saw Rogue Immortal Sovereign bragging. "You guys don't know, Origin Heavenly Lord is a true big shot. When I met him initially, he was so down to earth that I thought he was a total newbie. Then, when the Purple Mansion cultivators appeared, they acted like dogs in front of Origin Heavenly Lord. I was completely shocked. Origin Heavenly Lord is a true big shot." Before he left, Origin Heavenly Lord asked me to record the Fish Dragon Gold Pill dance. And during the performance, I was allowed to stand right on the stage. If it weren't for so many people, no, if it weren't for remembering Origin Celestial Lord's instructions, I would have done something inappropriate. I could tell from the beginning that Origin Heavenly Lord wasn't ordinary. "I'm just waiting for the Bright Palace to be destroyed," Ice Empress commented in the group. "Ice Empress, you won't have to wait long. My plan to destroy the Bright Palace is already in its final stages. In a few days, I'll go and annihilate them," Qi Yuan said seriously. By now, everyone in the Bright Palace had retreated to their headquarters. It was said that the first palace master would return soon, and Qi Yuan intended to wipe them out in one fell swoop. "Wow, the big shot is here. Let me pour you some tea." Rogue Immortal welcomed him warmly. "Origin Heavenly Lord, you're here." Great Sun Flame Emperor sent a message in the group. Qi Yuan saw that his private messages were blinking. It was a message from the Great Sun Flame Emperor. "Origin Heavenly Lord, are you really going to destroy the Bright Palace?" The plan is already in motion, how could it be left unfinished?" Qi Yuan replied. He was curious why the Great Sun Flame Emperor would private message him. "The Bright Palace is no ordinary force. It has deep ties with a Yin god," the Great Sun Flame Emperor cautioned. "Even if the Buddha himself showed up, he couldn't stop me," Qi Yuan declared. Seeing this, the Great Sun Flame Emperor knew that Origin Celestial Lord had made up his mind. He said, "Your conflict with the Bright Palace has caught the attention of the higher-ups in the Divine Flower Society. The Society's president will likely try to add your blood-robed sword god account as a friend." "Is that so? I'll check later and accept the request. It's important to give face to a forum moderator, after all." Origin Celestial Lord, if a Yin god from the Bright Palace comes after you, just mention the name Fengjun Wind Monarch. It might save you from a calamity, the Great Sun Flame Emperor finally advised. To be honest, he didn't think Origin Heavenly Lord could actually destroy the Bright Palace. He feared that Origin Heavenly Lord's temperament might provoke that Yin god. When Qi Yuan heard what the Great Sun Flame Emperor said, his heart felt warm. "If any Yin god tries to harm me, I will definitely mention the name of Fengjun." His friends were really kind. Unfortunately, he was still too weak at the moment and could only cling to the big shots, unable to relieve them of their burdens. After finishing his conversation with the Great Sun Flame Emperor, Qi Yuan switched to his blood-clad sword god account. There were indeed many friend requests on this account. Is this the Flower Society's East Continent Master? As expected, a big shot is indeed a big shot, not even bothering to change his ID. He accepted the friend request from the account named Flower Society East Continent Master. Not long after, a message arrived. "Fellow Taoist blood-clad sword god, do you have some time?" "Yes, I never expected that our Flower Society's East Continent branch would gain such a strong figure like the blood-clad sword god." The East Continent Master started with some flattery. This made Qi Yuan feel a bit embarrassed, so he directly asked, "What can I do for you, Master?" "Fellow Taoist, could you consider settling the dispute with the Bright Palace?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan was displeased. "The Bright Palace and I have a deep blood feud, it cannot be settled." Was this East Continent Master of the Flower Society here to play peacemaker? "It's just a minor grievance, why can't you let it go? You are strong, yes, but two fists can't fight four hands." The Bright Palace has dozens of Purple Mansion experts gathered, led by 3 late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators. If you go, you're just courting death. What the East Continent Master said was true, and this was also the general consensus among most Purple Mansion cultivators. Currently, the feud between the blood-clad sword god and the Bright Palace was believed by almost all the strong ones to be at a stalemate until one side produced a Yin god. On one hand, the blood-clad sword god was too powerful and had no attachments, making it difficult for the Bright Palace to deal with him quickly. On the other hand, the Bright Palace was too powerful. Now that they had withdrawn, if the blood-clad sword god went to provoke them, it would be a death wish. "I've already posted that I'll wipe out the entire Bright Palace. If I don't go now, wouldn't that be a huge loss of face? Qi Yuan responded matter-of-factly. This response left the East Continent master of the Flower Society at a loss. If you are willing to reconcile, the 3 palace masters of the Light Palace will personally apologize to you. The Bright Palace is also willing to offer several techniques and treasures as compensation. The East Continent master continued, the exact compensation will need to be discussed between you and the Light Palace. In 10 days, at the Fashion Tower, the Bright Palace will host the banquet of 100 immortals to apologize to you. At that time, you can send a wisp of your essence to discuss the specific compensation details with the palace masters of the Bright Palace. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan chuckled. Was this still the same arrogant Light Palace he had known? I still prefer their original arrogant attitude. Arrogant, aloof, and high and mighty, those traits are much more enticing to conquer, aren't they? If they want to talk to me, they can start by stopping the 100 Nations blood war and then have each of the purple mansions commit suicide. Qi Yuan made a ridiculously excessive demand. The East Continent master of the Flower Society fell silent. Is this what you call negotiating? Blood-clad sword god, are you really unwilling to meet and talk? The East Continent master's tone carried some helplessness. Do you think my demands are too excessive? If they aren't even willing to kill themselves, they have no sincerity at all. Why bother with reconciliation? Meet, no need for Fashion Tower. In 7 days, I'll go to the Bright Palace headquarters myself, let them clean their necks and wait. Qi Yuan said domineeringly. After speaking, he posted a message on the God Flower Society forum. In 7 days, I, the blood-clad sword god, representing justice, will flatten the Bright Palace. This time, his intent to annihilate the Bright Palace garnered much support. Qi Yuan finally sent out his death notice. After posting, Qi Yuan felt refreshed. Now, the Bright Palace should all be holed up in their headquarters, making it the perfect time to strike. After the post was up, it quickly received numerous comments. As the senior serious, witnessing history, mighty senior, I've long been displeased with the Bright Palace. Senior, perhaps you should reconsider. Seeing the comments below, Qi Yuan's battle intent surged. As expected, the people are with me, justice is with me. However, when he saw some pessimistic comments, listing the strength of the Bright Palace and arguing that the blood-clad sword god couldn't possibly wipe out the Bright Palace, Qi Yuan's face turned a bit ugly. Why can't I mute them? Although they make some valid points, it's just so annoying to look at. At this moment, Qi Yuan understood, it's a good thing he's not an emperor. If he were, he'd definitely be a tyrant, unable to tolerate any lengthy, loyal advice. Qi Yuan thought for a moment and replied to his die-hard fan Little Lee from the Fox Den with a single sentence. This time, in wiping out the Bright Palace, I'll count you as contributing. Far away, Little Lee from the Fox Den was dumbfounded. Big shot, I was just here to cheer you on, don't drag me into this. Although the place where she lived was very far from the Bright Palace, gaining an enemy out of nowhere was still not a good thing. One post shook the entire Qian continent. Nowadays, in all the inns, taverns, and pleasure boats across Qian continent, the most talked about topic was the final battle between the Bright Palace and the blood-clad sword god. Because the blood-clad sword god had declared that in 7 days, he would flatten the Bright Palace, which surprised many people. These people couldn't understand why the blood-clad sword god dared to do this. Even the top figure below the Yin god in the East Continent, the master of the Ascension Pavilion, Wuxian old man, wouldn't dare say he could annihilate the Bright Palace. How could the blood-clad sword god dare? Most of the lower-level cultivators verbally supported the blood-clad sword god, but none of them believed he would win. After all, even though the blood-clad sword god had killed 9 Purple Mansion experts of the Bright Palace still had more than 50 Purple Mansion experts, including 3 late-stage ones. Plus, with their millennia-old foundation, what would the blood-clad sword god fight with? At this moment, Qi Yuan emerged from his cave mansion to bask in the sun. A voice then reached his ears. This blood-clad sword god and junior brother Qi Yuan must both be from the same lineage of madmen, otherwise, how could you explain a Purple Mansion expert daring to declare he would personally go to the Bright Palace and flatten their headquarters? The speaker was Kong Fulu. Zhangya stood beside him, her brows furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. Upon hearing Kong Fulu's words, Qi Yuan was displeased. Senior brother, is it not possible that the blood-clad sword god might demonstrate divine power and wipe out the Bright Palace? Impossible. Kong Fulu shook his head. At this moment, Zhangya also spoke. Master once said that the Light Palace has Yin God level foundations, even he can't do anything about the Light Palace. The blood-clad sword god will have a hard time. There's a lot we don't know about this situation. But whatever the outcome, it has nothing to do with us. We should still focus on the East Continent talent rankings. Upon hearing this, Kung Fulu's expression became serious. The East Continent talent rankings, which would open in half a month, was the top priority. As for Qi Yuan, he continued basking in the sun, muttering, "No wonder the Bright Palace has been so domineering for so many years, standing strong through the ages, it's because the world fears the Yin gods. But I'm not afraid. I have a heavenly Tao foundation, a stellar golden core, and Feng Jun. A mere Yin god is nothing to worry about." After sunbathing for a while, Qi Yuan grew bored. It was time to go back and continue revising the techniques. The progress of the Qi Yuan Sutra still needed to advance. Looking at Xiao Jia beside him, who was obediently eating blood crystals, Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Do you think I can wipe out the Light Palace?" Little bride paused, holding Qi Yuan's hand with her sleeve, and nodded vigorously. Qi Yuan immediately smiled, hugging little bride's slender waist. "As expected, you're the one with discerning eyes." The annoyance Qi Yuan had felt earlier vanished. 7 days later. In the midst of a continuous mountain range, Qi Yuan, dressed in a blood-colored robe, stood with a sword on his back. The sword was surrounded by endless blood energy. Xu Yeli was dressed in black robes, holding a suona, with a nervous expression on his face. When he first heard about the blood-clad sword god's vow to wipe out the Bright Palace, he was shocked. Although he had heard the blood-clad sword god vow to destroy the Bright Palace before, he never took it seriously. But this time, is it for real? Too bad, only you are here to play music for me as I annihilate the Bright Palace. Qi Yuan looked at Xu Yeli with regret. Without 300 supreme musicians, he always felt something was missing. Xu Yeli heard this and felt uneasy. Even now, he's still thinking about music. This blood-clad sword god is truly extraordinary. "Senior, when do we set off?" Xu Yeli's heart was conflicted. Honestly, he was a bit scared. This time was different from before. They were heading to the headquarters of the Bright Palace. If the blood-clad sword god fell, he would surely die as well. "We're both ready, so let's go now." Qi Yuan finished speaking and flew into the sky. Xu Yeli gritted his teeth and quickly followed, flying toward the Bright Palace. At this moment, countless eyes across various immortal mountains and cities were fixed on the headquarters of the Light Palace. When they saw the blood-colored streak across the sky, many were astonished. The blood-clad sword god has arrived. He actually dared to come. Sigh, regardless of the outcome of this battle, it will be remembered in history. I hope the blood-clad sword god kills a few more of the Bright Palace's Purple Mansion experts before he dies. Don't get too close, lest you get caught in the crossfire. At this moment, in the sky, Qi Yuan suddenly stopped. Because right in front of him, a celestial carriage blocked his way. The celestial carriage was pulled by 6 nascent soul realm thunder lions, exuding great majesty. From within the carriage, a haughty voice called out, "Are you the blood-clad sword god?" "That's right." Qi Yuan's expression turned cold, his mood sour at being blocked. "The Yin god has ordered that the feud between the Bright Palace and the blood-clad sword god ends here." The curtain of the carriage was pulled aside, revealing a slender white arm holding a decree that radiated golden light before Qi Yuan. The decree bore a large, god, character, exuding a terrifying aura. Anyone who saw that god, character, whether nascent soul or Purple Mansion, would instinctively feel an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan laughed. "Which Yin god?" The woman in the palace dress frowned, displeased with Qi Yuan's tone. "The Heaven and Earth Caves honored one Yi Chong." Before returning to the Bright Palace, the great palace master had visited this Yin god at the Heaven and Earth Cave. "Never heard of him," Qi Yuan lazily replied. "He's neither a cop nor a judge, he has no authority over me." Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Xu Yeli's forehead. The blood-clad sword god's courage is way too big. That's a Yin god, after all. The woman in the palace dress couldn't believe her ears. The honored one was showing mercy by trying to mediate and save your life, but it seems you're too foolish to realize it. Fine, blood-clad sword god, I will report your words to the honored one Yi Chong exactly as you've said. The woman in the palace dress then waved her sleeve and re-entered the carriage. She was seething with killing intent, but unfortunately, she was no match for the blood-clad sword god. Otherwise, with her personality, she would have struck directly. Of course, once she returned, she would certainly embellish her report to the honored One Yi Chong, ensuring that the blood-clad sword god was as good as dead. At this moment, all the Purple Mansion and nascent soul cultivators who witnessed this scene were deeply shocked, whispering among themselves. The blood-clad sword god is too fierce, that was a messenger of the Yin god, and he offended her without hesitation. If he weren't so fierce, would he dare go to the Bright Palace headquarters? It's a pity, after offending the honored One Yi Chong, even if he survives the battle at the Bright Palace, there will be no place for him in the East Continent. But in the next breath, their shock deepened. A voice filled with killing intent echoed from above. Did I say you could leave? You can leave, but your body stays. As soon as Qi Yuan spoke, he made his move. The blood-colored longsword was unsheathed, releasing a torrent of blood energy. The original divine power of the Void Realm Dominator's Heart Demon manifestation followed the blood-colored longsword, transforming into a streak of bloodlight that pierced the chest of the woman in the palace dress. The woman was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. She looked at Qi Yuan as if she had just seen a dog that refused to obey. You are mad. She couldn't understand. How dare the blood-clad sword god do this? She was the messenger of a Yin god. Die. Qi Yuan struck again. One powerful strike and one basic attack were enough to kill the mid-stage Purple Mansion woman on the spot. With a wave of Qi Yuan's hand, her storage bag fell into his possession. Qi Yuan looked inside and immediately smiled, his anger dissipating entirely. Well killed, excellently killed, magnificently killed. This woman was incredibly wealthy. Inside her storage bag were 2 heavenly level techniques. Qi Yuan looked at the broken corpse of the woman and felt a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry, if I had known you were so rich, I wouldn't have spoken harshly to you earlier. Qi Yuan wanted to squeeze out some tears, but they wouldn't come. He could only conclude that this white moonlight wasn't worth his deep emotions. At this moment, all the cultivators who witnessed this scene were completely silent. The blood-clad sword god had killed a messenger of the Yin god. The blood-clad sword god wasn't giving himself a way out. Regardless of the outcome of today's battle with the Bright Palace, the blood-clad sword god would have no place to hide in the East Continent. Of course, Qi Yuan was unaware of what the others were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He looked at the celestial carriage and recalled what the great Sun Flame Emperor had said. In the face of a crisis involving a Yin god, he could mention Feng Jun's name. So, he calmly said 2 words to the celestial carriage, Feng Jun. After speaking, Qi Yuan transformed into a streak of bloodlight and disappeared. In the Bright Palace, 56 Purple Mansion experts were gathered. Everyone's expression was grim. The great palace master, bathed in radiant light, looked surprised. The blood-clad sword god killed the messenger of the honored One Yi Chong. What? The third palace master Ziming's face changed drastically, then turned into glee. He's seeking death. The second palace master's voice was gentle and elegant. No wonder he dares to come to our Bright Palace headquarters. He's not pretending to be crazy, he's truly mad. If he weren't truly mad, how could he do such a thing? Even the Wuxian old man wouldn't dare storm the Bright Palace headquarters, let alone kill a Yin god's messenger on his way. Sigh, what bad luck, to be targeted by such a madman. The second palace master sighed, seemingly regretting the loss of the 9 Purple Mansion experts. After we kill the blood-clad sword god today, I will personally take his corpse to the honored One Yi Chong, said the great palace master. Since the blood-clad sword god had offended the honored One Yi Chong, the great palace master intended to make the most of this situation after eliminating him. Some of the gathered Purple Mansion experts were excited, while others were worried. The great palace master's eyes were deep. Hidden in his sleeve was the supreme dragon crown, still lying in wait. This was also his greatest reliance. This was also the foundation that had kept the Bright Palace standing for millennia. Even a Yin god wouldn't casually make an enemy of the Bright Palace. However, the Yin god artifact was still incomplete. It needed to be perfected through the 100 Nations blood war before it could be used as a true Yin god artifact. Before that, it was best not to use it. Today, the great palace master did not intend to use it. We've given him the chance to reconcile. Since he refused and still comes to court death, we can only grant his wish. The third palace master Ziming spoke angrily. The Bright Palace had already shown great sincerity, even apologizing, but the blood-clad sword god not only refused to accept it, he came seeking death. This was also the thought of all the other gathered cultivators. He's here. At that moment, an urgent voice called out. The 50-some Purple Mansion experts on the scene all looked up at the sky. Red filled their eyes. The blood-colored streak across the sky brought with it overwhelming killing intent. The killing intent was so intense it dyed the sky red. The blood-red sky looked eerie and ghostly, instilling an inexplicable fear in all who saw it. Qi Yuan, in a blood-red robe, stood tall in the void, incredibly handsome. The blood-red sword on his back seemed to tremble, eager to unsheath itself and drink the blood of the world. He glanced lazily at the towering bright palace ahead and said, "Anyone who leaves the bright palace now, I won't kill today." There were no weaklings in the bright palace headquarters now, the weakest among them were at the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing this, the third palace master Ziming sneered, "Such arrogance." Qi Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Ziming and replied, "I brush my teeth every day, no bad breath here. But you, on the other hand, I bet you haven't brushed your teeth in centuries. It's stinking up the place. Is bad breath your original divine power? Your original divine power is really strong, it's already hurting me." Ziming's face alternated between shades of blue and red. All he could manage to say was, "Sharp-tongued." Below, the gathered purple mansion and nascent soul cultivators watched Qi Yuan with heavy expressions, unable to share his lightheartedness. It seemed clear now that this battle was inevitable. The blood cloud pressed down on the palace. Over 50 purple mansion cultivators and 1,000 nascent soul cultivators stood arranged in formation, their expressions inevitably tense. Qi Yuan's gaze swept over the 1,000 cultivators present, and he showed a satisfied expression. The bright palace truly lives up to its name as the top force in Qian continent. These old men are just my type. Suitable old men, suitable white moonlight. He snapped his fingers. Behind him, Shu Yeli, trembling, raised the suona to his lips. It was his first time facing so many purple mansion experts. The melancholic sound of the suona began to play at this moment. The atmosphere of slaughter condensed to its peak at this very instant. "Begin the slaughter." Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed with a cruel smile. The slaughter began in an instant. The Grand Palace Master took a step forward, his expression calm, and gave a light shout. The 9 layers of radiant light formation. From above the 9 heavens, radiance descended. The Grand Palace Master was cloaked in this radiance, making him appear incomparably sacred. The second and third Palace Masters flew into the sky, their deep eyes filled with reverence. "Summon our glorious sword." As the two of them spoke, the expressions of the 50 or so purple mansion cultivators below became solemn, and they shouted in unison. "Summon our glorious sword." The forms of the 50-some purple mansion cultivators began to turn transparent. Countless rays of light emanated from their bodies, their sleeves billowing with white light, each appearing like a saint. Over 1,000 nascent soul cultivators flew into the sky, resembling fireflies, emitting their own brilliance. "The glorious sword, guard our light. The unbreakable shield, repel all demons." As the 1,000+ cultivators shouted, thousands of swords of light hovered above the light palace, as if a myriad of swords had been fired. The aura of light, holiness, sacrifice, and devotion filled the air. Every cultivator's expression was solemn, with no fear of death, as if they were fighting for the light. Seeing this, the smile on Qi Yuan's face froze. He looked at the sacred light palace and then glanced at his own aura of overwhelming blood. Why did he feel like he was the villain here? "I am the true representative of light. You shameless thieves who have stolen the light. I, the blood-clad sword god, represent justice, represent light, and will exterminate you. The true glorious sword belongs to me." Qi Yuan's blood-colored robe flapped in the wind as he shouted. Above the sky, the endless blood mist boiled and surged, the immense killing intent sweeping across, striking fear into the hearts of all who caught even a glimpse of the heavens. The blood sword behind him unsheathed, its crimson glow eerie, like the allure of an evil god. Heart demon invocation of the void realm sovereign. The blood-colored sword of the soul shot into the sky. Within the endless sea of blood, it seemed as if summoned, as over 1,000 blood-red swords soared into the air. Arrogance, evil, greed, gluttony. A fierce wind howled, and demonic faces twisted in rage. Countless ominous auras emanated from the 1,000+ blood-red swords. "Now this is what you call a glorious sword." Qi Yuan glanced at the glorious sword behind him, feeling a bit guilty. If he had only summoned one, he could have disguised it as a radiant, holy light. But with over 1,000 of them, it was too difficult to maintain the facade. So, he decided to stop pretending. Who said villains can't be good guys? Justice will triumph over evil. Qi Yuan roared. The cultivators of the Light Palace also shouted, "The glorious sword shall vanquish all evil." The red blood swords and the sacred light swords collided at this moment. The entire sky was split in half. One half was filled with surging blood, the other as pure as rain. Blood and light clashed. The sacred radiance, the purest thing in the world, was instantly tainted by the blood. The white light on the Grand Palace Master's body wavered, seemingly on the verge of falling apart. Over 1,000 nascent souls and 50+ Purple Mansion cultivators turned deathly pale. Dozens of nascent soul cultivators saw their light swords completely transform into blood swords. Qi Yuan's complexion also paled. He had forcefully withstood dozens of original divine powers. At that moment, he quickly used Death's radiance to restore himself to normal. Not bad, you've got some skill. Your fake glorious sword can actually compete with my real one. Looks like killing you all will take a whole day and night. After the first clash, both sides suffered losses. The Light Palace lost over a dozen nascent soul cultivators. While Qi Yuan had expended some energy, it was instantly replenished by Death's radiance, leaving him completely unscathed. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, all the Purple Mansion cultivators of the Light Palace were visibly shaken. They had thought that even if this strike couldn't kill the blood-clad sword god, it would at least severely wound him. But now, the blood-clad sword god looked as if nothing had happened to him, not even a scratch. Again, Qi Yuan fought with even greater fervor. Once, he had challenged 2007 old men beyond his level. Now, with the same original divine power, what's the big deal about killing some Purple Mansion cultivators? This time, he summoned 3,000 blood-red glorious swords, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. Swear to protect the Light Palace. The nascent soul and Purple Mansion cultivators roared, their bodies glowing with intense light. Boom! The collision happened once more. This time, Qi Yuan combined his domineering strength and Death's radiance with his original divine power. Light and blood intertwined. The light now bore a trace of eerie red. Qi Yuan laughed, ha ha, keep going. Your fake light will ultimately be devoured by me. In the distance, all the Purple Mansion cultivators watching the battle were utterly shocked. The blood-clad sword god is terrifying beyond belief. Even Wuxian old man might not be his match. Give him another 1,000 years, and he might really become a yin god. Where did this demon come from? If he truly defeats the Light Palace, what will become of Qian Continent's future? Original divine powers reveal a cultivator's true nature and potential. The blood-clad sword god's original divine power was steeped in blood and filled with negative emotions. Anyone who looked at him could tell he was an unstoppable demon. Could it be that he's not a cultivator of this world? One Purple Mansion cultivator wondered aloud. Watching the battle up close, they felt that Qi Yuan's original divine power seemed different from theirs. A demon from another realm. How did the Light Palace provoke him? With such overwhelming blood energy, he must have slaughtered millions of beings. At that moment, there was a fluctuation in the void, and a man in golden robes murmured, with such overwhelming blood energy, he's undoubtedly a great demon. I was thinking of saving him and recruiting him into our Seeking Dao Palace, but it seems, I should reconsider. Hearing this, the nearby Purple Mansion cultivators were all shocked. Seeking Dao Palace. Seeking Dao Palace was a mysterious organization in the Kanglan realm. This organization was founded by a yin god. The minimum entry requirement was late-stage Purple Mansion. These Purple Mansion cultivators gathered together in search of the path to becoming a yin god. Now, even the people from Seeking Dao Palace were paying attention to the blood-clad sword god. How could they not be surprised? Senior, who do you think will win this battle? One Purple Mansion cultivator couldn't help but ask the golden-robed man from Seeking Dao Palace. The golden-robed man watched the fierce battle ahead. The blood-clad sword god's original divine power is unique, and he's cultivated secret arts, making him stronger than Wuxian old man. If the Light Palace doesn't change its tactics, the blood-clad sword god is sure to win eventually. But, the golden-robed man's tone shifted. The Light Palace won't just sit and wait to die. As soon as the yin god artifact appears, it will eclipse the sun and moon, and the blood-clad sword god will undoubtedly fall. The outcome of this battle is already decided. After saying this, the golden-robed man's figure vanished. By this time, the battle between the Light Palace and Qi Yuan had already gone through more than 10 rounds. In each clash, Qi Yuan gained a slight advantage. With every encounter, over 100 nascent soul cultivators from the Light Palace were polluted, their hearts consumed by inner demons. Their light swords turned into blood swords. Even several Purple Mansion cultivators were affected. Keep going. Qi Yuan's divine power seemed endless. The original divine power engraved on his soul sword had absorbed all the inner demons from the Lufeng realm. What Qi Yuan lacked least was original divine power. The Grand Palace Master's expression was grim as he looked at Qi Yuan, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. You truly exceed my expectations. Even Wuxian old man might not be your match. Qi Yuan stood in the void, his blood-colored robe becoming more dazzling. What's the point of talking so much? Today, the Light Palace will be destroyed. Qi Yuan was at ease. To be honest, this battle with the Light Palace was far from difficult for him. It just took some time, requiring him to wear them down gradually. Big brother, why waste time? Unleash the Yin God artifact and kill this fiend in one fell swoop. Third Palace Master Ziming shouted. She didn't want to continue this frustrating battle. If they delayed any longer, allowing the blood-clad sword god to pollute the Light Palace's officials and elders, the Light Palace would suffer significant losses. Even the usually silent Second Palace Master spoke up. Big brother, it's time to use the Yin God artifact. They knew that the Yin God artifact couldn't be used lightly because it was already damaged, and using it would prolong the time needed for repairs. With the great calamity approaching, they didn't have much time to prepare. But the blood-clad sword god's power exceeded their expectations, so they had to use this trump card. The Grand Palace Master looked at Qi Yuan, sighed deeply, and said, "Why do you press us so hard, my friend? We great cultivators attain our cultivation through much hardship. Those mortals, if they die, they die. Give it a few hundred or even 1,000 years, and they'll spring up again like locusts. It can be said they are endless and inexhaustible. But we, on the other hand, take millennia or more to produce even one." He still harbored the idea of conserving resources. Qi Yuan's expression remained calm. You think your life is precious? Well, you're right, it is. My white moonlight is indeed superior, a cut above the rest, and your life is valuable. His tone held no compromise. Seeing this, the Grand Palace Master's expression turned cold, and at that moment, he finally made up his mind. The Imperial Dragon Crown of Frightening Majesty. This damaged Yin God artifact finally flew out from his sleeve, landing on his head. The Imperial Dragon Crown of Frightening Majesty was entirely golden, with a single drop of blood on it, Yin God blood. If a drop of this blood were to fall, even a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator couldn't withstand it. The aura that emanated from it was terrifying, domineering, and overwhelming. A look of ferocity and pain appeared on the Grand Palace Master's face. Countless scales erupted from his body. His eyes turned golden, and in that instant, his head transformed into that of a dragon. The aura he exuded was ancient, mysterious, and invincible. Qi Yuan felt that he was no longer facing a mere Purple Mansion cultivator but a true deity. Those who defy my divine might, die. The voice was deep, robust, and filled with authority. All the Purple Mansion cultivators felt their hearts pounding. They sensed that if this deity willed it, their bodies would shatter on their own. At this moment, the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles began to churn, forming a spiritual storm. Yin God. The Yin God has emerged. This is the Yin God realm. Just one look, and my eyes. A nascent soul cultivator glanced up, and blood flowed from his eyes. The blood-clad sword god is finished. With the appearance of the Yin God, who could possibly resist? In the face of a Yin God, all beings were equal, whether they were Foundation Establishment, Core Formation, Nascent Soul, or Purple Mansion, they were all as fragile as mortals. So this is the power of a god. For the first time, Qi Yuan's expression grew serious. As the Grand Palace Master donned the Imperial Dragon Crown of Frightening Majesty, the entire Light Palace, all the Nascent Soul and Purple Mansion cultivators, including Qi Yuan, were pulled into the virtual realm. Qi Yuan saw that the once imposing Grand Palace Master now exuded an overwhelming aura, with an ancient deity lurking within. Die. The deity extended a single finger. This finger was brute force incarnate, unreasonable in its power. The descent of this divine finger was enough to erase nearly 1,000,000 square kilometers of the Shang Kingdom from the map. Such a finger was beyond human resistance. Even dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators could not withstand such a strike. Using this to kill you, blood-clad sword god, you die with honor. The Grand Palace Master examined Qi Yuan as if trying to etch his memory. But at this moment, the Grand Palace Master's eyes suddenly twitched. You're not a Purple Mansion. Not even a nascent soul. His heart skipped a beat. The Purple Mansion cultivators present were all confused. They didn't understand why the Grand Palace Master said this. At this moment, Qi Yuan smiled gracefully. When did I ever say I was a Purple Mansion? I am a Heavenly Tao Foundation, Stellar Golden Core. With my stellar golden core, is it too much to kill a celestial god? At that moment, the blood-colored robe on Qi Yuan began to melt away. A blazing light emanated from his dantian. Something terrifying was brewing. The great sun blazed with endless light and heat. For the first time, fear appeared on the Grand Palace Master's face as a sense of impending danger washed over him. Die. At this moment, he hesitated no longer. The deity's finger descended, pressing directly toward Qi Yuan. This finger was enough to sink a continent and erase a nation. The Grand Palace Master roared, "The finger of a god, how will you block it?" The earth trembled, the unknown substance in the virtual realm churned, and all space seemed to compress under the pressure of the god's finger, ready to explode. If I unleash my stellar golden core, how will you respond? At this moment, Qi Yuan finally unleashed his stellar golden core. Heaven and earth clashed, water and fire intertwined, yin and yang converged. When the vital energies are fully mixed, a golden core is formed, that core is the sun. I am the great sun. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The speed of the descending divine finger slowed to a crawl in Qi Yuan's perception. Endless spiritual energy surged, and Qi Yuan's dantian erupted with blazing light, heat, and destruction. In the Kanglan realm, the small sun in the sky suddenly grew larger. All the cultivators looked up at the heavens. They saw that the small sun was burning, emitting endless light and heat, and descending. The stars trembled, all the starlight and the radiance of the sun and moon were, at that moment, eclipsed by that small sun. Everyone looked up, their faces filled with terror, or fear. That small sun grew larger and larger. The sun, moon, and stars vanished. In the sky, there was only that blazing sun. It seemed as if it would fall upon the Kanglan realm. Countless terrifying auras awoke in alarm, looking up at the sun that seemed to be crashing down on the Kanglan realm. At that moment, the sun rose in Kanglan, and the world was shocked. The gods awoke in fear. In the virtual realm, a phantom of a great sun slowly rose behind Qi Yuan. Endless light, infinite flames danced on Qi Yuan's body. At this moment, Qi Yuan was as sacred as the great sun. Anyone who saw the projection of that sun had fear in their eyes. In the Grand Palace Master's golden eyes, the image of that sun was reflected, and his face was filled with disbelief and amazement. What, are you? Qi Yuan did not answer the Grand Palace Master's question. His eyes shone with the brilliance of the sun. He looked up at the almost motionless divine finger. The great sun shines bright, illuminating all directions. I wear the black robe, enforcing the 9 edicts. The sun's phantom behind him continued to expand. The entire virtual realm seemed unable to contain this great sun. A mere yin god, behold my stellar golden core. At that moment, the sun's phantom exploded. Endless flames, boundless light and heat, swept through the entire virtual realm. The divine finger, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, under the brilliance of the great sun, was as laughable as a wax statue. It melted away, into nothingness. The entire virtual realm was consumed by fire, turmoil, and destruction. The imperial dragon crown of frightening majesty atop the Grand Palace Master's head didn't even have time to make a sound before it was engulfed in the endless fire and heat. His expression froze, staring blankly at the great sun as his body was devoured. The sun, golden core. He couldn't comprehend, couldn't imagine. Even if he became a yin god, he wouldn't understand why there would be a stellar golden core. But he didn't need to understand. Upon seeing the stellar golden core, even with the imperial dragon crown of frightening majesty, even with the power of a yin god, under the great sun, he was reduced to ashes without any resistance. All the purple mansion and nascent soul cultivators were instantly vaporized, leaving no trace behind. The power of the great sun, who could resist? No one could. Over 1,000 cultivators of the Light Palace fell just like that. Qi Yuan stood in the virtual realm, like a great sun himself, his eyes flickering with the true flames of the sun. His dantian now truly burned with the passion of fire. After summoning the stellar golden core, the Light Palace was pitifully weak in Qi Yuan's eyes. At that moment, a joyful voice came through. Blood pearl. Qi Yuan suddenly felt a soft, delicate body pressing against him. Canary. Qi Yuan looked at the canary's projection, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. However, he noticed that the canary's figure was gradually fading and would soon disappear. You've been gone for several days. The canary was just as she had always been, her black dress making her pale skin even more striking. Her slender waist was easy to grasp, and the intricate embroidery on her skirt was matched by black stockings that wrapped her fair thighs and delicate feet. Several days. Qi Yuan looked at the canary and said, "One day on Earth is 100 years in the heavens, in reality. I've been gone for over 1,000 years. But I engraved my original divine power on the golden core, so you live within my golden core, always in a state between remembering and forgetting. So, time for you has been in a unique kind of stasis." Qi Yuan hadn't expected that summoning his golden core's projection would also summon Ning Dao's projection. Ning Dao was briefly stunned, then smiled sweetly, "So, over the long years, except for you, my time has been frozen." Her figure grew fainter. Qi Yuan nodded, "If you want to change that, you can leave the golden core." "No, this is fine too." Ning Dao looked at Qi Yuan, her face full of longing. She knew she was about to leave. "Blood Pearl, I've become very strong now." She extended her snow-white fist and waved it in front of Qi Yuan. "Next time, you won't need to summon that big golden core. You just need to call me, and I can help you kill your enemies. Just now, I could have taken on 10 of those bugs by myself. Summoning the big golden core is too wasteful." On the stellar golden core, Ning Dao had received Qi Yuan's gift. Her cultivation had reached a new level. Hearing this, Qi Yuan patted the canary's black hair. "When my Dantian is full of spiritual energy again, I'll definitely call you down to play." Summoning the stellar golden core had severely depleted the spiritual energy in his body. In the short term, he couldn't summon it again. After all, this wasn't just crossing between worlds, but between universes. "No need to summon me all the time, just call me when you're in danger." The canary spoke thoughtfully, looking at Qi Yuan's face, her eyes shining with stars. "This time, I appeared suddenly, and now I'm leaving suddenly too." Her figure continued to fade. Qi Yuan held her hand, slowly watching her disappear. Finally, he placed a wisp of flame in Ning Dao's hand. "This is the solar true fire I just acquired. Ignite it on the star." On the star, igniting the solar true fire might allow his golden core to devour other planets and stars. His golden core was also constantly growing stronger. "Okay." Ning Dao nodded vigorously, and her figure vanished. Qi Yuan's black robe turned blood red at this moment, and his figure became ethereal. He was about to leave the virtual realm and return to the real world. At this moment, all the Purple Mansion cultivators watching the battle were completely stunned. Just now, the Grand Palace Master had dragged the blood-clad sword god into the virtual realm. Above the sky, anomalies had occurred. A great sun had suddenly fallen. In the Kanglan realm, countless terrifying auras had simultaneously taken action. At that time, pillars of light could be seen shooting into the sky, trying to stop the sun. It seemed as if the Kanglan realm had almost been destroyed. All the Purple Mansion cultivators felt as if they had narrowly escaped death. They had no idea what had happened. They only knew that something terrifying had definitely occurred. At this moment, one Purple Mansion cultivator said, "The blood-clad sword god and the Light Palace should have decided the outcome by now, right?" The Grand Palace Master donned the Imperial Dragon crown of frightening majesty, wielding power comparable to a yin god. "The blood-clad sword god must be dead. If you calculate the time, the people from the Light Palace should be coming out soon. What a pity for the blood-clad sword god, such a great power, to die here." At this moment, outside the Light Palace headquarters, the mournful sound of the Suona continued. Shu Yeli played the Suona, his heart filled with mixed emotions. "Blood-clad sword god, I can't leave, so I'll see you off on your final journey." The Suona's lament became even more sorrowful. At that moment, a ripple appeared in front of the Light Palace headquarters. Everyone turned to look. They saw a blood-red figure emerge from the virtual realm. His eyes were deep, as if he had experienced endless years. Seeing that figure, all the watching Purple Mansion cultivators were utterly stunned. "Blood-clad sword god, how is it him coming out? How is this possible?" These Purple Mansion cultivators were bewildered, confused, and lost. Facing a yin god, how could the blood-clad sword god have been the one to emerge? He was clearly just a Purple Mansion cultivator, how could he possibly be a match for a yin god? At this moment, the mournful tune of the Suona still played. Qi Yuan looked at the now empty Light Palace, and a sudden wave of sorrow welled up. "Boo-hoo, you died so tragically, you didn't even leave a single hair behind. You didn't leave anything for me. Boo-hoo, my white moonlight, how could you abandon me and leave like this?" Swallow. All the Purple Mansion cultivators were stunned by this scene. They looked at Qi Yuan in silence. At that moment, one Purple Mansion cultivator couldn't hold back any longer. He glanced at a nascent soul cultivator. The nascent soul cultivator nervously flew over to Qi Yuan and asked, "Senior blood-clad sword god, did you kill everyone in the Light Palace?" Qi Yuan couldn't force out any tears, but his sorrow was genuine. Justice will always triumph over evil. The nascent soul cultivator didn't dare say anything, just staring at the blood-red demonic sword in Qi Yuan's sword box. "You look more like the evil one, don't you?" At this moment, Qi Yuan stood up, looked around, and began a post-battle speech. "I was not fighting alone. Behind me stood the Golden Core and Stellar Golden Core of the God Flower Society, Little Li from the Fox Den, the 4 Emperors of the God Flower, Feng Jun, and behind me stood all the cultivators and ordinary people oppressed by the Light Palace." Qi Yuan spoke passionately, summarizing the battle and deepening the theme. However, he was too sad, his voice hoarse, and he couldn't help but look again at the empty Light Palace. "Boo-hoo, you were so heartless, leaving nothing behind for me." Everyone was dumbfounded, with "what?" written all over their faces. That day, the blood-clad sword god single-handedly annihilated the Light Palace, gave an impassioned speech, and mourned at the graves for 3 hours before leaving. No one knew what had happened in the virtual realm. Everyone's attention was focused on that falling sun. The atmosphere on the God Flower Society forum was somber. Threads like, "Mourn for the blood-clad sword god for 30 breaths. The blood-clad sword god is gone, but his spirit remains. Remembering the past, when I was a child, the blood-clad sword god once held me. There is true love in this world. I abstain from carnal desires for 3 days for the sword god." When Qi Yuan logged into the God Flower Society forum and saw these posts, his face turned pale. "Hey, I'm not dead yet, and you're already mourning for me." Qi Yuan was speechless. These people probably assumed that his battle with the Light Palace had ended in defeat, so they made these posts. If that was the case, it was understandable. He thought for a moment and decided to post using his blood-clad sword god account. "I, the blood-clad sword god, bring good news. The Light Palace is destroyed, and justice has finally triumphed over evil." These days, the name blood-clad sword god was a hot topic. Even Qi Yuan titled his post with his name to attract attention. As soon as the post went up, it quickly garnered replies. "The blood-clad sword god is still alive. The Light Palace is destroyed. Did today's sun falling make me lose my mind? Could this be a fake blood-clad sword god?" The fact that the blood-clad sword god had posted and risen from the dead caused the forum to explode. Members of the God Flower Society were spread throughout the Kanglan realm, so the news of the blood-clad sword god's destruction of the Light Palace had not yet reached them, and many were unaware. In their view, the blood-clad sword god was sure to lose in a battle against the Light Palace, which had the backing of a yin god. But now that the blood-clad sword god had won, how could they not be shocked? "Senior, I knew you would win." Little Li from the Fox Den quickly replied, secretly deleting her earlier post mourning the blood-clad sword god. The forum was abuzz, contributing to the warming of the Kanglan realm and filling it with joy. Outside the forum, the news of the blood-clad sword god's destruction of the Light Palace also began to spread slowly throughout the Qian continent. "Senior, how did you win?" someone asked. Many were puzzled and curious. How had the blood-clad sword god defeated the Light Palace? At this moment, many Purple Mansion cultivators were also keenly interested in this question. At the time, the Light Palace used the Imperial Dragon Crown of Frightening Majesty, and the Grand Palace Master unleashed the finger of a god. I thought I was going to die. But then I remembered the countless people behind me supporting me. So, I asked the big shots in the God Flower Society and borrowed celestial golden cores, 9 turn golden cores, 1,000,000 golden cores, and even a stellar golden core. Countless golden cores fell, summoning the sun and annihilating the Light Palace. Qi Yuan added some exaggeration, mixing truth with fiction. After all, he was currently just a stellar golden core cultivator, not even able to fully utilize a perfect heavenly Tao foundation, so he had to downplay his true abilities and hide his trump card. Everyone following the post was stunned. They hadn't expected such an answer. The sun in the sky was summoned by the big shots. Quote. Is that for real? Some remained silent, others were doubtful, and some spoke the truth in a joking tone. Of course it's true. I'm just a small fry among the big shots of the God Flower Society. If I hadn't borrowed the stellar golden core, I might not have survived. Qi Yuan replied earnestly. Using your own things can't be called borrowing. Meanwhile, in the East Continent, within a cave, a man in golden robes looked at the jade slip in silence. He had watched the battle between the blood-clad sword god and the Light Palace up to a certain point, Then, predicting the blood-clad sword god's defeat, he had left. He hadn't seen the latter half of the battle and was unaware of how the situation had reversed. The white-haired elder beside him asked, "Is what he said true?" The golden-robed man recalled the blood-colored figure he had seen that day and slowly replied, "He's surrounded by overwhelming blood energy, likely a powerful demon who has slaughtered millions. From a distance, I didn't detect any divinity in him, so it's impossible for him to be a yin god. Summoning the sun. That's too terrifying. In our Kanglan realm, besides that legendary figure, who else could ascend to a divine position and illuminate all realms?" As he mentioned this person, the golden-robed man's eyes filled with deep fear. He didn't even dare to utter that person's name. The elder, hearing this, felt a heavy weight on his heart. For that person was unspeakable. Rather than believing he summoned the sun, I'm more inclined to believe he had help. When he killed Yi Chong Zunja's messenger, he mentioned the name Feng Jun. If it was Feng Jun, that would make sense. But, with the great calamity approaching, all the yin gods are conserving their strength, avoiding action if possible. Why would Feng Jun intervene? I'd rather believe that the stingy old man Feng Jun stepped in than that the blood-clad sword god summoned the sun, the elder said with a smile. He was an old member of the Seeking Dao Palace and had known Feng Jun in his youth. Unfortunately, one became a yin god, while the other was still searching for the path in the late Purple Mansion stage. He knew Feng Jun's character well. "Sigh, you returned too quickly. A strong figure like the blood-clad sword god should have been recruited into our Seeking Dao Palace. His strength might even surpass that of Wushan Old Man." The white-haired elder sighed. Wushan Old Man was among the top-tier late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators in the Seeking Dao Palace. This time he survived, but he's completely offended Yi Chong Zunj, so he's probably not long for this world. The golden-robed man couldn't help but say. If he can destroy the Light Palace, why can't he kill honored one Yi Chong? The white-haired elder chuckled. The golden-robed man glared at the elder. The Light Palace only had a damaged yin god artifact. How could that compare to the real honored one Yi Chong? How do you know? Someone who can easily wipe out the Light Palace can't kill honored one Yi Chong. The elder continued to smile. It's a pity I can't leave right now. Otherwise, I would have loved to meet this blood-clad sword god. ... At this moment, Qi Yuan was basking in the praise of others, feeling quite pleased with himself. Then a comment caught his eye. "Blood-clad sword god, I heard you killed honored one Yi Chong's messenger on your way to the Light Palace." "Yes, I did," Qi Yuan replied. Seeing his response, some were puzzled, not knowing who honored one Yi Chong was. But the God Flower Society was full of big shots. "You even dare to kill a yin god's messenger. Senior, you're truly formidable. Senior, you should leave the East Continent quickly," that person replied. The cultivators following the thread were all shocked. Little Lee from the Fox Den stared at the post, stunned. She had just commented in the thread, saying she would stand with the blood-clad sword god to defeat any enemies. But no one had told her the enemy was a yin god. She was going crazy, pulling at her hair. "Boo-hoo, I'll never reply to you again." But then she thought about how she had gotten close to the blood-clad sword god, and how others now called her Sister Lee, and she couldn't resist. Qi Yuan glanced at the comments below and replied. "His messenger threatened to kill me, so I had to strike first. If honored one Yi Chong also doesn't have eyes, I'll have to show him why the sun is so red." The God Flower Society cultivators who saw the blood-clad sword god's reply were completely stunned. If killing honored one Yi Chong's messenger had offended him, these words were an outright provocation. "Senior is too fierce. Senior, stay safe." Qi Yuan casually glanced at the comments, then switched accounts and logged into the God Flower 4 Emperors chat group. "I've got good news. The 100-day plan to destroy the Light Palace has been completed ahead of schedule. Big shot, awesome, I told you, Origin Heavenly Venerable is no ordinary person." The rogue Immortal Venerable and Ice Mountain Queen showered him with praise. "Where's the great Sun Flame Emperor?" Qi Yuan asked, feeling that something was missing without his praise. "He was here a few hours ago, but then he said his old man was looking for him, so he didn't show up again. Probably something urgent came up. In my experience, he probably pissed off his old man and got grounded." "I see." Qi Yuan felt a bit disappointed. "Origin Heavenly Venerable, my sisters made nearly 10 million spirit stones because of you. They all want to meet you to thank you in person," Ice Mountain Queen said. "No need for a meeting, it's a small matter. Good choice not to meet them. If those vixens see you, they'll probably tear your clothes off, Ice Mountain Queen continued, as blunt as ever. The rogue Immortal Venerable swallowed hard at the thought. He also wanted to be stripped by fairy sisters. One of my sisters owns a 7-tones pavilion. She said you can play there for free anytime. 7-tones pavilion, the rogue Immortal Venerable drooled with envy. That's even more high-end than the Cloud Court. Doesn't that mean Origin Heavenly Venerable can enjoy it for free? I don't lack these things. What I need most now are cultivation techniques, the more the better, and the higher the grade, the better, Qi Yuan said. He wasn't interested in freebies. Only cultivation techniques mattered to him. Originally, he had been looking forward to a meeting with the elders of the Light Palace, but they were too weak, and just sunbathing had made them vanish. They left behind no techniques or treasures. The Light Palace headquarters was also dragged into the virtual realm, leaving nothing behind. The cultivation techniques he had been eagerly awaiting were gone, so Qi Yuan had to find them elsewhere. Ice Mountain Queen responded, "Leave it to me. I'll squeeze some benefits out of them today." "Thank you, Sister Ice Mountain Queen. I'm logging off now. The East Continent Talent Battle is about to start, and I need to work hard. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing if I don't make the top 20. By the way, when the Great Sun Flame Emperor comes online, tell him I didn't let everyone down, I wiped out the Light Palace." The rogue Immortal Venerable was completely stunned when he read this. Origin Heavenly Venerable, you're participating in the East Continent Talent Battle. The one who destroyed the Light Palace says he's going to participate in the East Continent Talent Battle. Is this a joke? Keep in mind that the East Continent Talent Battle is only open to those under 200 years old. The Origin Heavenly Venerable must be at least 1,000 years old, right? Qi Yuan had no idea what the rogue Immortal Venerable was thinking. At this moment, he returned to his cave and continued refining the Qi Yuan Sutra. The path of the golden core is about growing larger and stronger. My golden core is a star, so by continually devouring other celestial bodies in the universe, it can grow stronger. After obtaining the solar true fire, Qi Yuan had a clear idea of how his golden core path should unfold. But his cultivation technique was still incomplete. If the golden core is a star, then what is the nascent soul? Qi Yuan was stumped. Although he had read many techniques, his understanding of the nascent soul was still superficial. The next day, Qi Yuan looked at the small sun in the sky and thought of Ningdao again. Unfortunately, his Dantian still had very little spiritual energy. Killing a purple mansion cultivator was no problem, but summoning the golden core in Ningdao was still far from possible. The Qi Yuan Sutra is too lacking, so my spiritual energy recovery is too slow, Qi Yuan lamented. He then looked at Zhangya in the distance, his eyes lighting up. Here was a wealthy woman, and her wealth aligned perfectly with what Qi Yuan lacked. "Senior Sister Zhangya, you're well read. I have a question, could I ask for your guidance?" Qi Yuan inquired. Zhangya looked at Qi Yuan and responded succinctly, "You may." "I've reached the golden core stage, but I'm still confused about the path to the nascent soul," Qi Yuan said, looking dejected. "The path to the nascent soul," Zhangya began. But just as she was about to speak, Qi Yuan continued. "I built my foundation on the 5 elements Qi and condensed a stellar golden core through the Heavenly Tao Foundation. What kind of nascent soul could match my level?" Zhangya fell silent. The words she had prepared seemed to vanish from her mind. She told herself to smile, to be graceful. Zhangya looked at Qi Yuan and calmly said, "There might be someone who can give you the answer." "Who is it?" Qi Yuan asked eagerly. "Great Wisdom True Monarch, ranked 4th on the East Continent Talent Battle rankings," Zhangya replied coolly. "Great name, he must be a wise person." Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Judging by his reputation, he could already imagine that this was a true genius. He, like you, follows the path of obsession, and he has already entered the nascent soul stage. He might be able to give you a lot of advice, Zhangya explained. "If junior brother Qi Yuan wishes to meet him, I can arrange it now." Yes, Qi Yuan was excited. Meeting him was a must. "All right." Zhangya turned and took out a communication jade slip. As night fell, a flower boat docked by the shore. A man with slicked back hair, floral shorts, and a long robe that didn't fit him at all. On the flower boat, he seemed completely out of place. However, the people on the boat looked at him with respect. For this man was none other than Great Wisdom True Monarch, ranked 4th on the East Continent Talent Battle rankings. At this moment, Great Wisdom True Monarch's eyes were clear as he stared at the hand of a female cultivator nearby, making her feel embarrassed. The woman's delicate hand, with slender, fair fingers and long nails painted a light crimson, looked both elegant and beautiful. Wind Moon Fairy, your hands are exquisite, unmatched, and priceless. Is Great Wisdom True Monarch also a connoisseur of such things? A nearby, rough-looking genius commented, trying to get closer to Great Wisdom True Monarch. Great Wisdom True Monarch gazed at the delicate hand, his eyes clear, deep in thought. Are her nails that long for picking her nose? Silence. The flower boat fell into a dead silence, and the genius who had just spoken couldn't find any words. Wind Moon Fairy's face turned red with shame, her expression constantly changing as she wished she could sink into the ground. At that moment, a hearty voice rang out, "My advice is, if you're picking your nose, don't wear nail polish, it could hurt your nose." A man in black robes stepped onto the flower boat. He looked at Great Wisdom True Monarch with respect. "My name is Chi Yuan. Senior Sister Zhangya sent me to ask Great Wisdom True Monarch for advice on the nascent soul stage." The others on the boat looked at Chi Yuan, then at Great Wisdom True Monarch, their expressions complicated. Wind Moon Fairy, however, glared angrily at Chi Yuan. She didn't dare offend Great Wisdom True Monarch, but she wasn't afraid of this unknown Chi Yuan. Great Wisdom True Monarch looked at Chi Yuan, his eyes brightened. "How do you think Wind Moon Fairy should pick her nose?" "Well," Chi Yuan sat down beside Great Wisdom True Monarch and pondered, "using fingernails is rather inelegant. Fairies don't poop or pick their noses. So why not create a Tao technique specifically for picking noses? Fellow Taoist, you're a genius." Great Wisdom True Monarch looked at Chi Yuan, excited. Chi Yuan looked at Great Wisdom True Monarch, feeling a sense of kindred spirit. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out, "Not good, Wind Moon Fairy has fallen into the river." Everyone looked at the river with pity for Wind Moon Fairy. Seeing this, Great Wisdom True Monarch slowly said, "Wind Moon Fairy must have been inspired by fellow Taoist Chi Yuan to enter the river and comprehend the flow of water, then create a Tao technique specifically for picking noses." Everyone present silently mourned for Wind Moon Fairy. It was likely that by tomorrow, she would have a new nickname, Nose-Picking Fairy. Chi Yuan nodded and got straight to the point. "Fellow Taoist, I've always felt the path to the nascent soul is unclear. I've heard that to form a nascent soul, one must shatter their golden core to create the soul. But my golden core was formed through great effort, I can't bear to shatter it. What should I do?" Chi Yuan had worked hard to form his stellar golden core, how could he bear to shatter it? That was his baby. The others around him were stunned by Chi Yuan's words. Someone who doesn't want to shatter their golden core. Is this guy crazy from Cultivation? No wonder, he can communicate so easily with Great Wisdom True Monarch. Great Wisdom True Monarch looked at Chi Yuan and pondered, "Sigh, I never thought we'd be on the same page. Back when I was just building my foundation, I was already thinking about this issue." Chi Yuan couldn't help but hold Great Wisdom True Monarch in even higher regard. This was truly a far-sighted genius. When he was building his foundation, he never thought about what would happen to his nascent soul. But this guy was thinking about it back then. In the end, after much thought, I created a method called the two-core technique, Great Wisdom True Monarch said proudly. I first formed a fake core, then formed a real golden core. Finally, when I broke through to the nascent soul stage, I shattered the fake core and kept the golden core. So now I have both a golden core and a nascent soul within me. A fake core is something a foundation establishment cultivator creates using external means when they have no hope of forming a real golden core. Chi Yuan was stunned by Great Wisdom True Monarch's thought process. What a genius, what great wisdom. However, there's a flaw in this method. My golden core and nascent soul tend to fight each other, Great Wisdom True Monarch said with frustration. The other geniuses on the boat looked at Great Wisdom True Monarch, speechless. Not only do your golden core and nascent soul fight, but you also often fight yourself. They knew that Great Wisdom True Monarch had developed a split personality, with two different personas inhabiting his body. Such minor issues aren't real problems, Chi Yuan said dismissively. A good technique is bound to have some flaws. My own technique has a flaw where after cultivation, you become mentally unstable and forgetful. But look at me now, I'm perfectly sane. I can eat 8 steamed buns in one sitting. The people present looked at Chi Yuan and instantly understood. This is what you call perfectly sane. At the same time, they felt even more sorry for Wind Moon Fairy. Why did she have to catch the attention of these two lunatics? How pitiful. Unfortunately, I'm already in the golden core stage, so I can't use the two-core technique. Chi Yuan sighed. Great wisdom, true monarch's path wasn't suitable for him. Taoist Ji Zhen looked at Qi Yuan and said, since you don't want to shatter your own golden core, why not shatter someone else's and form your own nascent soul? Qi Yuan glanced around at everyone present and finally said bitterly, their golden cores are too weak, I don't fancy them. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the several prodigies present subtly changed. One of the prodigies couldn't hold back and said, I, Lu, may not be talented, but I condensed an earth-grade golden core using the 10,000-year-old dark yin qi. When my golden core is unleashed, 3 miles around turn into dark yin. Tell me, is this golden core weak? The singers on the flower boat all revealed envious expressions upon hearing this. For an ordinary cultivator, being able to form a golden core was already a joyous event. Usually, the golden cores formed range from the 9th grade to the 1st grade. Being able to form a Zon grade, Earth grade, or even Heaven grade golden core was considered a 1 in a billion feat. Amongst the beings of the 100 nations, there are more than 10 billion. Among them, besides Qi Yuan, the highest grade was Kung Fulu's 1st grade golden core. Qi Yuan glanced at that prodigy and said regretfully, it's weak. 3 miles around turn into dark yin. That's nothing. When he was still in the qi refining stage, he could kill with a kitchen knife. Then what kind of golden core have you formed? Why don't you take it out and show us? The prodigy sneered coldly. Qi Yuan shook his head. I'm afraid if I take it out, you'll all die. A stellar golden core isn't something that can be summoned casually. Just afraid to show it, aren't you? The prodigy sneered mockingly. They naturally believed Qi Yuan was just boasting. The other prodigies laughed and said, Lu, maybe he's got an immortal grade golden core. Naturally, he wouldn't care about your earth grade golden core. Qi Yuan ignored them. These people were too young, needing thousands of years to grow into his white moonlight. He didn't even bother responding. He continued to seek help from Taoist Ji Zhen. Their golden cores are too weak, really not up to my standards. Is there any other method? Taoist Ji Zhen replied, do you know why the nascent soul is called the nascent soul? Qi Yuan was stunned at the question. Honestly, he didn't know. Generally speaking, isn't it just shattering the core to form the baby, and the divine soul taking residence? Actually, I don't know either, Taoist Ji Zhen said. But according to my years of reading ancient texts, I speculate that the nascent soul is the foundation of the yin god. As we all know, once one steps into the yin god realm, they can give birth to the primordial spirit and travel through the void. Now, how do you think the primordial spirit is born? The divine soul is the soul of a cultivator, while the primordial spirit is something even more mysterious. Upon reaching the Yuan Dan realm, the divine soul can leave the body. But the primordial spirit is a higher level existence, capable of entering the legendary void. Could it be that the primordial spirit evolves from the nascent soul? Qi Yuan couldn't help but say. Yes, I suspect the same. Both have the word, spirit, in them, so there must be a connection. So, it could be said that all yin gods, even yang gods, have their primordial spirits as nascent souls. Taoist Ji Zhen shared his findings with Qi Yuan. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan gazed at the stars projected in the sky, his eyes widening. Even immortals and gods have nascent souls. I'm telling you this, but don't tell others. There's a great karmic consequence in this, Taoist Ji Zhen warned solemnly. The singers on the flower boat and the prodigies were all left speechless. Immortals and gods as nascent souls. Really daring to say that? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Qi Yuan glanced around at everyone on the flower boat. For some reason, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. Taoist Ji Zhen nodded. Do you know what my nascent soul is? What is it? Qi Yuan asked. Taoist Ji Zhen's expression became sorrowful. My Tao companion went mad during cultivation and died. I took her hair and made it into an outer core, while her body became a golden core. My nascent soul is her hair. I hope that one day when I ascend to the yin god realm, my nascent soul will evolve and possibly give birth to her primordial spirit. Qi Yuan fell silent upon hearing this. Not being good at comforting people, he simply said, I wish you success. Thank you. Taoist Ji Zhen's eyes flashed with sharp resolve. One day, she will be reborn from the flames in my nascent soul. Qi Yuan's thoughts drifted far away. He remembered the 5 ancestors of the 5 elements Forbidden Land, Jin, Shui, Tu, and the others. Back then, they sacrificed themselves to grant Qi Yuan the power of the 5 elements and allowed him to control the Forbidden Land of 5 elements. If he followed his thoughts and condensed a nascent soul, when he entered the Yin God realm in the future, could those old friends emerge from his nascent soul? Of course, Qi Yuan was only thinking. At this moment, Taoist Ji Zhen spoke again, to maintain both the golden core and the nascent soul is to defy the heavens. It might attract heavenly retribution. Be careful, my friend. Qi Yuan nodded. The stellar golden core had already ignited the true solar fire. The potential of this golden core would become infinitely vast. In Qi Yuan's view, given enough time, he might even be able to devour all the stars in a universe. Even if he didn't enter the nascent soul realm, he could still grow stronger just by relying on his stellar golden core. So, even if he didn't perfect the Qi Yuan Sutra, he could slowly become one of the top powerhouses across the myriad worlds. The golden core is already an invincible path, why form a nascent soul? But clearly, Qi Yuan was ambitious. He wanted to enhance himself in all aspects, so the Qi Yuan Sutra naturally needed to be perfected, and the nascent soul had to be formed as well. Thank you, my friend. I've benefited greatly, Qi Yuan said, feeling grateful. Though the path to forming a nascent soul wasn't fully confirmed, Qi Yuan already had many ideas. As night fell, Qi Yuan returned to his cave dwelling. The Ice Mountain Queen from the Divine Flower Society had sent him over 100 techniques. These techniques were gifts from her sisters to Qi Yuan. Among them were 4 heaven-level techniques, dozens of Zan-level techniques, and countless Jade-level techniques. Suddenly, Qi Yuan went from being a pauper to a temporary rich man. With so many techniques, I should be able to push forward the Qi Yuan Sutra, Qi Yuan thought as he immediately immersed himself fully into the grand task of revising his cultivation method. Time passed quickly. The date for the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle drew closer and closer. More and more prodigies gathered in Yunjiang City. Every day, one could see the figures of some prodigies flying through the sky above the city. Qi Yuan, however, shut himself off from the outside world, focusing only on perfecting the Qi Yuan Sutra. One day, Qi Yuan suddenly awoke. In just 2 days, it will be the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle. Qi Yuan murmured. To be honest, Qi Yuan had reached a critical point in advancing the Qi Yuan Sutra and didn't want to participate in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle. But remembering that the top 20 in the battle would gain the qualification to enter the Moonwatching continent, and the sect master's instructions, Qi Yuan's gaze became firm. It seems I must participate in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle after all. Thinking this, Qi Yuan left his cave dwelling. At that moment, outside the cave, Kong Fulu was chatting with a catwoman. Not far away, Zhangya was sitting under a Bodhi tree, seemingly pondering some difficult problem. Seeing Qi Yuan, Kong Fulu was surprised. Junior brother, where are you headed? To participate in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle, Qi Yuan replied. Kong Fulu was shocked. Today, he slapped his thigh, thinking he had forgotten the time. But after checking the date, he looked at Qi Yuan strangely. Isn't it in 2 days? Why are you going now? I'm going to see if there's any back door I can take, Qi Yuan said lightly. Back door. Kong Fulu's expression grew even more peculiar. He turned to Zhangya in the distance and asked, is there a back door for the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle? Zhangya snapped out of her thoughts, glanced at Qi Yuan, and said, the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle is jointly organized by 3 Yin gods. There's no back door to take. In this world, there wasn't a back door initially, but when more people took it, a back door was made, Qi Yuan said as if it were a matter of course. Yet, for some reason, after saying this, he felt something was off about his words. Kong Fulu looked at Qi Yuan but said nothing more. Junior brother, I wish you success in finding that back door. Qi Yuan left the inn. An hour later, Qi Yuan's appearance had completely changed. He now wore a blood-colored robe. He stopped in front of a palace, a hint of joy in his eyes. Finally found it. The palace ahead was quiet and desolate. A boy at the gate was dozing off, seemingly half asleep. Qi Yuan glanced at the boy. The boy in his sleep seemed to sense something and suddenly woke up, startled. Who are you? He looked at Qi Yuan, feeling inexplicably frightened. I am a golden core cultivator participating in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle, Qi Yuan answered truthfully. The boy's fear subsided slightly, and he slowly asked, what are you doing here for the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle? I heard that the person in charge of the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle, the mighty Feng Lan, resides here. No visitors allowed. No one is allowed to see him, the boy replied with disdain. Currently, Yunjiang City had 2 purple mansion experts. One was the master of Yunjiang Pavilion, and the other was the mighty Feng Lan. Sometimes, ignorant cultivators would come to visit Feng Lan, and the boy assumed the man before him was one such person. At that moment, the gate opened, and a tall woman walked out. "What is it, Mingri?" the tall woman asked. "This person came to see the master," the boy hurriedly replied. Qi Yuan looked at the tall woman, surprise flashing in his eyes. "Booger Fairy, I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence." He glanced at the tall woman's hands. The fingernails were neatly trimmed, and it seemed they had been cut recently. He couldn't help but sigh, these prodigies do listen to advice. I told her that long nails with nail polish aren't good for picking boogers, and she immediately cut them and started using Dao techniques instead. Upon hearing this, the tall woman's expression changed dramatically, and her anger flared. Recently, she had gained the notorious nickname, Booger Fairy, in Yunjiang City. Even her sisters teased her with it. One of her suitors had secretly given her a technique, and when she opened it, it was a spell for picking boogers. She was furious. She wanted to beat up Taoist Ji Zhen and Qi Yuan. But she had held back, thinking she would challenge Qi Yuan after the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle to teach him a lesson. Now, an unknown person had just called her, Booger Fairy. How could she not be angry? "Who are you?" she asked Qi Yuan, furious. "I am the blood-clad sword god," Qi Yuan replied calmly. "What? The blood-clad sword god?" The tall woman froze, fear and reverence flooding her heart. She had never met the blood-clad sword god since she didn't attend the fish dragon banquet, but she knew of his terrifying power. This was a man who single-handedly destroyed the Radiant Palace, a ruthless figure. What was he doing here? She didn't doubt the authenticity of the blood-clad sword god standing before her because he had a fearsome reputation. No one would dare impersonate him. Besides, everyone knew that the blood-clad sword god had provoked the notorious Yechong sovereign, almost offending him to the point of no return. Pretending to be the blood-clad sword god was tantamount to seeking death. The tall woman took a careful look at the man before her and couldn't discern his strength at all. This must be the real blood-clad sword god. Her heart was filled with both fear and sadness. Had the infamous title of Booger Fairy even reached the ears of such a high-ranking figure like the blood-clad sword god? For someone like the blood-clad sword god, who could live for millennia, this nickname might stick with her for at least 10,000 years. "Senior, please wait here. I'll go inform the ancestor right away. Just take me in directly. It'll save time," Qi Yuan said nonchalantly. The tall woman's expression changed several times before she finally nodded. Inside the palace, Feng Lan was playing chess with the master of Yunjiang Pavilion. Who would have thought that such a major event would happen in just a month since arriving in Qian continent? Feng Lan sighed. The master of Yunjiang Pavilion also looked wistful. Who could have imagined that such a powerful force like the Radiant Palace would be wiped out overnight? The blood-clad sword god is truly a killing god. I still don't know how he managed to destroy the Radiant Palace. Could it be, as he claimed, that the fallen sun that day really had something to do with him? Impossible, Feng Lan shook his head. This world can only have one such figure. You know who I'm talking about. The master of Yunjiang Pavilion fell silent, not daring to continue. It's taboo to mention such a figure, especially that one. At this moment, Feng Lan spoke with concern. Once the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle is over, I must return quickly. Staying in Qian continent is too dangerous. If I survived the great calamity only to die here, that would be too unlucky. He was deeply afraid of the blood-clad sword god because he was currently in charge of the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle, serving the three Yin gods. Technically, he was a temporary subordinate of Yechong sovereign. If the blood-clad sword god knew about this, Feng Lan was sure the madman would kill him. Nowadays, who in Qian continent wasn't afraid of the blood-clad sword god? Justice defeating evil, it's just a bigger demon defeating a lesser evil. At that moment, a hurried voice transmitted, "Ancestor, the blood-clad sword god is here." The chess piece in Feng Lan's hand dropped abruptly, and his face turned pale with fright. The master of Yunjiang Pavilion looked puzzled. "What's wrong, friend?" "No, I must run. The blood-clad sword god is here to kill me." Feng Lan was terrified, filled with grief. He said this and prepared to flee. But in the end, he didn't manage to escape because he felt a terrifying pair of eyes on him before he could move. "If you want to run away just by seeing me, does that mean you're a bad person? If you are, then I, the blood-clad sword god, must punish evil." Qi Yuan's lazy voice echoed. "Feng Lan, though a purple mansion cultivator, couldn't help but tremble, his face twisting with fear. Not running, just needed to pee. You Feng family members are truly odd, one picks their nose, and the other needs to pee, Qi Yuan said, glancing at the tall woman and then at Feng Lan. Feng Lan felt awkward and confused. Did this mean the blood-clad sword god wasn't here to kill him? He looked at Qi Yuan with utmost respect. I didn't know the blood-clad sword god was visiting. What brings you here? Now, he had none of the demeanor of a purple mansion powerhouse, looking more like a small-time crook. After all, he might respect yin gods, but he feared the blood-clad sword god. After all, this was a true demon lord. I signed up for the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle a while ago, Qi Yuan said, casually finding a chair and sitting down. Feng Lan was stunned. The blood-clad sword god signed up for the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle. A dignified purple mansion expert signing up for the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle. What's the point? Unfortunately, I've been researching a cultivation technique lately and have reached a critical stage, so I can't participate in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle. Can the battle be postponed? Qi Yuan asked gently, his tone amiable since he was asking for a favor. Senior, the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle cannot be postponed, Feng Lan said with great difficulty, utterly confused. The blood-clad sword god must be over 1,000 years old by now, far too old for the battle. Feng Lan explained the reason, which was simply that the secret realm's opening time was fixed and couldn't be altered. At this, Qi Yuan looked at Feng Lan. In your opinion, how do I compare with the top 10 prodigies on the Eastern Lands Prodigy list? Feng Lan was at a loss. Is the senior trying to mess with me? Of course, you are stronger. He answered cautiously. You see, you admit I'm stronger. Doesn't that mean that if I participate in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle, I'm guaranteed to make it into the top 20? You can, Feng Lan nodded. He glanced at Qi Yuan and hesitantly said, but senior, your age, it's a bit advanced. The Eastern Lands Prodigy battle is only for those under 200 years old. I'm very young. I'm not even 20, almost 30, Qi Yuan asserted. Qi Yuan had initially planned to tell the truth. But then he remembered that he was already married to Xiao Jia. Marrying before 20 would be against the marriage laws, so he lied about his age a little. In the room, the master of Yunjiang Pavilion stayed silent. The tall woman stood aside, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Feng Lan's expression became complicated. Senior, you do look very young. It's not just looks. I am young, Qi Yuan corrected Feng Lan. So, my strength qualifies, and I'm the right age. I might not make it to the top 3, but I should easily get into the top 10, right? Since the result is the same, let's skip the process and directly rank me in the top 10, Qi Yuan declared boldly. There's no denying that taking a shortcut feels great. Feng Lan was speechless. Is this blood-clad sword god even human? If it were anyone else, even a late-stage purple mansion, Feng Lan would have cursed them out for being shameless. But against the blood-clad sword god, he didn't dare to object. This matter needs to be reported to the 3 yin god lords. I can't decide on my own, Feng Lan said weakly. Then hurry up and report it. I need a quick result, Qi Yuan said, his voice turning cold. If anyone maliciously obstructs me from getting into the top 20 of the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle, that's an act of enmity against me. Cold sweat broke out on Feng Lan's forehead. I'll report it right away. He wouldn't dare to oppose the blood-clad sword god, not in a million years. The memory of the Radiant Palace still lingered vividly in his mind. A force that had lasted for 10,000 years, the top power in Qian continent, was wiped out in a single night. Qi Yuan sat comfortably in his chair, waiting for the outcome. He couldn't deny that taking a shortcut for the first time felt quite satisfying. By now, the mighty Feng Lan had already passed the information up the chain. At the Heaven and Earth Cave, a fierce yin wind howled. A tall man stood outside the cave entrance, his face filled with respect and anger as he spoke. This blood-clad sword god has gone too far. He mercilessly killed Mir, spoke recklessly at the Divine Flower Society, and dared to provoke the sovereign. Is it all because he has Fengjun sovereign to back him? And now, he dares to interfere in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle, trying to secure a spot without competing. He's utterly disregarding the 3 sovereigns. This tall man was a late-stage purple mansion cultivator who had long been serving Yechong sovereign. Upon receiving Feng Lan's message, he was enraged. The yin wind continued to howl through the Heaven and Earth Cave. A childlike voice echoed from within, what do you think should be done about it? The tall man frowned, deep in thought. First, there's Fengjun Sovereign. Second, the great calamity is approaching. The sovereign must conserve his strength, making it unwise to take action against the blood-clad sword god. He pondered on how to deal with the blood-clad sword god but, after a while, still couldn't think of a solution. Was he really going to let the blood-clad sword god disrupt the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle and gain access to Moonwatching Continent? Suddenly, the tall man's eyes lit up with an idea, and he said with delight, let him gain a spot in the top 20 of the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle. The blood-clad sword god is clearly trying to enter Moonwatching Continent. The heavenly Tao there is shattered, and the strong are few. Not only are we from the Kanglan realm targeting it, but so is the Demora clan. The Demora clan has a treasure that can sense any cultivator above the 5 realms. If the blood-clad sword god enters Moonwatching Continent, the Demora clan will surely detect him. Given their unruly nature, they will undoubtedly kill him. Entering Moonwatching Continent would be like sending the blood-clad sword god into a lion's den. At present, Moonwatching Continent was divided into 3 powers. The weakest was the native population of Moonwatching Continent. The strongest was the Demora clan. Even the 3 sovereigns were highly wary of the yin gods within the Demora clan. Sending the blood-clad sword god into Moonwatching Continent would be akin to sending a sheep into the tiger's den. The cave fell silent for a while before the childlike voice spoke again, let it be as you say. The tall man's eyes filled with joy upon hearing this. Then, another childlike voice came from the cave. If it's convenient, investigate his origins. Based on the current information, it's almost certain that the blood-clad sword god, the Mad Taoist, and the 7 Desires Demon Lord are the same person. They all originate from the remote 100 nations, the tall man reported, lowering his head. We can't find much more information. My guess is that the blood-clad sword god might not be a native of the Kanglan realm. The cave was silent again, with only the sound of the howling yin wind. Investigate further and see if there are any other members of the Divine Flower Society in the 100 nations. After a long pause, the childlike voice came again. As you command. The tall man bowed, though his face showed some difficulty. This task would be hard to carry out. Back in Yunjiang City, Feng Lan was on edge, but he maintained a smile. Senior blood-clad sword god, why are you so fixated on entering Moonwatching Continent? Why not simply join one of the prodigy factions? That way, you'd automatically qualify to open up territory in Moonwatching Continent. Hearing this, Qi Yuan lazily replied, Moonwatching Continent is my home. I must return home. After all, the heavenly Tao of Moonwatching Continent had been used to build his foundation. Isn't Moonwatching Continent his home now? Feng Lan gave an awkward smile. The energy level of Moonwatching Continent was so low that it couldn't possibly sustain a powerful figure like the blood-clad sword god. Naturally, he thought the blood-clad sword god was joking. Once I'm in the top 20, when will I have the qualification to enter Moonwatching Continent? I'm in a hurry, Qi Yuan said, eager to enter Moonwatching Continent. He wanted to see if it was the world he had once lived in. He also wanted to know if he might have a chance to see a certain woman he never met before. When the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle ends, the entrance to Moonwatching Continent will briefly open. At that time, Senior can enter, Feng Lan explained. Good, Qi Yuan nodded. At that moment, Feng Lan's communication jade suddenly lit up. Qi Yuan's eyes fixed on him. Is that the news? Feng Lan was nervous and didn't dare look. He feared that the sovereign might react negatively, not only denying the blood-clad sword god's request but also doing so in an overbearing way, which might anger the blood-clad sword god. While the blood-clad sword god wouldn't dare kill a sovereign, he might kill him. He sent his consciousness into the jade and then, with a look of surprise, said, Senior blood-clad sword god, the higher-ups have agreed. You are exempt from the trials and will be given a spot in the top 20 of the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle. You've also been granted the qualification to enter Moonwatching Continent. Feng Lan breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the higher-ups wouldn't agree. Hearing this, Qi Yuan smiled broadly. Your higher-ups are quite magnanimous. I'll have to invite them to dinner when I get the chance. Feng Lan gave an awkward smile, knowing he wouldn't be passing that message along. He was well aware of the blood-clad sword god's recent provocation of Yechong Sovereign at the Divine Flower Society. If the two were to meet, a fight would be inevitable. Since I'm now in the top 20 of the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle, do I get to choose a prodigy reward? Qi Yuan asked Feng Lan, recalling the sect master's instructions. Feng Lan was momentarily stunned, wondering if he had heard correctly. The top 100 in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle did indeed receive rewards. The rewards were often powerful nascent soul artifacts. These were useful for young prodigies, but for someone as powerful as the blood-clad sword god, what use could they possibly have? Of course, Feng Lan quickly replied, not daring to hesitate. With a wave of his hand, a storage bag flew from the depths of the palace into his hand. Senior blood-clad sword god may choose any of these treasures. You can even take 2. When the storage bag was opened, it revealed an array of dazzling treasures. If Qi Yuan had seen these during his qi refining stage, he would have been thrilled. But now, with a stellar golden core, he wasn't impressed. He looked at the small purple gold gourd and said, I'll take this. This small gourd was the treasure the sect master had instructed Qi Yuan to retrieve. Senior has an excellent eye, Feng Lan said after carefully examining the gourd and discovering its secret. This gourd is actually a purple mansion artifact. As soon as he said this, Feng Lan regretted it. Ordinary purple mansion artifacts were nothing to the blood-clad sword god. A man capable of destroying the Radiant Palace hardly needed such things. At this moment, the usually silent master of Yunjiang Pavilion glanced at the purple gold gourd and boldly asked, Senior, do you have any connection to this gourd? Yes, Qi Yuan replied, looking at him. This is a treasure from an elder's clan. Now, it should return to its rightful owner. I see, the master of Yunjiang Pavilion nodded. Senior, may I have your contact information? Sure, Qi Yuan didn't refuse and casually showed the master of Yunjiang Pavilion a purple mansion communication jade. Everything is settled. Pavilion master, Feng Lan, Booger Fairy, I'll take my leave. Qi Yuan transformed into a blood shadow and disappeared. Feng Lan breathed a sigh of relief as he left. The master of Yunjiang Pavilion's eyes were deep in thought, and the tall woman, known as the Booger Fairy, looked aggrieved and speechless. When Qi Yuan returned to his cave, Kong Fulu was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Ya was still standing by the Bodhi tree, deep in thought about her cultivation method. Qi Yuan glanced at Zhang Ya and called out, I successfully took the shortcut. I won't be participating in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle. I'll be in seclusion for 7 days to study my techniques. Zhang Ya looked at Qi Yuan with a puzzled expression but said, all right. Given Qi Yuan's strength, participating in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle would indeed be futile. It was better not to participate. After entering his cave, Qi Yuan hung a sign outside that read, in seclusion for 7 days. Do not disturb, or face death. Since this concerned his golden core Dao, he took it very seriously. He even placed his kitchen knife and the blood-colored soul sword inside to guard the entrance. 2 days later, Kong Fulu noticed the writing outside Qi Yuan's cave and couldn't help but feel a bit peculiar. He sighed, Junior brother's talent is even greater than mine. It's a pity that this Eastern Lands Prodigy battle was moved up. Otherwise, he might have had a real chance to get into the top 100 and retrieve the sect master's clan treasure. But now, with Junior brother not even having formed his golden core, participating in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle would be certain death. Zhang Ya remained calm and said, let's go. The Eastern Lands Prodigy battle is starting. The two of them turned into streaks of light and headed toward the depths of Yunjiang Pavilion. In the mountains, the secret realm opened, streams of light surged, and the air was thick with spiritual energy. Zhang Ya looked at the young prodigies ahead with a serious expression. Kong Fulu, however, wore a long face. Alas, the title of Divine Light Sect Master's son-in-law and the last disciple of Five Lights Peaks Master doesn't mean much here. He could sense the presence of many strong cultivators. There were so many people he couldn't defeat. Even his prized first-grade golden core seemed ordinary in this crowd. Alas, Junior brother was right. If I had refined my golden core a bit larger, I wouldn't feel so inferior now. He stood in the crowd, quite inconspicuous. At that moment, a mighty voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. This time, the rules of the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle have changed. There are only 19 spots in the top 20. Everyone, don't get it wrong. All the prodigies' expressions changed upon hearing this. What do they mean, only 19 spots in the top 20? In such a grand event as the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle, someone actually dares to blatantly take a shortcut. This is outrageous. It's so unfair. Many prodigies started discussing it heatedly. Those originally ranked in the low 20s were especially dismayed. Losing one spot meant increased competition pressure for them. Damn it, which Yin God's descendant is too scared to compete in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle and has to take a shortcut? Kong Fulu was stunned, then turned to Zhang Ya. Didn't Qi Yuan say he was going to take a shortcut? Yes, Zhang Ya nodded, her expression strange. He also said he succeeded. Kong Fulu fell silent, struggling to comprehend this. Was this a coincidence, or something else? It couldn't be that little, that senior brother, right? Kong Fulu muttered to himself. I'm doomed. In his cave, Qi Yuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Have I strayed from the right path? While advancing the techniques in the Qi Yuan Sutra, Qi Yuan realized that the techniques he had obtained were far from enough. He had already decided earlier that he would walk the path of both the golden core and the nascent soul. But the path of the golden core seemed endless, with no end in sight. Qi Yuan estimated that to reach the end of the path, his little son would need to devour that entire universe. And that was still a long way off. So, the Qi Yuan Sutra should be divided into the Stellar Golden Core chapter and the Advanced Nascent Soul chapter. The Stellar Golden Core chapter would focus on strengthening the true solar fire and devouring the stars. The Advanced Nascent Soul chapter would be a more conventional cultivation method, ultimately leading to the nascent soul. If I step into the nascent soul stage, does that mean I'll be both a Yuan Dan cultivator and a nascent soul cultivator? Qi Yuan muttered, feeling a bit dizzy. The more I progress, the more techniques I need. I'm so poor. The Golden Core chapter required the creation of 2 cultivation methods, meaning he needed even more techniques. If it weren't for his strong sense of justice and his identity as a law-abiding citizen, Qi Yuan might have considered becoming a robber. White Moonlight, where are you? Yechong Sovereign, why can't you just plot against me? Qi Yuan sighed helplessly. He stepped out of his cave. The inn was much quieter now. Everyone had gone to the secret realm to participate in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle. At that moment, Qi Yuan took out his communication jade and saw an unexpected name, the Master of Yunjiang Pavilion. He hadn't expected to receive a message from the Master of Yunjiang Pavilion while in seclusion. In a flash, Qi Yuan appeared in Yunjiang Palace. His blood-red robe and handsome appearance immediately drew many eyes. Master of Yunjiang Pavilion, what do you want from me? Qi Yuan asked calmly. He sensed that within Yunjiang Pavilion, there was a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, 7 mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivators, and several early-stage Purple Mansion cultivators. Could it be that a White Moonlight had finally taken notice of him and was here to offer him techniques? These people were high-quality old men. Greetings, blood-clad sword god. Greetings, blood-clad sword god. More than 30 Purple Mansion cultivators stepped forward to salute Qi Yuan. Among them was an old acquaintance of Qi Yuan, Shu Yeli. But Shu Yeli pretended not to recognize Qi Yuan at this moment. These Purple Mansion cultivators were the most elite forces in Qian continent, all gathered here. Any one of them could cause chaos in a city or even a nation. But facing Qi Yuan, their eyes were filled only with respect. Qi Yuan looked at the Master of Yunjiang Pavilion with a calm expression. What do you want? The Master of Yunjiang Pavilion wasn't the strongest among the Purple Mansion cultivators present, but he was clearly the leader. Senior, you destroyed the Radiant Palace and rid Qian continent of a great evil. Now, Qian continent is leaderless. We wish to elect you as the leader of Qian continent. The Master of Yunjiang Pavilion said solemnly. The late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator also bowed his head. We all wish to elect you as our leader. Hearing this, Qi Yuan laughed. Are they trying to make me the leader of the martial arts world? I prefer things to be simple and direct, without beating around the bush, Qi Yuan said. Having a group of Purple Mansion cultivators elect him as their leader was essentially like finding a father to govern them. Unless there were special circumstances, who would want that? The late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator stepped forward and said, Senior, are you aware that a great calamity is approaching? Qi Yuan shook his head. What great calamity? He had only heard the Master of Yunjiang Pavilion mention it, but he didn't know the specifics. The Purple Mansion cultivators probably didn't know either, only the Yin gods might. In a few hundred years, a great calamity will descend, and the world will likely fall into chaos. All cultivators will be in danger. Even we, as Purple Mansion cultivators, will be barely able to survive. Because of this, the Radiant Palace initiated the 100 Nations Blood War, hoping to fully restore the Emperor's Shock Dragon crown to mitigate the calamity. Only a Yin God level power has a chance of resisting the calamity, giving us a chance to survive. So, you want me to protect you? Qi Yuan understood. With the Emperor's Shock Dragon crown and the Radiant Palace gone, Qian continent had lost its Yin God foundation. Facing the vague threat of a great calamity, Qian continent was defenseless. So, these Purple Mansion cultivators had come to pledge allegiance to Qi Yuan. After all, Qi Yuan had destroyed the Radiant Palace and had the strength of a yin god. Exactly, the late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator said. Everyone looked at Qi Yuan with respect. The late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator continued, "We are willing to form the blood-clad alliance and elect you as the leader. We will serve at your command. Whatever you want to do, we will be your right hand. If you need treasures, techniques, or anything else, we will find them for you." Hearing this, Qi Yuan was thoughtful. He had to admit, he was tempted. After all, he did need techniques. And having these Purple Mansion elders search for techniques would be much more convenient than searching himself. If he became the leader of the righteous path in Qian continent, wouldn't all the techniques in the continent be his? At that moment, the master of Yunjiang Pavilion stepped forward. "Senior, please look at this." As he spoke, an old man with a weak aura was brought forward. The old man's eyes were filled with fear and a hint of resentment. Despite his weak state, his aura revealed that he was a Purple Mansion cultivator. Qi Yuan shook his head. "I don't know him," the master of Yunjiang Pavilion continued. "Senior, some time ago, you were tasked by an elder to retrieve the purple gold gourd. That gourd came from the Honglian clan. 2,000 years ago, Honglian took a fancy to the sacred queen of the Wood clan and wanted to take her as a concubine. The sacred queen refused and hanged herself. In a fit of rage, Honglian slaughtered the entire Wood clan, leaving only a few survivors. The purple gold gourd was one of the treasures Honglian took from the Wood clan. Your elder is likely a member of the Wood clan. We have captured Honglian and leave his fate to you." Honglian glared at the master of Yunjiang Pavilion with fury. "I've already pledged allegiance to Shuixian continent. Do you intend to start a war with Shuixian continent by capturing me?" Shuixian continent, which bordered Qian continent, was slightly stronger than Qian continent when the Radiant Palace was still around, but not by much. Qi Yuan looked at Honglian. He roughly understood. This must be the person responsible for the sect master and Elder Zan Chong's clan's destruction. Back then, Elder Zan Chong, known for his temper, had taken good care of him. Qi Yuan smiled at Honglian. "If the entire Shuixian continent is full of Purple Mansion cultivators like you, then why not start a war?" He wouldn't mind having more white moonlight. The late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator chuckled awkwardly, not daring to speak. At this point, Qi Yuan said, "In that case, I'll accept the role of leader of Qian continent. And your task is to collect as many techniques as possible for me." All the Purple Mansion cultivators smiled at this. The blood-clad sword god had agreed, and their minds were at ease. With the great calamity looming in a few hundred years, they wouldn't have to face it alone. Then, Qi Yuan said, "Shu Yeli, and you, I have a task for you." The late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator tensed up. "At your command, senior. You may call me Mei Shan." Take Honglian in." Qi Yuan glanced at the other Purple Mansion cultivators, who wisely left. Only then did Qi Yuan continue, "Take him to Dashang and Shenguang sect, and hand him over to Elder Kumu." Mei Shan and Shu Yeli's expressions hardened. "At your command." Knowing such a secret, they realized they could no longer sever their ties with the blood-clad sword god. "Also, give him the purple gold gourd as well," Qi Yuan added with a smile. Inside the gourd, he left a source divine ability and a wisp of true solar fire. He wasn't afraid of these two harboring ill intentions. With that, Qi Yuan's figure disappeared. Only Mei Shan, Shu Yeli, and Honglian remained. Shu Yeli looked at Mei Shan, puzzled. "Senior, I'm curious, why did you choose the blood-clad sword god?" Shu Yeli had only recently learned about the coming calamity. He finally understood how close they were to death. "Are you suggesting that the blood-clad sword god's days are numbered because he's offended Yechong sovereign?" Mei Shan asked, his voice melancholic. "No, that's not what I meant. Other than the blood-clad sword god, do we have any other options? Let's hope that Yechong sovereign, fearing the great calamity, won't take action against our leader in the coming centuries. Only then, under his protection, will we have a chance to survive when the calamity strikes." 3 days later, Qi Yuan looked at the various techniques in the storage bag and beamed with joy. As expected, it's good to have subordinates. If only the techniques from the Lufeng realm were useful to me. With so many techniques, they should be enough to advance the nascent soul chapter and push my golden core to the mid-stage, right? Qi Yuan pondered. The golden core path was like a bottomless pit for Qi Yuan. After all, how many planets and stars are there in the universe? Qi Yuan didn't know, Devouring them all would indeed be a monumental task. However, the previous advancements in the golden core path should be enough to allow my solar true fire to devour a few planets, right? Qi Yuan looked inward at his dantian, where a projection of his golden core burned brightly with flames. One day on Earth is 100 years in heaven. It wouldn't be long before he could start devouring some planets for fun. Without further thought, Qi Yuan fully immersed himself in the techniques he had obtained. In the Divine Light sect of the Great Shang Kingdom, Elder Zan Chong of the Divine Medicine Peak looked grim, and True Lord Kumu wasn't faring much better. In front of them stood a young man dressed in white robes. Kumu, True Lord, you and I are from the same clan. Why would I deceive you? And Elder Zan Chong, we three come from the same clan, so we should prioritize the interests of the Wood clan, said the young man in white robes, named Mu Kong. Back when Honglian exterminated the Wood clan, Mu Kong wasn't in the clan and barely escaped with his life. True Lord Kumu looked at Mu Kong with anger in his eyes. The interests of the Wood clan? You mean your own interests? Mu Kong smiled calmly and said, with your talent, Kumu, True Lord, when will you ever reach the Purple Mansion realm? My master, the Supreme Elder of the Red Sword Sect, is a Purple Mansion cultivator. If you hand over the Wood Origin Cannon and the Great Shang serves the Red Sword Sect, my master will recover from his injuries and avenge the Wood clan. He spoke with grandeur and righteousness. True Lord Kumu's face darkened. The Red Sword Sect had coveted the Great Shang for a long time. Back then, the old emperor of the Great Shang had the shadow of the Red Sword Sect behind him. Now that their efforts to support the old emperor had failed, they sent Mu Kong as a negotiator. Kumu, True Lord, give me an answer within 3 days. If not, my master will come here personally, and he won't be as reasonable, Mu Kong said arrogantly. Today, I'll stay at 7 Colors Peak. I've heard the Peak Master is stunningly beautiful. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to see her. True Lord Kumu's face turned ashen. The Peak Master of 7 Colors Peak is in seclusion and doesn't see visitors. He didn't know that the top of 7 Colors Peak was already empty. What a pity, Mu Kong said regretfully. He was weak, only at the Yuan Dan stage, so he didn't dare offend Ruan Yishi. But, when his master arrived, the outcome might be different. Kumu, True Lord, Elder Zan Chong, think carefully and consider the bigger picture. If my master doesn't receive my message in 3 days, he will personally come to the Divine Light sect. After speaking, Mu Kong smiled and walked towards 7 Colors Peak. True Lord Kumu and Elder Zan Chong stood in the hall, their expressions dark. This is outrageous. True Lord Kumu wished he could kill Mu Kong with one strike. But he hesitated, fearing the retaliation of the Red Sword Sect's Supreme Elder. If he acted rashly, it could drag the Divine Light sect into a crisis of annihilation. Is the feng shui here bad? Elder Zan Chong, usually silent, spoke up. He had been at the Divine Light sect for centuries, quietly cultivating and never getting involved in sect affairs. But over the past 100 years, he had noticed many problems within this small nascent soul sect. In the sect, he had found over 100 spies. There were also some strange disciples, deacons, and elders. At first, he thought these people joined the Divine Light sect with ulterior motives. But as it turned out, they were normal and never caused any trouble. These problematic individuals formed a sect that had no problems. First, there was the 100 Nations Blood War, and now there was the threat from the Red Sword sect. Elder Zan Chong truly believed the feng shui here was bad. True Lord Kumu was weary. Born into a noble family, he had endured endless hardships to reach this point, his expression resolute. Fate may be limited, but people have no limits. He didn't believe in fate, he believed that everything had to be fought for. Enough of the nonsense. Are you going to hand over the Wood Origin Cannon? Or not? Elder Zan Chong snapped at True Lord Kumu. True Lord Kumu sighed. The Eastern Lands Prodigy battle should have started. I wonder how Fulu and Qi Yuan are doing. Elder Zan Chong also showed a hint of regret in his eyes. It's a pity that Qi Yuan didn't have enough time. Otherwise, if he had condensed his golden core, he might have had a chance to enter the top 100 of the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle and retrieve the purple gold gourd. With that gourd, our Wood clan would have a glimmer of hope for revival. True Lord Kumu said bitterly, how can we revive when Honglian is still alive? Not to mention Honglian, even the injured Purple Mansion cultivator from the Red Sword sect was beyond their ability to handle. The two men could only sigh in bitter helplessness. After some time, a voice suddenly cried out urgently, something terrible has happened, Sect Master. A deacon rushed in, his eyes filled with panic. Elder Zan Chong couldn't help but rub his forehead. The feng shui really is bad. What's wrong? True Lord Kumu asked, maintaining his composure despite the urgency. Mu Kong is dead, he died halfway up Seven Colors Peak. The deacon reported. True Lord Kumu's face changed dramatically. Let's go. He waved his sleeve and, along with Elder Zan Chong, flew to Seven Colors Peak. When they landed halfway up the peak, True Lord Kumu saw a familiar towering tree. Once, he had met secretly with the Empress of the Great Shang, now the Dowager Empress Mu Yu, under this very tree. But now, Mu Kong's body lay there, split in two as if sliced cleanly by a sword. Zhang Lingsu stood nearby, wearing an orange dress that made her look like a bee. What happened? True Lord Kumu asked. Zhang Lingsu, deep in thought, replied, I was cultivating in my room when I suddenly felt a surge of sword intent. When I looked outside, I saw a blade of grass cut this person in half. As she spoke, she glanced at the ground, which was covered in grass. She didn't know which blade had done the killing. A blade of grass killed a Yuan Dan cultivator. True Lord Kumu frowned. Where is your master? He suspected that this was Ruan Yishi's doing. My master has left Seven Colors Peak. My senior brother told me so, Zhang Lingsu replied. True Lord Kumu looked at the corpse on the ground, his expression growing more worried. Now that Mu Kong was dead, the Wood Origin Canon could not be handed over, and the Red Sword sect would certainly hold a grudge against them. Activate the sect's Grand Array immediately. True Lord Kumu ordered. The Supreme Elder of the Red Sword sect had been severely injured long ago, and it was unclear how much of his strength remained. But after all, he was still a Purple Mansion cultivator. Hopefully, the Divine Light sect could survive this calamity. At that moment, Zhang Lingsu spoke up. Sect Master, Senior Brother said that in 2 days, some of his subordinates would arrive at the Divine Light sect and bring a gift for the Sect Master. Subordinates? The Sect Master was puzzled. And a gift? Isn't he supposed to be participating in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle? True Lord Kumu asked. I don't know. Zhang Lingsu shook her head, not knowing much about it. Whether her senior brother participated in the battle or not didn't really matter to her. True Lord Kumu didn't say anything more, as this was a minor matter. The threat from the Red Sword sect was the real concern. In Yunjiang City, Qian Continent. Qi Yuan had now moved to Yunjiang Pavilion. Leader. The master of Yunjiang Pavilion lowered his head respectfully and called out softly from outside the Grand Hall. Come in. Qi Yuan opened his eyes, the eons of time flashing through them. The master of Yunjiang Pavilion entered with a hunched old man, both wearing respectful expressions. Leader, these are the new techniques we've collected, the master of Yunjiang Pavilion said, handing over a storage bag. Inside, there were countless technique jade slips. Qi Yuan glanced at them, feeling quite pleased. This was much faster than killing old men for techniques. No wonder everyone likes being a capitalist and exploiting others. Well done, keep up the good work, Qi Yuan casually praised. The master of Yunjiang Pavilion continued, recently, some forces seem to be secretly investigating the leader's identity. For example, they're looking into all the members of the Divine Flower Society in the 100 Nations. Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed at this. Someone's trying to unmask me. That's too much. Don't I get any privacy? Even my alternate identity is being exposed. This is a violation of my privacy rights. Who is it? Qi Yuan asked. It's likely people from the Heaven and Earth Cave, the master of Yunjiang Pavilion replied. The 100 Nations bordered Qian Continent, so gathering information about the 100 Nations inevitably involved dealing with Qian Continent's powers. Now that Qian Continent had a new ruler, the Blood-Clad Alliance, investigating the 100 Nations wasn't a simple task. Yechong Sovereign, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Did he say anything threatening? Did he say he wants to kill me? The master of Yunjiang Pavilion looked a bit fearful and replied weakly, no. Really, the master of Yunjiang Pavilion confirmed. Over time, he had come to understand the blood-clad sword god's personality. This man was truly mad. And he liked killing people. Of course, he killed with logic, he wasn't a mindless murderer. Even if he didn't say it, he's probably thought about it. Qi Yuan said with a serious expression, but then quickly dismissed the thought. That would be too unreasonable. Even when he wrote essays, Qi Yuan liked to have evidence and wouldn't wrong an innocent person. As for bad people, what harm was there in wronging them? When I have time and meet Yechong Sovereign, I'll personally ask him if he's thought about killing me, Qi Yuan said. The master of Yunjiang Pavilion broke out in cold sweat. You're too bold. If a Purple Mansion cultivator were to boldly ask a Yin God sovereign if they'd thought about killing him, even if they hadn't before, they might certainly develop the urge to do so. At this moment, the master of Yunjiang Pavilion felt incredibly conflicted. He wasn't sure whether having such a powerful leader was a blessing or a curse. He feared that before the great calamity even arrived, Qi Yuan would get himself killed by provoking some Yin gods. He glanced at the old man beside him and exchanged a look. "Leader, I'll take my leave," the master of Yunjiang Pavilion said. With the Heaven and Earth Cave investigating Qi Yuan's identity, he had to intervene to ensure they couldn't succeed. He and his people didn't dare investigate the leader's background too deeply themselves. If nothing were wrong, it was fine for Qi Yuan to be the leader of Qian continent. But if something suspicious was found, and the continent was left without a Yin god to protect it, what then? It felt like a cultivation family whose ancestral patriarch had been killed, with the enemy pretending to be the patriarch. Even if the family elders knew the patriarch had been replaced, they didn't dare to say anything and continued to serve him. After the master of Yunjiang Pavilion left, only Qi Yuan and the old man remained in the hall. "Sit," Qi Yuan said, glancing at the old man. A chair appeared behind him. Qi Yuan had always treated elders with respect and given them special consideration. Even after coming to the Kanglan realm, his good virtues of respecting the elderly and caring for the young remained. "Thank you, leader, for granting me a seat," the old man said, though he was inwardly uneasy. "I hear you've lived for nearly 100,000 years and have encountered many Yin gods?" Qi Yuan asked. The old man was from the Earth Turtle clan, a demon cultivator, and was currently the oldest living being in Qian continent. Qi Yuan had specifically sought him out to learn just how powerful Yin gods were. "I have," the old Earth Turtle responded, his body thin and frail, though Qi Yuan knew this was merely an appearance. This old man's defense was likely stronger than that of the Grand Palace Lord of the Radiant Palace. "How powerful are Yin gods?" Qi Yuan asked. The old Earth Turtle appeared thoughtful, recalling the master of Yunjiang Pavilion's advice to describe the Yin gods as extremely powerful. However, even without this advice, the old Earth Turtle genuinely believed Yin gods were incredibly strong. "The Yin god realm is the realm of immortal gods. I've seen the owner of the Emperor's shock dragon crown, Wulong Sovereign. He is a Yin god of the second step." The second step. The Yin god realm is divided into 7 small steps, from the first step to the 7th step. The first to the 3rd step are collectively known as sovereigns. The 4th step is known as great sovereigns. Once all 7 steps are completed, one becomes a young god. A Purple Mansion cultivator must condense a divine aperture and transform their mana into divine power to become a Yin god. Cultivation in the Yin god realm involves expanding the divine aperture. Each additional divine aperture roughly doubles their strength. With 12 divine apertures, one is considered to be in the 2nd step. With 36 divine apertures, one reaches the 3rd step. When you say doubles, do you mean a linear increase or an exponential one? Qi Yuan asked. If it were an exponential increase, that would be terrifying. The old Earth Turtle didn't understand Qi Yuan's meaning. Roughly speaking, how many first-step sovereigns would it take to defeat an 11 divine aperture sovereign? Qi Yuan rephrased. At least 10, maybe dozens, or even hundreds. The further along they are in their divine apertures, the more divine power they possess. Wulong Sovereign, at the 2nd step with 13 divine apertures, could unleash an attack as powerful as that of a 6th or 7th divine aperture sovereign with the incomplete Emperor's shock dragon crown. And how many divine apertures has Yechong Sovereign opened? Qi Yuan asked. The old Earth Turtle smiled helplessly. Such secrets are beyond my knowledge. Qi Yuan now had a general understanding of the Yin god realm. The differences in power within this realm were vast. At this moment, the old Earth Turtle added in a low voice, "Some time ago, after Senior's battle with the Radiant Palace in the Void, I personally went to see the remnants of the battle in Qian continent. When Qi Yuan had summoned the projection of his golden core, it had caused great destruction. Although it was merely a projection and not the actual golden core, it had still created significant remnants. Based on the remnants left behind from the battle, I estimate that the battle was at the level of a 2nd step Yin god," the old Earth Turtle said with a look of awe. Qi Yuan, hearing this, began calculating. The projection of my stellar golden core that crossed universes was only at the level of the 2nd step. But on reflection, it made sense. After all, it had crossed a universe and was only a projection, not the actual golden core. Clearly, it was still too weak. Qi Yuan felt a sense of urgency. What's the strongest yin god in the Kanglan realm? Is there a yang god? Qi Yuan asked. This I do not know, but I can confirm that the eastern lands has no great sovereign, only sovereigns, the old earth turtle replied. Qi Yuan nodded, thinking that Yechong sovereign, at best, was only at the third step. The old earth turtle left. The grand hall was now empty except for Qi Yuan. He looked at the techniques in the storage bag, his gaze intense. The yin gods are indeed strong, but unfortunately, my stellar golden core is in another world. What if Yechong sovereign is at the third step? According to the old earth turtle, the third step would have at least 36 divine apertures, with a perfect count of 81. If Yechong sovereign had 81 divine apertures, Qi Yuan knew he couldn't win against him now. No, I must prioritize advancing along the golden core path. Qi Yuan looked inward at his dantian and found that his solar true fire had accumulated to a significant degree. It had only been 10 days here, but in that universe, 1,000 years had passed. Solar true fire, devour. At that moment, Qi Yuan activated his solar true fire. Instantly, his dantian became scorching hot. Meanwhile, in the vast universe, flames on a star began to flicker. A cold, beautiful girl in a black dress opened her eyes, a wisp of solar true fire burning in her palm. She looked at the 13 planets before her, a hint of excitement on her face. Solar true fire, go! With the girl's command, the golden flames on the star surged. The star's size suddenly increased tenfold, then 100-fold. In the Kanglan realm, the small sun in the sky grew even brighter, flashing once. All the ordinary people, and even cultivators, couldn't help but glance at the small sun in confusion. In the vast universe, solar true fire blazed. In all directions, the intense flames burned. The mythical fire devoured everything, spreading its massive wave of heat across the vast universe. 13 massive planets, stars so large that mortals could never measure them in a lifetime, were as small as dust under the solar true fire. 1, 2, 3, 13 planets were successively devoured by the solar true fire. Whether solid, gaseous, or icy, these cosmic bodies were all consumed by the flames. Ningtao's eyes flashed with joy. I've gained a few more palaces. In the Kanglan realm, Qi Yuan couldn't help but burp for the first time since he started cultivating. He looked inside his dantian and saw the projections of many stars. Though many was an exaggeration, it was only 14. 1 star, 13 planets, and several insignificant small bodies. I've started collecting stamps. The next target is to devour a star. Qi Yuan felt that he still had plenty of solar true fire left. If 1 star can't crush Yechong sovereign, what about 2? In the heaven and earth cave, a childish voice echoed. The sun in the sky has mutated again. I wonder if this is a good thing or a bad thing. A seductive female voice chuckled lightly. This at least involves the struggle of a great sovereign. We shouldn't worry about such matters. Instead, we should consider whether we've made any progress in recent years, whether we've opened another divine aperture. The sovereign of sentiments is as amusing as ever, an elderly voice said. Let's not bring up such matters. These 3 were the yin gods of the eastern lands, the ones responsible for hosting the eastern lands prodigy battle. In reality, however, the battle was entirely organized by Yechong sovereign. The other 2 never interfered, and the conversation they were having was just among their avatars. Their true bodies were already in deep slumber, focusing on expanding their divine apertures. In half a month, the Eastern Lands prodigy battle will end, and the gate to Moonwatching Continent will open. I wonder if we can secure a place there, the seductive female voice said, tinged with inexplicable sadness. The Demora clan, they are too strong, the elderly voice lamented. Without the help of other yin gods, we cannot contend with the Demora clan. The childish voice then spoke, seeking help from other yin gods. That would be handing Moonwatching Continent over to them on a silver platter. Absolutely not. But the Demora clan has a second-step yin god. The elderly voice brought up again. Mentioning a second-step yin god made the other yin gods fall silent. They were all first-step yin gods, having only opened a few scattered divine apertures. Against a second-step yin god, they stood no chance. At this point, the seductive female voice spoke again. I heard that recently, a certain blood-clad sword god destroyed the Radiant Palace. The remnants of that battle from the Void Realm are no small matter. This suggests that a battle of second-step caliber occurred in the Void Realm. Could this blood-clad sword god be a second step? No, he doesn't have any divine nature. He isn't a yin god. Could it be that he possesses a powerful yin god artifact? The female voice grew greedy. Why don't I have a yin god artifact? The elderly voice grumbled. Unless one was at the second step, a yin god's divine power would be insufficient to open additional divine apertures, let alone to forge a yin god artifact. If the blood-clad sword god dies in Moonwatching Continent, that would be great, the seductive voice laughed. Then I could pick up that yin god artifact. You're daydreaming. Would the Demora clan leave a yin god artifact behind? Yechong, sending the blood-clad sword god to Moonwatching Continent is quite the scheme. I didn't scheme against him, he wanted to enter Moonwatching Continent. I merely granted him that small wish. If he dies there, he can't blame me, the childish voice said with righteous indignation. The eastern lands were in turmoil. Meanwhile, the small Great Shang Kingdom was far from peaceful. True Lord Kumu, the sect master of the Divine Light Sect, had been troubled for days. With Mukong's death at the Divine Light Sect, the Red Sword Sect would now have even more reason to target them. Even though the Red Sword Sect's Supreme Elder was still injured, he was still a Purple Mansion cultivator. A Purple Mansion and a nascent soul were on entirely different levels, much like how a Yin God and a Purple Mansion were not on the same level. The sect's Grand Array had already been activated, awaiting the arrival of the Red Sword Sect's Supreme Elder. At this moment, a terrifying aura swept across the sky. True Lord Kumu's face changed. A Purple Mansion. The elders and deacons of the Divine Light Sect also looked grim. They actually came. It's over. The Divine Light Sect is finished. Wait, it's not just one, it's two Purple Mansions. True Lord Kumu felt two powerful presences, and his heart sank into despair. One Purple Mansion could easily destroy the Divine Light Sect, let alone two. The Red Sword Sect's old, undying Purple Mansion even found someone to help. This was beyond disgraceful. Sect Master, let's fight them to the death. A Golden Core Elder said angrily. We swear to defend the sect. The entire sect was united in resolve. Meanwhile, outside the sect, Mei Shan and Shu Yeli exchanged puzzled looks. Did we come to the wrong place? We shouldn't have. Why does it feel like they see us as their greatest enemies? The two were confused. Finally, they spoke up. Mei Shan of the Blood-Clad Alliance is here to visit the sect master of the Divine Light Sect. Shu Yeli of the Blood-Clad Alliance is here to visit the sect master of the Divine Light Sect. Their voices boomed, passing through the sect's protective array and into the ears of all the disciples and elders of the Divine Light Sect. The elders and disciples exchanged confused glances. Blood-Clad Alliance. What's that? What's going on? Isn't this the Red Sword Sect? True Lord Kumu was just as baffled, and Elder Zan Chong was equally bewildered. The elders flew to the sect's gate and looked out. True Lord Kumu's eyes widened in shock. The two elders before him had auras as deep as the ocean. The one in front, especially, did not seem like an ordinary Purple Mansion. Why were such powerful figures visiting the Divine Light Sect? Are you the sect master of the Divine Light Sect? Mei Shan looked at True Lord Kumu. Despite being a nascent soul cultivator, Mei Shan's demeanor was exceptionally gentle. After all, this man was the elder of the blood-clad sword god. I am Kumu, sect master of the Divine Light Sect. May I ask who you are? True Lord Kumu asked, full of doubt. Our leader of the blood-clad alliance has a gift for you, Mei Shan said. A purple gold gourd appeared in his hand. Despite the sect's protective array, the gourd passed through without obstruction, landing directly in True Lord Kumu's hands. The purple gold gourd. True Lord Kumu was stunned as he looked at the familiar gourd. It was the lost treasure of the Wood Clan. For 1,000 years, he hadn't seen this treasure. And now, it had reappeared. Elder Zan Chong also stared intently at the purple gold gourd. The rest of the sect was confused, not understanding why the sect master and Elder Zan Chong were reacting so strongly. True Lord Kumu was overwhelmed with emotion, holding the treasured gourd, memories of the past flooding his mind. But a question nagged at him. The purple gold gourd was supposed to be a reward in the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle. How had it ended up here? Suddenly, he thought of Qi Yuan and Kong Fulu. He had only ever mentioned the treasure and its significance to these two. Now that the treasure had returned, it must be related to them. But who? True Lord Kumu immediately ruled out Kong Fulu. After all, he knew how capable his son-in-law was. That left only Ruan Yishi's disciple, Qi Yuan, whom he couldn't quite figure out. A flurry of thoughts crossed his mind. Could it be that this young man, Qi Yuan, had caught the attention of the Blood-Clad Alliance's leader? As unlikely as it seemed, True Lord Kumu thought it possible. Qi Yuan, though seemingly unreliable, was extremely good-looking. In private circles, he was ranked 10th among the 10 beauties of the Great Shang. If not for his eccentric personality, he might have been ranked first. It was entirely possible that a senior had taken a liking to him and made him their Dao companion. For the sake of true Lord Kumu, Qi Yuan must have made a great sacrifice. The sect master felt deeply moved. Was this the 2 subordinates that Zhang Lingsu had mentioned? If so, it all made sense. True Lord Kumu asked, "May I ask if the leader of the blood-clad alliance is male or female?" Of course, he's male. True Lord Kumu's face stiffened, his gratitude deepening even further. Qi Yuan's sacrifice was immense. The leader also said that you are his elder and have taken great care of him. He has another gift for you, Mei Shan added. True Lord Kumu was stunned. Elder, care, so, what he had just imagined was wrong. Did he know the leader of the blood-clad alliance? Could it be? As for the gift, he didn't think much of it. At that moment, Mei Shan smiled. Please take a look at who this is. Xu Yeli nudged a figure forward, who tumbled into the Divine Light sect. A purple mansion, a purple mansion. The figure's aura was weak, bound by an immortal binding rope, but any nascent soul cultivator could tell that this was indeed a purple mansion. Seeing a purple mansion bound like a dead dog and thrown in front of them left everyone in shock. After all, this was the first time they had seen a purple mansion so up close. Elder Zan Chong's heart skipped a beat when he saw the face of the bound purple mansion, and a torrent of emotion surged within him. Honglian, you wretch! The figure was none other than Honglian. This was the same Honglian who had forced the sacred queen to her death, destroyed the Wood clan, and slaughtered Elder Zan Chong's entire family and clan. He could never forget that face. Day and night, in his dreams, he would see that haughty face. True Lord Kumu's excitement was no less intense than Elder Zan Chong's. He stared at Honglian, overwhelmed by both shock and satisfaction, though still puzzled. The leader said this man is yours to deal with as you see fit. We must return to the blood-clad alliance to report. To avoid any mishaps, I suggest you behead Honglian and display his head, Mei Shan proposed. Beheading and displaying the head was a common practice in the Kanglan realm, often used to satisfy deep-seated grudges. True Lord Kumu looked at Mei Shan and Xu Yeli, then bowed solemnly. Thank you both, and thank you to the leader of the blood-clad alliance. He didn't know who the leader was, but there was undoubtedly a deep connection with Qi Yuan, possibly even. He turned to Honglian, his eyes brimming with hatred, eager to tear him apart. Half an hour later, the beheading ceremony began. True Lord Kumu wore a solemn expression. Honglian, like a dead dog, was filled with terror in his eyes. If you kill me, Shuixian continent will go to war with Qian continent. He struggled, desperate to avoid death, especially at the hands of a mere nascent soul cultivator. The elders and disciples of the Divine Light sect were in awe, witnessing something they had never seen before, a purple mansion being beheaded. It was a rare spectacle indeed. True Lord Kumu held his sword, ready to decapitate Honglian and avenge his people. At that moment, a terrifying aura swept across again. You dare kill my disciple? Divine Light sect, how bold of you! Has the name of the purple mansion lost its weight after so long? Today, none in the Divine Light sect shall survive. A purple mansion expert in a brown robe appeared outside the sect, his face contorted with rage. He looked at True Lord Kumu, then froze. Because he saw another purple mansion bound. This bound purple mansion's aura was incredibly strong, a mid-stage purple mansion cultivator. How had such a powerful cultivator been captured here? He was dumbfounded. At that moment, a passionate voice rang out. Time's up. Execute him. With those words, True Lord Kumu's sword glowed brightly. Slash. As the sword fell, Honglian's head rolled to the ground. His soul, bound by the immortal binding rope, slowly dissipated. Only then did everyone else notice the brown-robed elder. The elder stood in the air, completely stunned. What had he just witnessed? A mid-stage purple mansion powerhouse had been beheaded by the Divine Light sect. Had he come to the wrong place, or was he still dreaming? You all continue, I took the wrong path. He muttered, the situation too bizarre for him to comprehend, and decided it was best to leave. At that moment, a gentle voice called out from behind him, fellow Taoist, please stay. The brown-robed elder's body froze. A late-stage purple mansion. ... Half a month passed quickly. The progress on the golden core path is promising. The accumulated solar true fire, is it enough to devour a star now? Qi Yuan pondered. After some thought, he decided to stockpile more. After all, devouring a star was not the same as devouring a planet. The two were fundamentally different. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the stars around him were all bigger than his. Even after devouring a dozen planets, the difference compared to those stars was still vast. I'll gather more solar true fire. With a bit more effort, I should be able to devour a star. That should be enough to defeat Yechong Sovereign, right? Qi Yuan mused. Until I devour another star, I should keep a low profile. Qi Yuan felt he was still too weak. Sigh, if only my golden core were in this world. If it were, I'd dare to directly challenge a young god. Of course, Qi Yuan was only joking. Not knowing how strong a young god was, he wouldn't recklessly provoke one. Leader, the master of Yunjiang Pavilion called from outside the hall. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Has the Eastern Lands Prodigy battle ended? Yes, it has ended, and the entrance to Moonwatching Continent has opened, the master of Yunjiang Pavilion said as he entered the hall. Qi Yuan was pleased. Let's go. I want to enter Moonwatching Continent. The master of Yunjiang Pavilion's expression turned serious. The situation in Moonwatching Continent is unclear. Aside from those three sovereigns, no one knows what's happening inside. If you enter rashly, there may be danger. Perhaps it would be wiser to send some juniors in first to scout. Currently, the only yin god in Qian Continent was the blood-clad sword god. If something happened to him, the Purple Mansions would have no chance of surviving the impending calamity. What you say makes sense, Qi Yuan nodded. If Yechong Sovereign ambushes me, that would be a huge loss. The master of Yunjiang Pavilion smiled. Shall I make arrangements then? Why arrange for others? Isn't it fine if I go? Qi Yuan said, his appearance changing as his face and blood-red robe transformed into a black outfit. I'm a Yuan Dan cultivator. Before, I was just pretending to be a purple mansion in front of you. Now I've returned to my original form. As a Yuan Dan, no one should pay attention to me, right? The master of Yunjiang Pavilion was silent, unsure how to respond. At the entrance to Moonwatching Continent, the prodigies had gathered. Those ranked in the top 19 of the prodigy list were all present. Jiyu Xiaoyao, dressed in black, stood at the forefront. Having cultivated the Heavenly Tao Foundation, he had rightfully earned the top spot on the prodigy list. True Lord Daji stood nearby, eyes closed, seemingly dozing off. Zhang Ya was also among the crowd, her expression calm. Shu Tongchen's eyes glimmered with sharpness. With the radiant palace destroyed, he no longer hid his strength. His solar true fire burned everything in its path, securing him a spot in the top 20. Where's the last person? When will they arrive? I'd like to see which prodigy dared to take a shortcut, a female cultivator from Shuixian Continent spoke, her voice laced with mockery. She was ranked third on the Eastern Lands prodigy list, her mastery of water far surpassing others. Those ranked between 20th and 30th were no match for her. The other prodigies looked at Ling Zhao with wary eyes. Ling Zhao had every reason to be proud. First, her talent was exceptional. Second, she hailed from Shuiyan Palace, which possessed a yin god artifact. Third, her mother was the youngest daughter of a yin god from the northern lands, doted on by that yin god. She was truly a prodigy born with a silver spoon. Sorry, I'm a bit late. At that moment, a voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a bulky man approaching. The man was dressed in layer upon layer of robes. At a glance, there were dozens. Each robe looked incredibly valuable. On his head, he wore a dragon crown that obscured his face, making it impossible to see his features. Most absurdly, he had turtle shells strapped to both his back and chest. In his hands, he carried large bags. Sorry for being late. Please, have some buns and soy milk, the bulky man said. This man, of course, was Qi Yuan. For this trip to Moonwatching Continent, he had made many preparations, wearing numerous protective robes and covering himself with talismans. Until he had devoured a second star, Qi Yuan had decided to reform his ways and live quietly. The first step was to disguise himself so Yechong Sovereign wouldn't recognize him. Because of these preparations, he arrived a bit later than the others. Though, truthfully, he wasn't late, as the entrance to Moonwatching Continent had yet to fully open. The buns and soy milk floated from his hands toward the gathered prodigies. The 19 other prodigies looked at each other, catching the buns and soy milk. Only Ling Zhao snorted coldly, waving her hand to knock the buns and soy milk to the ground. Qi Yuan looked at Ling Zhao, full of self-reproach. Sigh, I thought everyone liked sweet soy milk, so I bought the sweet kind. I didn't know you preferred savory. If I had known, I would have bought savory for you. Ling Zhao looked at Qi Yuan with disdain. I wondered who took a shortcut. Turns out it's someone who hides their face, too scared to show their true identity. She was puzzled. This wasn't the blood-clad sword god. This man didn't have the aura of a powerhouse. He couldn't be the blood-clad sword god. Then who was he? She wanted to find out who had taken the blood-clad sword god's place in Moonwatching Continent. This was her mother's task for her. That's why she deliberately picked on Qi Yuan. The other prodigies also watched Qi Yuan, curious. Only Shu Tongchen wore a strange expression, avoiding eye contact with Qi Yuan. What do you mean I'm not showing my true identity? It's just that I'm wearing more clothes. You're wearing clothes too, so why say I'm hiding my identity? Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? How about this, you take off one piece of clothing, and I'll take off one too. That way, we'll both show our true selves. Qi Yuan said seriously. Ling Zhao's face darkened. How many clothes was she wearing? This man was wearing dozens. Shameless. The other prodigies watched, amused. At that moment, True Lord Daji, munching on a bun, spoke up, I think this gentleman has a point. Let's all undress together. HMPH. Ling Zhao snorted coldly, saying nothing more. In her heart, she marked Qi Yuan as an enemy. What started as a provocation at her mother's behest had now turned into a real grudge. 20 prodigies gathered, each with their own thoughts. Apart from Ling Zhao, the other prodigies were at least outwardly respectful to Qi Yuan. They were all very curious about this strange man and wondered which yin god he was descended from. There were only a handful of yin gods in the entire eastern lands. At this moment, the powerful Feng Lan appeared, with Feng Yu Fairy following closely behind him. She was slender, and her jade hands were wrapped in white gloves, covering her nails and fingers. All the prodigies present looked at Feng Lan with respect in their eyes. Greetings, Senior Feng Lan. It was only natural for these prodigies to show respect to a powerful purple mansion cultivator. Feng Lan nodded and glanced at Qi Yuan, who was carrying a turtle shell. His expression became peculiar. After clearing his throat, he began, You are all prodigies of the eastern lands, bearing the responsibilities of your sects. Let me briefly introduce the situation of the Moonwatching Continent. As he spoke, 20 jade slips landed in the hands of the prodigies. These jade slips contained detailed information about the Moonwatching Continent. Currently, there are 3 main factions on Moonwatching Continent, including us. These are the native inhabitants of Moonwatching Continent, the Demora clan, and our forces. The native inhabitants are of little concern. However, the Demora clan is quite powerful. But don't worry, we've made an agreement with the Demora clan that any power of the 5th tier or above will not take action, Feng Lan explained. The 5th tier referred to the Purple Mansion realm. In Moonwatching Continent, who are we primarily up against? Ji Yu Xiaoyao asked. Qi Yuan also glanced at Ji Yu Xiaoyao. This was someone with a perfect heavenly Dao foundation, someone even he was wary of. Among the 3 factions, the Demora clan is the strongest. So, we've temporarily formed an alliance with the natives of Moonwatching Continent. But, in reality, both of them are our enemies, Feng Lan continued. Everyone nodded. Qi Yuan studied the jade slip, gaining a deeper understanding of the complex situation on Moonwatching Continent. Both the Kanglan Continent and the Demora clan were gradually devouring the territories of Moonwatching Continent. On Moonwatching Continent, the 3 sovereigns have already established strongholds, each guarded by several nascent soul cultivators, Feng Lan added. You must remember not to provoke them. Openly, the eastern lands only had those 3 sovereigns. Moonwatching Continent was discovered and occupied by those 3. The Eastern Lands Prodigy Battle offered 20 spots to allow other major forces to share in the benefits. These 20 would enter Moonwatching Continent to train, assess the state of the continent, and, based on their contributions, earn greater influence. In simple terms, they were working for those 3 sovereigns. The better they performed, the more rewards they would receive, and their sects could send more people to claim territories to escape the upcoming calamity. Understood, the 20 prodigies replied in unison. If that's the case, then everyone, enter Moonwatching Continent. Feng Lan said. Before them, a door suddenly appeared. Everyone's eyes fell on the door, including Qi Yuan's. His eyes were filled with curiosity. To be honest, this was his first time, traveling to another world through such a method. Let's go, Ji Yu Xiaoyao said. The group of prodigies began entering the door. A white light greeted them as they stepped through. Everyone felt as if their vision was filled with a blinding white light, rendering them unable to see anything clearly. Suddenly, a sensation of spinning and disorientation overcame them. This feeling lasted for several dozen breaths. Qi Yuan was filled with anticipation and a hint of unease. He didn't know if this moonwatching continent was the world he had once lived in. He didn't know if he would meet old friends here. On moonwatching continent, what year was it now? The white light dissipated, replaced by a dry, scorching atmosphere. It felt as though a wave of heat swept over them. Everyone felt the intense heat. They had arrived in what appeared to be a desert. So this is moonwatching continent. It's pretty hot. Everyone had different reactions, filled with curiosity about this unfamiliar world. At this moment, Ling Zhao glanced at Qi Yuan and couldn't help but remark, some people are still wearing such thick clothing in this heat. Did they think this is still Kanglan continent? In Kanglan continent, the world was filled with spiritual energy. As long as one's spiritual power was strong enough, theoretically, they could use spells indefinitely. But moonwatching continent was different. It wasn't the same world as Kanglan continent. In this world, there was no spiritual energy. The spiritual power in their dantians was limited and difficult to replenish once depleted. Even with spirit stones, absorbing energy here was more cumbersome than in Kanglan continent. So, they were conserving their spiritual power, avoiding unnecessary spell usage. Qi Yuan, however, didn't respond to Ling Zhao. Or rather, he didn't even hear her. He crouched down, looking at a withered blade of grass on the ground. He extended his finger, touching the small blade of grass. As he touched it, something extraordinary happened. The withered grass on the ground seemed to be revitalized by spring rain. The originally yellow leaves turned lush and vibrant. In the desert, one by one, blades of grass began to sprout, growing rapidly. Under Qi Yuan's feet, the dry desert ground quickly transformed into a patch of greenery. These small blades of grass stretched their leaves as if they were the ornamental plants in Wang Duoyu Manor's gardens, seemingly greeting Qi Yuan with a hello. This scene, if witnessed by mortals, would be considered a miracle. But to the prodigies present, it felt inexplicable. Especially Ling Zhao, who sneered, wasting spiritual power on such trivial things, how amusing. True Lord Daji commented, this fellow Taoist is willing to use his own spiritual power to save a withered plant, showing his nature. He's worth befriending. Only then did Qi Yuan stand up and look at Ling Zhao. If not for this, should I use my spiritual power on you? Ling Zhao gritted her teeth, ready to retort. But at that moment, an old voice interrupted their argument. Welcome, everyone, I am True Lord Luomu. I've been waiting for you all. A nascent soul cultivator appeared, his expression indifferent. Greetings, True Lord Luomu. The prodigies all showed respect to the nascent soul cultivator. After all, everyone on Moonwatching Continent was under the command of the three sovereigns. Please follow me. At present, 7 factions have come to our stronghold seeking an alliance. You can choose to ally with these factions to face the Demora clan together, True Lord Luomu said, explaining the current situation to the prodigies. Near this stronghold, there were 7 nations. These 7 nations were resisting the Demora clan. But given their strength, they couldn't contend with the Demora clan, so they sought cooperation with the cultivators from Kanglan continent. Allying with them, Ling Zhao sneered. It's nothing more than ceding territory in exchange for help. The natives of Moonwatching continent are truly weak. The territories offered as bargaining chips were simply a means for the natives to seek assistance. The prodigies all sighed. In this world, weakness was indeed a sin. Moonwatching continent, because of its weakness, was caught between 2 powerful adversaries, struggling to survive. Their struggle, their humiliating concessions, were seen as laughable by the others. Qi Yuan's mood, however, was calm. The conversations around him seemed not to reach his ears. He looked up at the blue sky, murmuring to himself, 21 days, huh. As soon as he stepped onto Moonwatching continent, he knew this was his Moonwatching continent, his home. His body and soul were beginning to reclaim this world. And to fully reclaim it, becoming the Tao of this world, would take 21 days. In the stronghold, the representatives of the 7 nations had gathered. Their expressions were grim. They knew that while they were ostensibly here to seek help and form alliances, in reality, they were about to sign treaties that would bring disgrace to their nations. If their countries fell, it would be one thing. But if their countries survived, they would go down in history as traitors. Luo Shi, dressed in a monk-like white robe, was handsome, with the unfortunate exception that he was bald, with not a single hair on his head or brow. He, too, wore a worried expression. I've heard that from Kanglan continent, 20 young elites from major factions have come here to form alliances with us. Do you have any information on them? Luo Shi asked. Knowing the strength and background of these factions, as well as their behavior, was crucial. We don't know, replied an elderly man, shaking his head as he looked at Luo Shi. Your Fengui nation's refusal to cede territory might make this cooperation impossible. Luo's eyes' expression darkened. Fengui only has 3 cities. Of our 10 great generals, 8 died defending the nation against the Demora clan. How can we, the descendants, simply hand over the land our ancestors protected with their blood? If we don't offer something substantial, how can we expect those from other realms to sincerely help us? The old man lamented. They understood well the importance of territory. But with the threat of annihilation, they had no choice but to retreat and survive the immediate crisis first. The king has said that she would rather become a servant than cede territory. Luo Shi sighed. How could they, the descendants, give away the land their ancestors defended with blood? The representatives of the 7 nations all wore somber expressions. At this moment, an old voice announced, everyone, the prodigies from Kanglan continent have arrived. As the voice spoke, Ji Yu Xiaoyao, Zhang Ya, Qi Yuan, and the others entered the large tent. The representatives of the 7 nations quickly stood up, their faces showing respect. Greetings, everyone. Luo Shi looked up at the 20 young people before him, his expression becoming grave. These 20 young people gave him an overwhelmingly powerful feeling. He doubted he could match any of them. Was this the depth of Kanglan continent? Even their young elites were this strong. Luo Shi wasn't the only one feeling the weight of this. The others were just as heavy-hearted. True Lord Luomu briefly introduced everyone and then said, you can now discuss matters among yourselves. Ling Zhao was the first to speak. My grandfather is a yin god. My father is the master of Shuiyan Palace, the #1 faction in Shuixian continent, and possesses a yin god artifact. When choosing partners, I have only one requirement, the more territory offered, the better. If you offer too little, I won't even consider it. Ling Zhao's domineering nature was on full display. And when dealing with the Demora clan, I should be the one in charge. I don't want anyone ordering me around. She added. The representatives of the 7 nations were shocked by the first part of Ling Zhao's statement. A yin god, this was a 6th-tier powerhouse. But the second part made their faces turn grim. Zhang Ya then spoke up, our Dengtian pavilion doesn't require much territory. 1 city is enough, but, we need techniques, the more the better. Some of the 7 representatives seemed interested in this offer. At this point, True Lord Daji remarked, Old Man Wushan is still collecting techniques. Zhang Ya glanced at True Lord Daji but said nothing. Old Man Wushan had once taken a liking to True Lord Daji, wanting to take him as a disciple, but True Lord Daji had refused, claiming that following Old Man Wushan offered no prospects. This caused quite a stir in the eastern lands at the time. After all, Old Man Wushan was the #1 under the yin gods in the eastern lands, and countless prodigies sought to become his disciple. True Lord Daji was the first to refuse. As the prodigies from the eastern lands introduced themselves and their demands, Qi Yuan couldn't help but be amazed. Every one of them came from a major faction. Even Shu Tongchen's 7-word sect had a purple mansion cultivator. Unlike them, he came from a small village-level sect where a nascent soul cultivator was the strongest. As the discussions continued, Ling Zhao, with her powerful background, naturally garnered the most attention from the representatives. They wanted to collaborate with the strongest, knowing the Demora clan was too powerful to be handled by weak allies. Ling Zhao, facing the representatives, wore an arrogant expression. 3 cities? Are you trying to treat me like a beggar? Even if you offered me 3 cities in Kanglan continent, I wouldn't want them, let alone these shabby ones on Moonwatching continent. The elderly representative who had just spoken looked embarrassed, unable to respond to such blatant scorn. About half an hour passed. Most of the representatives had reached agreements with the prodigies. These dozen or so prodigies appeared satisfied, their eyes filled with pride. Clearly, they were pleased with the outcome of the negotiations. On the other hand, the representatives wore heavy expressions. Even after reaching agreements, the clouds of worry on their faces didn't dissipate. At this moment, Qi Yuan, who had remained silent, turned to the bald man, his eyes curious. Do you know of Nanshan Nation? The bald man, Luo Shi, wasn't a monk but someone who had trained in the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land, resulting in side effects. Back then, Qi Yuan had controlled the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land and set the rules within it. Doing push-ups, pull-ups, and the like would make one stronger. But the side effect was hair loss. It was clear that Luo Shi had trained there. Luo's eyes expression grew puzzled. I don't know. Qi Yuan seemed disappointed. He said, when you have time, take me to see Fengui. Luo's eyes face brightened but then dimmed as he said, Honored one, Fengui only has 3 cities. We cannot give up our territory. Just moments ago, he had tried to negotiate with the other prodigies. But no one had accepted his conditions. Why would I want your cities? Qi Yuan smiled. Your cities are mine already, aren't they? Luo's eyes expression changed, not understanding Qi Yuan's words. Beside him, Ling Zhao couldn't hold back any longer and sneered. Thick clothes, thick skin. Are you trying to rob them? Qi Yuan finally looked at Ling Zhao. Standing on Moonwatching Continent, he felt his strength growing every moment. Though this increase might disappear once he left Moonwatching Continent, here, it was real. Qi Yuan's courage returned. How am I robbing them? Qi Yuan asked, sounding wronged. Moonwatching Continent is my home. I have the deed. If they offer me cities, I won't even want them. After all, they're already mine. What would I do with them? The other prodigies exchanged confused glances but said nothing. Zhang Ya also looked at Qi Yuan strangely, feeling a sense of familiarity with this turtle shell-wearing person. True Lord Daji was amazed and asked, Friend, is this really your home? Yeah, Qi Yuan nodded earnestly. Absolutely, no wonder. So, it really is your home. Doesn't that mean our earlier deals should be voided? Friend, how about this? My faction will help you fend off the Demora clan, and you rent me a place in your home, True Lord Daji suggested seriously. If anyone else had said this, people would have found it unbelievable. But coming from True Lord Daji, it was easier to accept. Qi Yuan thought for a while and then said, all right. True Lord Daji had helped him a lot, so Qi Yuan was willing to do him this favor. Ling Zhao laughed mockingly. Ridiculous. Do you really think Moonwatching Continent is yours? Qi Yuan finally gave her a proper look. I won't rent my house to you. Now, leave. Ling Zhao was furious, feeling foolish for arguing with an idiot. She said no more. The others didn't take Qi Yuan's words seriously, dismissing him as crazy. At that moment, Qi Yuan continued, anyone else who wants to rent a place, speak up now. I'm heading to Fengui soon and won't have time to chat. The remaining people were even more bewildered. Did this turtle shell guy really think he was the master of Moonwatching Continent? It seems no one else wants to rent. Qi Yuan looked at the representatives of the 7 nations and said in a soft voice, Children, your agreements with them are void. Soon, I'll go and see who dares to behave arrogantly in my house. Qi Yuan's words seemed to carry a magical power. The people of Moonwatching Continent looked at Qi Yuan and felt a strange sense of kinship, as if meeting their father. Void the agreements. The old man looked confused. The others also appeared torn, struggling in their minds. Yes, void them. Moonwatching Continent is my home, and if there are unwanted guests, I'll kick them out myself. All right, void the agreements. The old man said, feeling an overwhelming force compelling him to speak. We'll void them too, so will we. The representatives of the 7 nations declared that their previously negotiated agreements were void. Currently, although Qi Yuan had not fully regained his status as the Tao of the Moonwatching Continent, his words already carried a certain authority over the 7 nation representatives, influencing their decisions. At his command, the representatives of the 7 nations promptly annulled their previous agreements. The faces of the many prodigies present changed drastically upon seeing this. Once again, Ling Zhao was the first to challenge Qi Yuan. How dare you use illusions to deceive the natives of the Moonwatching Continent and force them to annul the agreements? You've got some nerve. You're being too excessive. With the impending calamity, we should be working together, not trying to hog everything for yourself. Hog everything? Isn't Moonwatching Continent his home? True Lord Daji couldn't help but remark. The other prodigies glared at Qi Yuan, their expressions unfriendly. After all, securing a foothold on the Moonwatching Continent was part of their sect's plans to mitigate the coming calamity. Now, Qi Yuan's actions clearly threatened their interests. To challenge nearly 20 powerful forces alone, how audacious. Moonwatching Continent is my home. I decide who gets to rent from me. Didn't I just ask if anyone wanted to rent? No one did, Qi Yuan said with an innocent expression. So the agreements were annulled. That's only natural. The contracts weren't signed, so they aren't legally binding. Even if you took me to court, I'd still win. Qi Yuan's words left the prodigies baffled. They understood each word but couldn't make sense of them together. They only grasped the general idea: he intended to take over Moonwatching continent. Who gave you the confidence to go up against all of us? Ling Zhao asked coldly. The others also looked at Qi Yuan with hostility. It's righteousness, it's justice. Qi Yuan declared righteously. In the land of the free, if you break into my home, I have the right to shoot you dead. Qi Yuan tried to intimidate them with stories from a distant land. HMPH, let's see what you're capable of. Ling Zhao's powerful aura surged, indicating she was ready to attack Qi Yuan. Seeing this, Qi Yuan felt disappointed. It seemed that tales from the land of the free couldn't scare these people. They really were going to attack him. You might as well all come at me together. Today, I'll show you that my fists are the law. Qi Yuan, wrapped in 20 layers of robes, appeared especially bulky. The turtle shells on his chest and back made him look even more comical. But now, he was directly challenging more than a dozen prodigies. The prodigies' faces changed slightly in shock. What audacity! Even if you're at the peak of the nascent soul stage, you'll be thoroughly defeated today. The prodigies were enraged. Most of them were in the golden core stage, some even in the nascent soul stage. Except for the purple mansion, they were the top cultivators in the eastern lands. And this turtle shell man clearly wasn't from the purple mansion. If a cultivator who had comprehended a primal spirit ability entered another world, they would be strongly repelled by that world. Since Qi Yuan wasn't experiencing such repulsion, at best, he was at the nascent soul stage. A nascent soul cultivator challenging all 20 of the eastern land's top prodigies was suicidal. I'm not at the peak of the nascent soul stage, I'm just at the golden core stage. Qi Yuan said seriously. Of course, no one believed him or paid him any attention. It doesn't matter if you're nascent soul or have 1,000 golden cores. You'll lose today. The dozen or so prodigies prepared to attack Qi Yuan. But Qi Yuan ignored them and instead looked at Ji Yu Xiaoyao, saying seriously, you're a Heaven Dao Foundation cultivator, the opponent I respect the most. A battle with you might cause continents to collapse, the sun and moon to dim, and could take half a year to resolve. Let me defeat them first, and then we'll have an honorable duel. Ji Yu Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned, then felt a strange sense of superiority rise within him. All right. The strange man before him didn't regard the other prodigies as worthy opponents, choosing instead to save the final battle for him. This set him apart from the others. How arrogant, to challenge all of us alone. You must have a death wish. Ling Zhao sneered coldly. No amount of turtle shells and robes will save you. The other prodigies, feeling humiliated by Qi Yuan's words, were filled with battle intent. I won't be participating in this battle, Shu Tongchen quietly backed out. He knew that the man before them was the blood-robed sword god. Moreover, he was puzzled. Weren't cultivators at the Purple Mansion level supposed to trigger heavenly phenomena when entering another world? I'm not good at fighting, so I'll sit this one out too, Zhang Ya said after some thought, also withdrawing from the fight. True Lord Daji looked at Qi Yuan and raised a fist. I support you. The remaining 15 prodigies glared at Qi Yuan with hostility. None of them wanted to strike first, as ganging up on one person would be shameful even in victory. They waited for Ling Zhao to take the lead and teach this turtle shell man a lesson. However, before Ling Zhao could act, Qi Yuan made the first move. In my own home, I have buffs. How can you hope to defeat me? Qi Yuan shouted as a terrifying aura swept over them. The prodigies felt their breaths quicken as immense pressure bore down on them, leaving their faces pale. Before they could react, it felt as if mountains were pressing down on their backs. The 15 prodigies were immobilized, crushed by the weight. Ling Zhao suffered the most, being pinned face first into the ground, creating a deep crater where she lay. With just a display of power, Qi Yuan instantly defeated 15 prodigies. Or rather, they weren't even on the same level. Qi Yuan had merely exerted his pressure, and the 15 top prodigies were utterly defeated. The defeated prodigies looked terrified. A Purple Mansion cultivator. Are you a Purple Mansion cultivator? How is this possible? No, even a Purple Mansion cultivator isn't this strong. You're the blood-robed sword god. The prodigies were confused and deeply shaken. Could this man really be the legendary blood-robed sword god? If so, everything made sense. Qi Yuan withdrew his pressure and turned his gaze to Ji Yu Xiaoyao. What I just did is nothing to someone like you, who has a Heaven Dao Foundation. Now, let's have an honorable duel. Don't hold back just because I look young. I want to see if I can even match 3% of your power. Qi Yuan looked at Ji Yu Xiaoyao, His aura now 10 or even 100 times stronger. He was finally about to face the legendary Perfect Heaven Tao Foundation, his true opponent. This was the kind of opponent he was meant to face. Ji Yu Xiaoyao, feeling the immense pressure, was terrified. Was this senior joking? You're a powerful purple mansion cultivator, the one who destroyed the Bright Palace, and you want to have a fair duel with me, a mere nascent soul cultivator. That's just bullying. He felt utterly wronged, unable to speak. At this moment, True Lord Daji said, in my experience, Ji Yu Xiaoyao can't speak right now because your pressure is too strong. He can't even open his mouth. Huh, Qi Yuan was taken aback. Ji Yu Xiaoyao silently thanked True Lord Daji's ancestors. But isn't he supposed to have a perfect Heaven Tao foundation? How could my pressure affect him? I get it, he's pretending to be weak to catch me off guard. What cunning, as expected of a Heaven Tao foundation cultivator. Qi Yuan thought he had it all figured out. Ji Yu Xiaoyao felt even more wronged. True Lord Daji then speculated, maybe he doesn't have a perfect Heaven Tao foundation but a flawed one. Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned. He withdrew all his pressure, and Ji Yu Xiaoyao finally gasped for air, his face showing relief as if he had narrowly escaped death. Senior, I have a flawed Heaven Tao foundation. Qi Yuan, hearing this, felt extremely embarrassed. He had received incorrect information, all Shu Tongchen's fault for giving him the wrong details. Embarrassed, Qi Yuan wanted to leave quickly. He looked at Luo Shi and the other 7 nation representatives and said, let's go deal with the Demora clan. The 7 nation representatives felt a surge of excitement. The power of the strong man before them far exceeded their expectations. They felt like they couldn't last a single round against him. Was this the legendary 5th-tier powerhouse? Alright, Luo Shi was filled with excitement. At that moment, Zhang Ya spoke up, Senior, I've been collecting techniques from across the land. May I accompany you on your journey to collect the techniques of this world? Alright, Qi Yuan said after a moment of thought, but I have one request. You must share some of the techniques from Dangtian Pavilion with me. Zhang Ya smiled. For every technique I collect in this world, I'll give you 5. How does that sound? Deal. It's a promise. Qi Yuan was thrilled. He had finally found an ally in Zhang Ya, a wealthy benefactor. Friend, I'm also interested in the customs of this world. May I join you? True Lord Daji asked. Sure, and you can help me decide which house to rent, Qi Yuan agreed. I'll go too, Shu Tongchen quickly added. He hadn't participated in the earlier fight and would surely be targeted if he stayed. Alright, Qi Yuan glanced at the remaining dozen or so prodigies before leaving with Luo Shi and the others. Only after they had been gone for about half a minute did the oppressive atmosphere in the room begin to lift. One of the male prodigies, his face dark, spoke up. For the blood-robed sword god, a senior, to target us juniors is truly disgraceful. They had nearly confirmed that the turtle shell man was indeed the blood-robed sword god. Shu Tongchen's master, Shu Yeli, was a member of the blood-robed alliance. Shu Tongchen's respectful attitude towards the turtle shell man was telling. Moreover, several of the prodigies had received insider information that the person who had bypassed the selection process was the blood-robed sword god. They had initially thought it was a junior from the blood-robed alliance, never expecting it to be the blood-robed sword god himself. Strange, each world's essence is different. Normally, if someone who has comprehended a primal spirit ability enters another world, they would be strongly repelled by that world. Why hasn't the blood-robed sword god experienced this? A prodigy wondered aloud. This was why they had only considered the turtle shell man to be a fellow prodigy. Among peers, they had never been afraid. But the blood-robed sword god had bullied them, crushing them effortlessly, and even wanted to have an honorable duel with Ji Yu Xiaoyao. This old man was too dishonorable, too much of a bully. Ling Zhao's cold voice broke the silence. The blood-robed sword god, a senior, bullied us juniors and wants to take Moonwatching Continent all for himself. He's made an enemy of us all in the entire eastern lands. The blood-robed sword god may be strong, and his destruction of the Bright Palace was indeed unexpected, but to challenge all of the eastern lands is suicidal. I'll be reporting this to my Grand Master. HMPH, does he think hiding in Moonwatching Continent means we can't deal with him? Their factions didn't want direct conflict with the blood-robed sword god. But Moonwatching Continent was their escape route, they couldn't afford to lose it. This isn't over. One man challenging the entire eastern lands, does the blood-robed sword god think the sun revolves around him? Ling Zhao spat, but as she spoke, she suddenly coughed up blood. Her face turned deathly pale, her aura plummeting. Ling Zhao. The others were shocked. Could it be that the blood-robed sword god hadn't left? Was he punishing Ling Zhao? The prodigies' faces paled, and they dared not speak or discuss the blood-robed sword god further. High above, several streaks of light cut across the sky. Qi Yuan looked at Luo Shi beside him and asked, "Have you been to the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land?" Luo Shi was startled. "Senior, how do you know?" Zhang Ya, overhearing this, shot Qi Yuan a puzzled glance. In the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land, doing push-ups and sit-ups can increase your strength, but the price is hair loss, Qi Yuan sighed. These were the rules he had set back then to help Jin Li grow stronger. Luo's eyes shock intensified, as if his world had been turned upside down. How could this foreigner know such secrets? Qi Yuan looked at Luo Shi. "Can you tell me about the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land?" Luo Shi hesitated. He didn't know Qi Yuan's identity. But the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land involved enormous secrets. He didn't know what to say. Qi Yuan looked up at the towering Jiyu Qi Chun tree in the sky, his thoughts drifting back to a distant time. He remembered sitting by the Seven Moon Lake, fishing alone on a green stone, accompanied by the Moon Maiden. "Tell me." "It's all right," Qi Yuan said softly, his voice full of persuasive power. Luo Shi, who had been torn, slowly began to speak. "When I was young, I followed my parents to the Moon Empire. By chance, I joined the Moon Empire and became one of the vowed to the moon. The Moon Empire still exists." Qi Yuan recalled the people by the Seven Moon Town and the Moon Maiden who had left a crescent-shaped scar on his arm. He looked at his arm, now smooth and clean. The crescent scar had long since faded. By becoming vowed to the moon, one can enter the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land, gain power, and serve the moon god. Luo Shi spoke with deep reverence. "Later, when the Demora clan invaded and Fenghui was in danger, I asked the leader for permission to return to Fenghui to protect it." Qi Yuan listened, his eyes fixed on the moon above. The moon god, the moon-watching continent, the moon maiden, the moon token, the master. Were they all connected? He felt deeply conflicted. He didn't know if he would be able to meet the people he wished to see. At that moment, Zhang Ya's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Senior, how do you plan to deal with the Demora clan?" "Naturally, I'll kill them," Qi Yuan replied decisively. Zhang Ya continued, "The Demora clan in Fenghui and the other 6 nations isn't very powerful. With your strength, senior, you could sweep them away in a few days. However, if you reveal your full strength, it will alarm the powerful members of the Demora clan. In as little as a few days, or as much as a few months, the yin gods of the Demora clan will surely come after you. You've already made enemies of so many great powers in the eastern lands. Facing the Demora clan alone." Her eyes were filled with worry. The Demora clan was very powerful. Otherwise, the yin gods of the eastern lands wouldn't be struggling to hold their own against them. "This is my home. Am I supposed to surrender it just because the enemy is strong?" Qi Yuan said firmly. Moon-watching continent was his home. If unwanted guests had come, he would make sure they leave their lives behind. Zhang Ya was at a loss for words. Talking to the blood-robed sword god was as difficult as talking to her own master's senior brother, Zhang Lingsu. True Lord Daji also chimed in, "A man's head can be cut off, and his blood can flow, but his home must not be given away." Shu Tongchen remained silent, not participating in the conversation. Qi Yuan then turned to Luo Shi. "Who told the Moon Empire about the secrets of the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land?" Back then, he had only shared the secret with Jin Li and hadn't told anyone else, not even the Moon Maiden. So how did the Moon Empire find out about the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land? "I don't know, senior," Luo Shi said, puzzled by Qi Yuan's question. Qi Yuan sighed inwardly. It seemed he would have to visit the Moon Empire himself to uncover the truth. Could it be that Jin Li went to the Jiyu Qi Chun tree to wait for him and eventually joined the Moon Empire? Qi Yuan's mind was filled with questions. He asked again, "Is the Moon Empire still located near the Jiyu Qi Chun tree? Is anyone still living by the Seven Moon Lake?" "Yes," Luo Shi nodded. "The Moon Empire is still there, though its fame has faded. But it still produces many powerful figures. Seven Moon Town is considered sacred ground in the Moon Empire. The High Priestess has always lived there, in the wooden house by the Seven Moon Lake." Hearing the title, High Priestess, Qi Yuan's left eyebrow twitched. What is the High Priestess's name? What does she look like? The High Priestess has the appearance of a child and hasn't aged in 100 years. She always wears a veil, so her face is hidden. The High Priestess is also the Moon Empire's strongest warrior, the most powerful in all of Moonwatching continent. Her swordsmanship is unparalleled, and no one can match her. Luo's eyes were filled with fervor. It was clear that the High Priestess held an exalted position in the hearts of the vowed to the moon. The High Priestess is also the closest servant to the moon god, Luo Shi added. Qi Yuan's mind raced. Swordsmanship, childlike appearance. Could it be the Moon Maiden? But he had been gone for so long. The Moon Maiden must have grown up or perished in the river of time. Could this be a coincidence? To uncover the truth, Qi Yuan would have to visit the Moon Empire. Strangely, after arriving at the moon-watching continent, Qi Yuan felt a trace of fear. Fear that everything might have been for nothing. But this fear lasted only a moment. HMPH, I'll become a sage of primordial chaos, a great Luo golden immortal. Even if everything is empty, I can turn illusion into reality. Qi Yuan thought to himself. He decided to wipe out the invaders near Fenghui and the other 7 nations before heading to the Moon Empire to uncover the truth. 21 days. It'll pass quickly, Qi Yuan muttered. Fenghui Kingdom was weak, possessing only 3 cities. These 3 cities were guarded by 10 generals who fought valiantly. Now, 7 of those generals had fallen, leaving only 3 remaining. A towering general with white hair gazed into the distance, his expression filled with the weariness of time. General Qi, how are things? A slightly youthful voice asked. The queen, in her early 20s, was simply dressed as she approached gracefully. The Demora army outnumbers us several times over. It's not looking good, General Qi replied gravely. Having fewer troops to defend the city than the attackers isn't usually a critical problem. But the opponents were the Demora clan. Each member of the Demora clan was a powerful warrior, comparable to a cultivator of the first realm. After the great changes in heaven and earth and the rise of martial arts, many strong individuals had emerged on the moon-watching continent. But they still fell far short compared to the Demora clan. The entire Fenghui Kingdom had only a few Third Realm cultivators, and Luo Shi, who had returned from the Moon Empire, was in the Fourth Realm. According to the classifications of the Kanglan world, the Third Realm was equivalent to the Golden Core stage. Among the soldiers, only 1 in 10 was a martial artist. I wonder if Luo Shi managed to bring back reinforcements, the young queen said with a despondent expression. General Qi remained silent. The conditions Luo Shi offered were unlikely to sway the people from another world. And were those people any better than the Demora clan? They were just a weaker version of them. The young queen's face showed determination. Even if there are no reinforcements, I will defend the kingdom to the death. I am willing to die for Fenghui, and for the moon-watching continent. General Qi declared solemnly. This war wasn't just about the survival of the kingdom, it was about the survival of the entire world. The people of the moon-watching continent had become coveted prey for foreign invaders. The only chance of survival lay in fighting with all their might. Just then, a distant and ethereal voice echoed. I don't need you to die for me. 5 figures appeared out of thin air on the city wall. General Qi's heart tightened as his hand moved to the hilt of his sword. However, upon seeing Luo Shi, his vigilance lessened slightly, though his hand remained on his sword. Your Majesty, these are the allies from the Kanglan world, Luo Shi quickly introduced. The queen's youthful face lit up with a characteristic smile. Greetings to all of you. Qi Yuan glanced at the queen. For some reason, he thought of Jin Li. Jin Li had likely been around this age when they first met. Is this all the Demora clan has? Qi Yuan looked out over the city walls at the sprawling enemy camp, which stretched endlessly and looked particularly formidable. General Qi was puzzled. What did he mean by, is this all? When will the forces behind you arrive, senior? We are willing to act as the vanguard and slay these demons. General Qi responded. The young queen also looked expectantly at Qi Yuan, who appeared far too young. I'm in a hurry. After I kill the Demora clan here, I need to move on to the other 6 nations. General Qi's eyes flickered with confusion. The young queen also looked to Luo Shi for clarification on what was happening. At that moment, Qi Yuan's gaze pierced through the miles, seeing the grotesque, beast-like Demora clan members. They were 3 meters tall, with skin that was a mix of dark and blue tones. Their backs were covered in dense scales, and their gaping mouths revealed fangs dripping with green fluid. Most striking was the crimson scar on their foreheads, which resembled a burning flame. A blood-red sword appeared in Qi Yuan's hand. His eyes seemed to traverse the river of time. In a blizzard, he had once taken the Moon Maiden and annihilated the 100 Cities Alliance. Mysterious black-cloaked guards had fallen like dead dogs under his sword. Now, the Demora clan had invaded his moon-watching continent. As the Tao of this world, Qi Yuan naturally wouldn't show mercy. He ran his hand along the sword's blade as if wiping away the blood-stained dust. Everyone present focused on the sword in Qi Yuan's hand, and their eyes involuntarily filled with fear and awe. It was as if they were witnessing a demon god who had slaughtered countless lives. Could this bloodthirsty god really be the savior of Fenghui? However, as soon as Qi Yuan wiped the blood from the blade, a brilliant light erupted. All the people of Fenghui saw that white light and, for reasons unknown, felt a warmth in their hearts, a sense of closeness. It was as if they were looking at their emperor, their god. A vast voice rang out, like a deity's proclamation. With one sword, all dust becomes light. Slay the Demora, and 1,000 mountains bloom. The blood-red sword slipped from Qi Yuan's hand and flew directly into the sky. Countless rays of light shot out from the sword, and the blinding sword light swept toward the Demora clan's camp. Enemy attack! An urgent voice called out from within the camp. But before they could react, they were engulfed by the sword light. Nearly all the Demora warriors, including several nascent soul cultivators, were instantly vaporized by the light. In just 3 breaths' time, the entire Demora camp was leveled. Before the onlookers could even register their shock, bright red flowers began to sprout from the scorched earth where the camp once stood. The battlefield had transformed into a sea of flowers in the blink of an eye, a stark contrast to the scene just moments before. Qi Yuan smiled. If you dare to come to my home, you can stay as fertilizer. True Lord Daji gave a thumbs up. You truly understand the concept of waste not, want not. Zhang Ya looked at Qi Yuan, speechless for a long time. As for General Qi and the young queen, their eyes widened, and their bodies trembled slightly. Such power, what kind of realm was this? Was this the legendary 5th realm? Luo Shi had been watching Qi Yuan's sword closely, and now a great wave of realization surged in his heart. Your sword technique, it seems familiar. Indeed, in Qi Yuan's sword technique, Luo Shi saw traces of the High Priestess's swordsmanship. Is that so? Qi Yuan glanced at Luo Shi, his mind filling with endless possibilities. Let's go to the next kingdom. With a wave of his sleeve, Qi Yuan did not linger. He, Zhang Ya, True Lord Daji, Shu Tongchen, and the others left in an instant, disappearing from sight. Only the stunned young queen and General Qi remained. Did he just leave? The young queen was puzzled. He had arrived quickly and left just as suddenly. It all felt like a dream. A flame in stone, a body in a dream. If it weren't for the sea of colorful flowers outside the city, she might have believed it was all an illusion. National Teacher Luo Shi, what kind of price did you pay to bring this senior here? General Qi asked with concern. The young queen also felt a pang of anxiety. Why would such a powerful being from another world agree to help them? No price at all. Luo Zai's words left everyone in disbelief. No price. Who didn't know that the cultivators from the Kanglan world were all motivated by profit? There was once a kingdom that, to enlist the help of some nascent soul cultivators, had not only ceded several cities but also sent several princesses and princes to become their slaves. Could this young man really be so magnanimous? He said that the moon-watching continent is his home. And when unwanted guests come to his home, he'll naturally see them off personally. Everyone was dumbfounded. The young queen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could it be that this senior is from our moon-watching continent? General Qi was equally shocked. Could this really be the case? Luo's eyes gaze deepened. The sword he used just now felt familiar. Who was he, really? Streaks of light flew across the sky. Everyone was silent, as if still awestruck by the sword Qi Yuan had just displayed. Zhang Ya, unable to hold back, said, "May I offer a suggestion?" Qi Yuan blinked. Feel free. This was a wealthy patron, he had to keep her close. Before leaving, could you have them offer up their cultivation techniques? Zhang Ya had come along mainly to collect the techniques of this world. Qi Yuan immediately felt he had suffered a great loss and regretted it deeply. The fewer techniques Zhang Ya collected, the fewer he would receive in return. You should have reminded me earlier, Qi Yuan said, casting a longing glance back at Fenghui, though it was now out of sight. He wasn't going back. He needed to keep killing members of the Demora clan. He realized that killing them also shortened the time it would take for him to regain control of the Tao of this world. So, he would keep killing, until rivers of blood flowed. He aimed to regain control of the Tao of this world before the Demora clan's yin gods noticed. That way, he would have more confidence in dealing with them. 5 days passed in a blur as Qi Yuan and his companions traveled without rest, slaughtering wherever they went. In the Seven Nations, nearly 100,000 members of the Demora clan were slaughtered by Qi Yuan with a single sword strike. This time, he didn't leave hastily. After arriving at each place, he had the local rulers begin collecting cultivation techniques. Once he had finished off the Demora clan in one area, he stayed for a few hours, waiting for the techniques to be gathered before moving on to the next nation. Qi Yuan couldn't help but feel that slaying the Demora clan reminded him of his old days of farming and games on the moonwatching continent. Every time he killed a member of the Demora clan, he felt himself getting closer to regaining control of the Tao of this world. This sense of progress and the progress bar gave him a feeling of accomplishment. Standing in the palace of the last of the Seven Nations, Qi Yuan, clad in a blood-red robe, appeared both eerie and captivating. Even Zhang Ya's gaze toward Qi Yuan grew strange, as if she were looking at a great demon. Shu Tongchen felt the same. On the way, True Lord Daji had asked, "Senior, your blood aura is so terrifying. How many lives have you taken?" Qi Yuan had responded, "I can't remember. I lost count." This convinced Zhang Ya even more that the blood-robed sword god was truly a great demon. Such a demon, standing in one place, would naturally inspire fear in cultivators, while ordinary people would be plagued by nightmares and avoid him at all costs. But here, the scene was entirely different from what she had imagined. The commoners and nobles alike looked at Qi Yuan with eyes full of reverence and warmth. True, the blood-robed sword god had saved them. But the instinctive fear and trembling should have been impossible to hide. Yet Zhang Ya saw no such fear in these people. They didn't see a demon in the blood-robed figure, they saw a hero. "Senior, these are all the techniques we have, including our royal family's most treasured secret techniques." The King of Wei handed over the techniques with a fawning expression. In the Grand Hall, the civil and military officials all gazed at Qi Yuan with admiration. Zhang Ya even noticed that some children were peeking through the curtains at the blood-robed sword god, their eyes filled with awe. She was filled with confusion. Was there something wrong with these people, or was there something wrong with her? Qi Yuan accepted the techniques and handed them to Zhang Ya. She quickly stored them in her bag. Qi Yuan then took out a map and asked, "Are there many Demora clan members in Chuang Kingdom?" Chuang Kingdom was nearly 1,000 miles from Wei's capital. To reach the Moon Empire, Qi Yuan would have to pass through Chuang Kingdom. "Many." The King of Wei nodded and then gently warned, "Senior, there are many cultivators from the Kanglan world in Chuang Kingdom. These cultivators are not as selfless as you, Senior. If you go there to kill the Demora clan, it might cause trouble with them." The King of Wei's warning wasn't without merit. Chuang Kingdom had spent a great deal to enlist the help of several nascent soul cultivators to deal with the Demora clan. If Qi Yuan showed up, asked for no land, only techniques, and wiped out the Demora clan, it would naturally offend the nascent soul cultivators who had helped before. They might even grow to hate him. "It's fine, I'm a reasonable person, I'll definitely convince them with reason." Qi Yuan was unconcerned. "Senior's reasoning is the highest and truest reasoning. I completely agree," True Lord Daji said in agreement. Zhang Ya, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. Was this really called reasoning? It seemed more like killing and beheading. She suspected that True Lord Daji, after following the blood-robed sword god for a while, would be influenced. If his master saw him veering off course, he would probably be so angry he'd break out of seclusion. At that moment, Qi Yuan looked at the gathered officials and casually said, "Farewell." The King of Wei's eyes instantly filled with reluctance. "Senior, be well." The nobles and even the royal guards all looked at Qi Yuan, some with tears in their eyes, others with deep reluctance. It was as if their own father was leaving, no, someone even closer than a father. The scene became eerie, at least to Zhang Ya. She felt goosebumps rise on her skin. She couldn't understand why this was happening. Were these people's emotions too intense? And it didn't seem like they were acting. Was this really necessary? "Let's go," Qi Yuan said, not looking back at the people below, and left with Zhang Ya and the others. As they departed, the palace was filled with the sound of sobbing, even more intense than before. Zhang Ya was full of doubts. "Senior, why did they treat you like this?" She couldn't help but ask. "It was too strange." "Because I saved them," Qi Yuan said matter-of-factly. Zhang Ya didn't believe it. If a great demon saved her, she would be grateful, but she would still be more afraid. But these people on the moon-watching continent had the eyes of someone who saw the blood-robed sword god as a father. Seeing Zhang Ya's disbelief, Qi Yuan's expression turned melancholy. I never thought I'd become a father at such a young age, not even 20, with so many children, millions of them. As the Tao of this world, Qi Yuan technically could consider all living beings on the moon-watching continent as his children. Zhang Ya was stunned. True Lord Daji chimed in, based on my years of experience, the factors of life's inheritance number in the billions. In theory, if both partners are compatible, they could have 1 billion children at once. I've been studying this too. If my two-pill method doesn't advance in the future, then I'll let my thousands of descendants go out into the world. Qi Yuan was even more impressed with True Lord Daji. This was no ordinary wisdom, this was the wisdom of a man who would move mountains, a wisdom hidden behind simplicity. True Lord Daji knows so much, Qi Yuan couldn't help but praise. True Lord Daji humbly replied, the truth is hidden in everyday life. You just need a pair of eyes to discover it and the skill to summarize it. For example, I realize that if I abstain from desire for half a day each day, I'll have abstained for half my life. So those who are considered lustful aren't really that bad, they actually abstain for quite a long time. The Tao is simple, Qi Yuan exclaimed. He, too, had discovered many truths. For example, in the mortal world, those who live the longest are usually old people. Zhang Ya didn't want to speak anymore. Her doubts were still unresolved. Senior, is moon-watching continent really your home? She couldn't help but ask, trying to steer the conversation back. Otherwise, they'd start spouting more truths again. Yes, Qi Yuan nodded firmly, without hiding anything. Senior, could it be that you were born on the moon-watching continent? Zhang Ya couldn't help but recall their first meeting. She had sensed that the blood-robed sword god's primal spirit ability seemed somewhat incompatible with the Kanglan world. You could say I'm half from here. I established my Heaven Dao Foundation here. Qi Yuan looked up at the sky. Heaven Dao Foundation. Zhang Ya was puzzled by this term. She looked at Qi Yuan more closely, trying to discern something, but found nothing. Chuang Kingdom. A young prince was carrying a basin of foot-washing water, his expression neutral. A young girl nearby couldn't help but ask, brother, why didn't you listen to Senior Zhang Yan's advice? You wouldn't be suffering this humiliation now. 6 months ago, when Chuang Kingdom was in crisis, the Demora army attacked. The Emperor of Chuang Kingdom personally went to seek help from the nascent soul cultivators of the Kanglan world. In the end, they ceded 5 cities and sent 9 princes and princesses as slaves. Among them, a nascent soul cultivator named Zhang Yan had taken a liking to Zhao Si and wanted to take him as a disciple. But Zhao Si had refused, angering Zhang Yan and resulting in his current humiliation. Sister, you know that I admire the Faceless Sword God the most. I've already joined the Faceless God cult and become one of its followers. I can't change sides now. 5,000 years ago, the Faceless God cult began to rise. The Faceless God cult worshipped the Faceless Sword God. According to legend, in ancient times, extraterrestrial demons invaded the moon-watching continent, bringing misery to its people. Under the Jiu-Chi Chun tree, millions of moon-watching continent's citizens who had resisted the extraterrestrial demons were hung. The Faceless Sword God, unwilling to see the suffering of the people, took up his sword alone and fought against 3,000 extraterrestrial demons, ultimately perishing along with them. The girl's expression dimmed. There is no second Faceless Sword God on the moon-watching continent. The legend of the Faceless Sword God was so ancient that the girl didn't even believe it was true. But then she remembered something, and her eyes lit up. Brother, have you heard of the blood-robed sword god who slaughtered the Demora clan? Do you think he could help us save Chuang Kingdom? Zhao Si didn't respond, only letting out a long sigh. Through Zhang Yan, he had already learned about the power structure of the eastern lands in the Kanglan world. The 3 sovereigns were the absolute top powerhouses. Their subordinates alone numbered over 100 in the 5th realm. The blood-robed sword god, according to their descriptions, was merely in the 5th realm. He carried the basin of foot-washing water, knocked on a door, and entered a room. The nascent soul cultivator, Zhang Yan, glanced at Zhao Si with a sneer. Do you really think that the blood-robed sword god can help you? Zhao Si's heart sank, and he remained silent.